and try to come back to you from give us reports on what's going on. What do you think about that?
All right. Yeah,
we just went live. By the way, we are at the New York City courthouse where Busybody is live protesting for Dexter Taylor.
Yep. I'm at the security check now. Here at the security check now. I got a big old bag on me, though, plus the megaphone and mic.
And he's got a big megaphone on him. He has a megaphone around his waist. He's got a big old bag of stuff trying to make it through security at the courthouse.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they let me through, honestly.
So would I. I'd be surprised they let you through as well.
But we are watching live either way.
But, if they don't, it isn't over.
New York City courthouse audit, security audit we're going to conduct right here. New York City courthouse audit for the security. See if they'll let him in with a bag and phone.
That's it. That's it.
Megaphone around his neck.
And don't forget the telephone as well.
Live feed. Night Court with Joe Lanou special broadcast.
Okay. I know I can't have these, sir. I can bring that. Yeah, I kind of need that to walk. You got it, man. You got it. So far, they're letting me through. Grab another bucket. Huh? Grab another bucket. Oh, man. I didn't know you guys had buckets. Oh, jeez. Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
Go grab them.
It's all right. At this point, it's...
Well, everything's going to fall on the other side of the machine.
Oh, shit.
So just grab one so it don't fall.
Yeah, I can barely walk. You know what I mean? Yeah. Get me through. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it.
We're going through the X-ray machine right now.
You have to take that out of the glass box.
Okay, you got it. I saw it.
You're right there for me. You got some other with a screen bag right here.
Oh, that's over here. That would be over here. Okay. Yeah, see, this is like, toiletries and stuff, batteries.
Okay.
Yep.
There's a razor.
Oh, yeah. Yep, there's my other razor. That should be.
Yeah, we're gonna rework the back again.
All right. I'll be able to get this back. Oh, got it. Oh, all right, all right.
Well, once again, we are with our friend. He is live at the New York City courthouse in the Dexter Taylor sentencing hearing. We had Joe Lanou on the phone with us, calling in live. What's up, Lanou?
Yeah, I'm curious to see where he's at on the security.
Well, basically, he made
free,
it
you think?
through. Oh, yeah, he made it through, and then here he is with another live feed. They canceled the one live feed. They brought another one up. I have it right here.
Hold on to the battery strips and hold on to this. So
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
To it with that stuff.
Cool.
And then you pick it up on the way out. All right?
You like the whole boat?
We don't have room for that.
Oh, bro, come on, man. All right, I appreciate it, man. No, it's less stuff. Yeah. Yes, I do. Yes. That's from the toiletry thing I showed you. Yeah, look. Got a zipper on it, right? Yeah, that's this. Right? That's what it looks like.
Looks like there's like a long metal.
How's the video coming in, Roby?
The video is coming in really good. It's going to get the camera sideways.
Go ahead.
Security basket.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has it down inside the security basket. He just took out his sandals to look like one of those Bob Barker prison issued sandals. He just put those back in his bag and
Come I'll bring it back to you.
Oh, thank you, man.
and his walking cane and megaphone and everything. He's through right now. He's walking through
With the phone and still on
live. Yeah.
All right. Oh, thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Stuff, and then when you're done, just stop at the left.
Yep. All right. Great. Thank you so much. All right. Well, I made it through.
Hey, busybody, can you turn your phone sideways, please, so we can get a 16? Yeah, there it is, right there. Thank you. There it is, right there.
Let me see if I can stand up on my feet. I gotta get all my stuff together here. Yeah. So they let me through. I got this big ass bag on me and a megaphone. They gotta take that right now. So I gotta pick it out. I gotta get a receipt for all that shit. So that's what we're doing now.
So Busybody's pretty much at the coat check where he's checking his megaphone and checking the stuff that can't really make it in there, but they're not going to leave it at security. He's doing like a little check and checking his stuff so he can get it back when he leaves.
Well, good. Then why don't we, Kingdom? Can you take us to a couple of commercials while he does that, and then we'll come back and see if we get to the 18th floor and maybe get a live feed with Dexter's mom and dad, maybe an interview.
Sure. Absolutely. I mean, I'm kind of enjoying this one here. He's putting on his chapstick and everything. He's live inside the courthouse, and we definitely have more and more people watching by the minute. But yeah, we can definitely move to one of these commercials. We'll be right back with you, Busybody. You're doing a fantastic job. Keep up the good work, bro.
Joe Lanou with a summer fun warning. Memorial Day is on top of us along with backyard party weather. Go see my friend Spa Guy 01 on X for all things water and backyard. Spa Guy is your Texas backyard connection, and we'll get you started with the best swimming pools, spas, saunas available. Not to mention patio furniture and outdoor kitchens. You know us Texans take our grilling very serious. You need advice on maintenance, best product selection, installation? Spa Guy is your Atlas Spas expert, with locations in Waco and Ennis, Texas. If you're not in the great state of Texas, don't worry. Spa Guy can ship parts and supplies and advice to any location in the continental United States. Hi, folks. Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, aka Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
All right. He's back. Let's go back live with I'm gonna Bluetooth you back in.
Go ahead, honey. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, yeah. All right. Got it. Yeah. All right.
So then you need you to print and then sign your name at the bottom. Then
you got it.
Give you a copy of the receipt on your way out. Just come right back to this desk, and you got all your belongings back.
Gotcha. All right.
Hey, good morning.
Oh, I was supposed to put my name.
Print. Yeah. Just in case you lose it.
Yeah, yeah. Down here. All right. Sure.
There you go.
All right. Yeah. I appreciate it. 18th floor. Okay, yeah. So 18th floor. Is there a bathroom down here?
No, there is one 18th floor.
All right, got it. Thank you. All right. All right. So I got a long ass line to this thing. I tell you what, though, the megaphone being off my hands, man, actually took some weight off my shoulders.
Yeah, they did you a favor right there.
Yeah. They did. So I just wish they took the whole bag.
All right, if we lose you in the elevator, we'll pick you up when you get out of the elevator, man. But you're doing a fantastic job. You have a live feed inside the courthouse, so you were doing a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, man.
I'm surprised you still have cell phone service in there.
I'm actually pretty surprised too, and they let me have my portable charger with me, which is awesome.
So what was the interaction that was happening outside? Because I know you were showing somebody your shirt and you were telling someone about Dexter Taylor. It was a thing outside of the courthouse.
Oh yeah, this guy works for Nick Fuentes.
Oh.
Yeah. But you know what? It's still another platform. You know what I mean? That can spread the word about it. I mean, the guy took immediate interest. Twitter and all that. So, yeah. But, sure. Just see, I say, look, man, it's a long ass line for these elevators, but sure one of them will open real soon. Seems like they got one working, Anyways. All right. So it's 12, 19. All right, here we go. I'm about to get on the elevator, yo. Getting on this elevator. All right, getting in this one. Right. 18, brother. Nobody's here for Dexter Taylor by any chance, are they? All right, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you perfect, dude. You're doing a great job. You're in the elevator right now?
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm in the elevator right now. Excuse me. All right.
All right, real quick, we're just going to break to a little small commercial that Lanu put together.
Joe Lanu with a summer fun warning. Memorial Day is on top of us along with backyard party weather. Go see my friend Spa Guy 01 on X for all things water and backyard. Spa Guy is your Texas backyard connection, and we'll get you started with the best swimming pools, spas, saunas available. Not to mention patio furniture and outdoor kitchens. You know us Texans take our grilling very serious. You need advice on maintenance, best product selection, installation? Spa Guy is your Atlas Spas expert with locations in Waco and Ennis, Texas. If you're not in the great state of Texas, don't worry. Spa Guy can ship parts and supplies and advice to any location in the continental United States.
Honey, we eat moose meat on everything. It's actually, it's moose is our cow. Beef is expensive.
That makes sense.
We have moose tacos. We have moose pizza. We have moose covered in sauce. You got moose chili.
And
You can do ground.
I actually
You can do
thought
ground
I saw
moose.
Dexter's lawyer
And you
just
got
now,
cream cheese with it.
but it wasn't him.
We're back.
To the right. Oh, I'll ask you when I get out. All right, Joe. I really gotta do this, man, because
We are live with Busybody. He's in the 18th floor of the New York City courthouse. The audio and the video is not coming in very clear. We were trying our best to bring this to you, but we're not sure how it's going to be able to go. But we're going to stay live as long as we possibly can here.
yeah, I'm just using the bathroom, yo. That's all.
Oh, okay. We'll go to a quick commercial while we drain the main vein, and hopefully when you get out, we can have something interesting to bring. Here's a little small clip from some breaking news when we had the tornadoes in Omaha. Once again, we almost have everything together. We're still on the 18th floor. Joe Lanu will be coming on live with us in the next 4 minutes. We also have Big Ron in the backstage trying to figure out what's going on. We collectively put together this live feed at the Dexter Taylor sentencing hearing, where we are live to protest and make sure our Pro 2A broadcast is coming in loud and clear live on X. Special edition Night Court with Joe Lanu and the Night Crew coming to you live. And here's a little word from a sponsor from Kingdom Radio.
Thank you.
What's happening? All right. Brother, how you doing? Pretty good. Good, good. Yeah, so it's perfect. I'm right out with you. I ain't got to ask nobody directions. Yeah. I'm actually live on a show right now. Well, commercial break, while I'm up here in the bathroom.
We're back, bro. We're back.
We're back in the back, but yeah. But I'm actually with Dexter's father right now. He just walked up in here, so I'll have the directions when I got here. Just have to change my shirt and all that. Yeah. How are you and the missus holding up? Right? Yeah. Right. No, unfortunately not. Yeah, I keep getting pulled in a different direction. It's real frustrating. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. But I'm really trying not to think about that at this moment, Yeah, I know. In my mind, 27.
So catch me up, Kingdom. Are we in the bathroom with?
Yeah.
Okay.
With me and that's dad, yes.
So
let me ask you something.
There.
Let me ask you something, Busy. Do you have a shirt pocket on your shirt that you could stick your phone in with the cameras out? Where we can see what you see?
You know what?
Not that we want to see what you see in the bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, I got the phone down, so yeah. What if I would?
I'm saying when you're done with the bathroom, if you could put it where we could see what you see, and then you could just go meander and talk, and maybe get an update from Dexter's parents, and maybe they have some more information or updated information on what's about to happen.
And just to be clear, I think I knew what the camera, what you're looking at in the bathroom.
Yeah, we don't want to see what's going on in the bathroom necessarily. That's another show.
But he is in the bathroom, and Mr. Taylor's dad is in the bathroom as well. He's going to follow him into the courtroom.
I wouldn't mind if the Taylors are okay with it. Maybe a bit of an interview before this is over with on just get their side of the story and maybe showcase them a little bit as well.
Yeah. Out in the
absolutely
hallway. Yeah, out in the hallway.
I'll ask him. Oh shoot!
And now you've got some messages coming in for you, Busy, from Lawyer Jose wants you to give her love and support to Dexter's family, and that comes from all of the X Spaces and Night Court crew as well.
Gotcha.
Ooh. So right now we are getting a cane walkthrough.
All right. Yep. Hello, how you doing, Mrs. Taylor? All right. I'm assuming you're Sheraton?
No, this is my nephew.
There, you're the nephew. How you doing, man? I'm TJ. All right. Good.
And this is sister.
Sister. Oh,
Yes.
God bless you.
Yes.
Yeah, like
Hello.
Yeah.
Vito and Angelina.
Yeah.
Landlord.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't want to get Busy in any kind of trouble or anything, but even if he could just get us audio feed from inside the courtroom during the proceedings, that would be spectacular.
Well, everyone can hear the phone.
Oh, he's not on the earpod or earbuds?
That's a good question. He probably is. I'm not sure.
So I'm actually on a live show. A friend of Dexter's runs Joel New. I'm not gonna say it now because he's doing the live show, but yeah, he actually wanted to ask you guys if you would talk about the year, you know, side story and all that. If you want,
You know, Busy. Even if we could, even if y'all went
after-
somewhere afterwards, after the proceedings, and we could do an interview with him, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, they're good with it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm nervous.
I know. Yeah, well, we all are. Yeah, I am. I know that. But he made it very clear when I visited him. He's like, don't worry about me. Whatever they throw at me, do not worry. You know, yeah, so, you know, your son is a warrior. You know, he is a warrior. You know.
Also, Busy. Make sure they know how much support he has out here in the X world. There are 71. More people are joining as we speak. In the comments coming in with nothing but love for Dexter and his family.
You hear that?
No, I didn't hear anything you said. Say it again.
You're coming
we
in
wanna-
live through the phone.
Yeah, you're
I can see. TJ, I can't see anything on this phone.
I don't know. Yeah.
Hi, Miss Taylor.
Hi. You are caller? No.
Nope, this is Joe Lanou.
Are you?
Joe Lanou. I do a show on X, and I'm a friend of Dexter's as well. And I wanted you guys to know that there are 74 and climbing people watching this live feed, and everyone sends their love and respect and support to you and your family during this very trying time.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Do we know what time the proceeding is going to start, or is it just kind of a sit around and wait?
No, apparently, well, between 10 and 10:18 for the latest.
Okay.
10:18, latest. So, not before 10 though. Hello?
We're here. Yes, not before 10. The support and Dexter will be there as well for this proceeding, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, as soon as they have him here, I get any time after 10, once he's here, then the proceeding will start.
Yeah, we can only imagine what you must be going through, ma'am. But we just wanted to let you know that what an impact that your son has made on many people across the country when he was fighting for his life and trying to get exposure for this. We think it's a travesty and it's an injustice, but you know, your son has really been an inspiration, and we just want to thank you for raising such a good kid. And he's turned out to be a fantastic man.
Yeah, he is. Thank you. He was very easy to raise because he was a good kid, you know. But as he grew older, then he became, and he had his own opinions and so. But you know, he always still operated within the guidance of the law. So we never had any problems with Dexter. No police coming to the house, and even when he went out there with his friends, and so there was never any complaints about him. You know, he was always on the right side of everything. So it's a big shock that this happened to him at this stage of his life and at the stage of our life as well. You know, it's not easy. But because he is so strong, we are being strong also because we know that he needs our strength and we need his strength also to cope. So, yeah. Somebody want to say something? Yeah, my husband is right next to me here. I don't know if you can see him. Hello?
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
we can't see him. Okay, there we go. How you doing, Mr. Taylor?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
Good. We're doing well. We want you guys to know that we're standing with you and our friend Dexter. And I don't know if you know the incredible following that he has on X and his X family, and how much we are all standing with him and through this. And a lot of us are pulling off of his strength. Dexter is an incredibly strong, free-minded, free spirit, or freedom-loving individual. And we've got nothing but incredible respect for him.
His mother and I are so pleasantly surprised about this because we never knew that he had this exposure. I mean, we always knew that he was a sensational kid, but we never knew that he had this exposure, and is glad to know that. I'm happy to know that. My problem with this whole situation is not that he shouldn't be prosecuted, because the law, New York State's law says that you have to have a permit to have a rifle or a gun, whatever, and he didn't have one, so of course he is guilty with that one. But once they did the investigation and realized, well, this guy is squeaky clean, then why should it not have been just a paper charge? Okay, we gave you a permit, just as if you were driving without a permit. To me, it's the same thing, because he didn't sell any gun, he wasn't in the process of selling anything. And so some people might ask, well, why would you make a gun? And I suppose my answer would be, well, why would people leave here and go to Nepal and and try to climb Mount Everest, which is brutally cold and unbelievably dangerous? So it's the same thing. People are different in different ways. And he wanted to do that, and that is what he did. He had no intention of hurting anybody. They have no evidence that he tried to sell a gun to this person or that person or that person. So I'm still amazed, but I'm hoping that the judge can see through all of that and send him home with a slap on the wrist, as it were. Hopefully that would happen. I don't know if it would, but we can always hope.
Our hope and prayers are with you on that. We're hoping the same thing,
Yes.
and we agree with you that Dexter, we call him a nerd. I think he enjoyed the engineering aspect of building
He
these
is that.
horses.
He is that. He is that. He is a nerd. Yes, because we went to his apartment last week, and I couldn't. For instance, I'm a carpenter. Well, I was in the Trinidad Police Service, but prior to that, I was a cabinet maker and a carpenter. And I went to his house, his apartment, and he has a brand new planer. Now, why would somebody that's for commercial use, but he had a planer, he had bandsaw, he has everything that you could think about, and some things that you can't think about. So once you get to know him, and then you would know why this guy did this or why he was doing that. Not he didn't want to hurt anybody, and I can't stress that enough. But that's him. That's who he is. Yes, he enjoyed what he did, but even more importantly, he's a fine young man. Everybody would tell you he has no enemies. He makes friends easily, and he honest. He will help anybody in every way he can, monetarily or otherwise. So I'm hoping, as we are hoping against hope, supposedly that the best thing can come out. Well, one thing that has come out of it so far is lots of people have known the kind of person that he is. So that's one good that has come out from this. And we're hoping that the best is yet to come. That the judge can send him home with a slap on the wrist or whatever, and we'll see what happens from there.
Mr. Taylor, have his attorney or anybody have they spoken to you about what he realistically could be facing this morning, as far as a sentence?
Well, as for the charges that he on, I think that there's a minimum of 3.5 years to, I think, about 15 years or something, or 18 years, something like that.
But the prosecution is asking for 10 years.
But usually that's the guideline, and that has to do with depending on how, if you're convicted criminal, you can get so much and so much. In his case, that wouldn't apply. So I'm hoping that he wouldn't get any more than the minimum, or if he can get even a suspended sentence. I don't know if that can happen. But
Probation or
you know, yes, I hope,
Probation, yeah.
or probation, right? Fine, that would be fine. But you know, it's the ball is not in our court, so we just got to wait and see. Yeah. But his
He has a
cousin is
cousin
here.
here.
He has a cousin here who would like to say something. If you would like to talk to him,
That'd
We
be
would
great.
love to talk to him. Thank you.
yes, yes. Thank you so much. Hold on.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Derek. I'm Dexter's cousin. Um, the D's are by coincidence, but some of the D names in family. But okay.
Yeah.
So just on what my uncle said about Dexter being, and you guys even said about Dexter being a nerd. My recollection is mid '90s. Dexter had his own T1 line in his apartment. And anyone techie would know that that wasn't something that most folks had to get those of. Dexter was already writing in C++ in the mid 90s. When I got into computing, I would turn to Dexter for help, for assistance in programming. I ended up taking a similar path in life, a career. But this is a guy. My cousin had his own domain, his own email domain, mid '90s, when computing and email and stuff wasn't even in every household, maybe in single digits. We knew about computers and some of the stuff that he was doing back then was just transcending. It just shows that Dexter would latch on to certain hobbies, and he has very good vision, and he would take it to the extreme. And I understand why he started gunsmithing, because it was his latest hobby, and it's whatever he did it to perfection, and he just ran with it. That's Dexter in a nutshell.
And Derek, that seems to be the Dexter that we learned to know and love on X. That is, he's got a love for anything engineering. I think he looked at. No, he said that he looked at the firearms as like a closed circuit, because it's doing the same thing with kinetic energy is what electronic circuits doing in a computer or any other type of electronic circuit. So we all understand what you say. We've got some folks that are also in here in the studio with us. One is Carl. Carl is a very large 2A advocate and a very close friend to Dexter. Carl, do you want to ask any questions? This is Derek. I know you just got in. This is Derek, Dexter's cousin, and we're also live with his mother and father. They're waiting outside for the proceeding to start. But Carl, do you have any questions or any comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We've got you, sir.
All right. Yeah, just a few things about Dexter. This is a very difficult day for not just the people who have come to know Dexter, but the people who have known Dexter all his life, his family, his mom, his dad, his cousin, his daughter. Um, it's a very difficult day for them. And, I'm hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. Um, Dexter means a lot to not just the X or Twitter community, but the firearms community, the conservative community. We've come to know him as being a teacher, a humble man, a man with integrity, a man with the insight to understand that in this country we have a problem, and that problem is running away from our problem. You know, this is a man who is standing 10 toes down and fighting for what he believes in, and unfortunately, he's facing a price for that. So again, I'm hoping for the best. just understand that this community is with you guys today, and we're going to be with you guys going forward. I thank you guys for being here. I hope that you guys remain strong through this entire process and understand that we are going to tirelessly work hard to get Dexter home, make his name known out there, and he'll be up there with one of the good civil rights greats. So I appreciate you guys being here, and thank you again.
And we appreciate you. Thank you so much. We are so grateful for your efforts and for all the Dexter supporters out there.
Yep.
You know, we are really very grateful. So thank you again.
Special prayer for you guys tonight.
Yeah, again, thanks for all the love, the prayers, the support.
And we'll convey that to his daughter as well, because she's a huge supporter of her father. Yeah.
Good.
So we
good.
are
And
hopeful to that the outcome would be good. Sorry.
And I want to piggyback off something that Carl said, and this is a conversation that I had with Dexter on a phone call while he was incarcerated currently. And I understand what he's saying. He said he doesn't want this to be for naught. Dexter's a brave man. He's willing to sit in prison. He's willing to stand on his conviction, as Carl says, with 10 toes down. There's not many men that are willing to sacrifice like that. But he wants this not to be a sacrifice in vain, that there's some changes. And I want you to know that Carl, myself, everybody that's watching on this live feed are working diligently to try to make some change in the state of New York to get these laws changed and make it, as Dexter has coined, not an administrative state. This is the United States of America. Individuals have the right to be free. They have certain individual rights that are enshrined in our Bill of Rights, and the Second Amendment is one of those. We are working hard to try to mobilize and motivate folks in New York State to change their state laws and to let people there live free like Americans are meant to be free. So, in Dexter, honestly, we get him into spaces, and I would say that he holds church, because once he gets going, you fall into it, and you can't ignore what he says, because it is just the stark truth hitting you in the face. And the one thing we want to do is to make sure that his message gets out, even if he is behind mortar and brick. We want his message to get out, and we don't want this sacrifice that he's doing to be in vain. And we're working very hard at that, both in raising money for it and trying to get the word out. I'm in Texas. Carl's in Florida. A lot of these folks that are on this call now are in different states, but we are focusing our efforts the best we can to reach people in New York to try to help be a change and change the New York State Assembly and the Senate House there to have laws that are more in line with our U.S. Constitution, which makes us free. But I did want you to know that we are not ignoring the fact that one of Dexter's biggest concerns is that this sacrifice that he's doing is not for nothing, and we're doing everything we can to try to move that cause along.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope that God gives you the strength and the will to continue doing it. So it wouldn't be for no other Dexter himself hopes. We all hoping for the same thing. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Hey, Busy. What's your plans when the proceeding starts? Are you going to go into the courtroom?
Yeah, more than likely.
Okay. We're sitting at looks like 10:17 your time. Kingdom, do we want to let's roll through a couple of commercial breaks so we can get those out of the way.
Before we do, I'd like to see if we can possibly I've personally been in this situation before, that if you can go back to the Taylor family, I've personally been in this situation before. And if you're the one that's in this, or your loved one is in this, you can say what you want to, but you're not in that situation. When you're in that situation, it's so helpless. It's one of those but God moments where only he can intercede here, soften the hearts, and really, count on him to bring you the outcome. And I'd like to see if maybe the Taylor family would like to share a prayer that we can all come into agreement together with. Do you have a prayer that you would like to share with us?
This is stuff I might get emotional, but trying to be strong for Dexter. So, Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning with heavy hearts. But Lord, we have victory on our minds. Father, we, like everything else, we just give this up to you. We lay everything at your feet. Lord, we surrender all to you. We pray that you take charge of this matter. Lord, that you give Dexter the strength, Lord, to carry on. Lord, we understand the fight that he's fighting. Lord, help him to know that we support him. Lord, we thank you. We thank you for Dexter. Dexter is such an important person in our family and in the lives of so many. So Lord, we pray you continue to use him. We pray that you continue to bless him. We pray that you continue to be with our family, bind us together, Lord. Lord, we pray for the best possible results today. We pray, Lord, that if possible, we know if all things are possible through you, that Dexter could walk away from this, Lord, with a slap on the wrist. We know he doesn't deserve prison time. We know that he's not deserving of a sentence, Lord. Certainly not something long term. We know that he did this with all good thoughts and good intentions, Lord, and he truly doesn't deserve to be imprisoned. Lord, his family needs him. We know that his daughter needs him. We know that Naomi loves her dad, and this is a time in her life where she, as a young teenager, where she needs her dad most. And we pray, Lord, that he's there. Lord, that they're there for each other and they continue, Lord, to know you and to love you. Lord, we pray for everyone that is on this call, everyone that is supporting Dexter, that is supporting this cause, Lord. We pray, Lord, for change, for positive change. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Busy. Um, it struck a nerve here, man. He needs it right now. Yep, definitely needs it. Well, like I said, hoping for the best and expecting the worst. So, I just want to remind y'all that Dexter is ready and willing, and seems like he really wants to take it on, however it comes. Oh, that was fast.
We have a message from the Range Minded podcast. He wanted to let you know that he loves you guys and his heart goes out to you and your family. And I think that we all share this sentiment. You just made a grown man cry.
Busy, I sent you a text message. See if you can make that happen. That would be pretty good. And by the way, guys, we have shot up. We started this with like 74 people watching. We're climbing like a slot machine now at 202 watching this live. That's that many people that care about what's going on with Dexter and what's happening in that New York City courtroom there today and his family.
Yeah.
I love to hear that. I love to see that people are tuning in to support our friends. This is a very important issue, not just to the Second Amendment community, but to anyone who stands on the principle of freedom and justice. what Dexter is going through is an injustice, and we have to start looking at the people that we elect with a closer eye, because they are the reason why he's going through this situation right now. The elected officials of New York who are not listening to their people. You know, when the people of New York want to feel safe and protected, um, it should be their responsibility to protect themselves, not a state like New York becoming a administrative state, as Dexter will call them.
Yes, who are
I
you?
saw your shirt.
Um,
You were hanging out on the wrong floor. You're the guy who was handing out the flyers and
Yeah,
I saw you on Twitter.
Oh,
My name's
wow.
Monica. I'm a nobody on Twitter. I don't even
It's
tweet.
good to meet you.
Nice
Oh my
to meet
God,
you
thank
as
you
well.
for showing up.
Yeah,
Wow.
I was just very
Yeah.
glad the case.
Hey, Busy, who do we have there? Is that one of our ex-friends?
Yeah. Well, do you mind introduce? It's Joe Lanu on here.
Who?
Joe Lanu.
Yeah, I'm like a.
Okay, she's someone that I was handing out flyers at Beacon, and she was moved by the case. So yeah.
Ask her if
Not one of
if she minds being on camera or wanted to say a few words about Dexter.
she does mind. Yeah, she does mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
She's
no worries,
never heard
Busy.
of Joe
That's
Lanu.
there's a lot of folks that hadn't heard of Joe Lanu out there, but I will say that Busy, that your efforts are paying off, my friend. You're living up to your tag as a busybody, because you've really worked your tail off to make this happen. We appreciate you, my friend.
Thanks, man.
And I did hear an update that still no news on Busybody's girlfriend, who's still missing.
Yeah, Busy, you want to talk about that?
Not really, at all at the moment.
All right.
I'll definitely talk about it later, but there hasn't been much of an update other than what I said last night. You know, police don't want to help. It's just it became a game of who's responsible for doing what, and we don't want to be the ones to do it. You know, that's what it is. But yeah.
And Busy, we definitely also want to point out a few other things. Our friend Carl Wagner, anyone who's ever heard Carl Wagner speak, I mean, this guy, I just love listening to every word he says. He wanted to say that his prayers are with the family, with the Dexter Taylor family. So to make sure we say that. And Burton Cully, you know, he wanted to send his affirmation about the prayer and say that he's also with the family as well.
All right. Yeah, go for it.
Well, they're listening. They're not actually on a audio feed, so they're sending messages, and we're posting them on so that everyone that's watching the feed can see their comments. But we wanted the family to know that they're the well wishes that are coming their way.
It's not just the people speaking. There's just comments after comments after comments coming in saying these things. We're just verbalizing these comments.
Yeah, deeply appreciated. Yeah. If y'all want, do you still want to talk to them?
We just have a lot of appreciation for what you guys are doing. I mean,
That's
can barely, we have a lot of appreciation. I mean, what else to say? Dex is a great guy, if I may say so myself. So many people, because of his generosity and his caring nature, your willingness to help people all the time. It doesn't matter who, he would reach out to help. You know, so he's always been that person. and he's a funny guy, he's a prancer, you know. And just so many people are heartbroken, heart sick at what is happening to him right now. And just hoping for the best, hoping that we would have him home with us. His daughter, you know, her papa, she called him papa. She wants him home. She asked, she wrote a letter, a character letter, telling the judge to send him, just send him home. You know, but Dexter's strong, and you know, he's prepared for the fight. He's not like he's just prepared to do whatever he has to do, whatever he can do to you know, for the cause. And we hope that we know you guys are going to be successful because we all are not going to give up on the fight, you know. So and we appreciate that. I mean, just so much appreciation for you guys. Yeah, I think they're getting ready to go in now. I think they're getting ready to go in now. So
Thank you, Miss Taylor. We don't want to take up any of your time. I know you guys have a lot on your mind, and we don't want to distract you from that. But thank you for sharing your thoughts with us and allowing us to spend a little time with you before the proceeding. Thank you.
yeah, and thank you so much. I know you guys are different states and what have you, but my heart, my love goes out to all of you. Me and my husband, my nephew, my sister. You know, all love goes out to all of you. All right, and thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Where's busy, buddy? Oh.
So, you know, what it is that you know, I just happened to hear about him on InfoWars. You know,
I didn't even know they talked about that.
yeah, Owen Schroyer talked about him. So I found out about him through Owen Schroyer, and then I'm like, yo, he from where I'm from? Like, I'm not from here. I'm actually from Poughkeepsie. You know, that's funny that when you said Beacon, I'm like, wait, I was from that place.
Just because I saw your tweet.
Oh, the tweet. Okay.
That's the only reason.
So, yeah, you know, and it looks like they're calling us up into the courtroom now. But
Busy, see if you can do what sent you that text on, and we'll catch up with you when the proceeding's over.
I'm gonna turn the thing all the way down, and I'm gonna just put it in my pocket.
Sounds good.
How's everybody holding up right now?
I'll tell you from my perspective, it's a little apprehension. I'm nervous. I didn't like hearing the fact that that the prosecution was asking for 10 years. I was hoping we would be landing on the.
I'm gonna try to mute this feed coming in from him.
So out of like the thousands of cases,
I'm kind of with you on that one, Joe. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, so
they don't want phones.
So they're asking for 10 years, the prosecution.
Where they say busy, they don't want phones.
Yeah, they don't want phone in the courtroom here.
Yeah, so don't give them.
I gotta actually turn in my phone. Yeah, they're making us all.
I tell you what, busy. We're going to go to some other programming. Probably have a little conversation here while you guys are in there. But when you come back out, let's link up again and give us an update on how it went, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great work, my friend. Great work.
Awesome, busy. We appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Doing the Lord's work. Stay strong out there, man.
Kingdom, I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, there we go. Let's take him off the stage. Let him do what he's got to do.
He's off.
I don't want him to get in any trouble. As much as I'd like to be sitting in that courtroom and hear what's going to happen, and it could be a few minutes. It could take a little while for this. They should hear. For those of you who've never been to a sentencing hearing, what you're going to find is. The prosecution is going to give an opening statement. The defense is going to give an opening statement. They'll probably allow Dexter to speak on his behalf and also character witnesses at that point. If there was any victim, they'd have victim impact statements. But lo and behold, there is no victim in this crime because Dexter Taylor harmed no one, injured no one. assaulted no one, threatened no one. So there is no one to stand up and give a victim statement for this, unless, of course, maybe some state assembly members want to come down and talk about how horrified they were that a man would manufacture and build his own traditional firearms like they've been doing in this country prior to 1776. Maybe that's the victim statement they'll put up for us.
Yeah, what you got, Carl?
Man.
I got a little choked up during the prayer when Mom was praying, or his brother was his cousin.
Was it?
His
I
cousin,
think it was
I
his
think.
cousin.
Yeah, she said it's his cousin. His cousin was praying and everything. I mean, that was just super, super emotional, knowing what they're about to go through. And for Busybody, I had him when he was out in the steps of the courtroom, and when he was going through security, and he's sitting there yelling at the top of his lungs about, the Dexter Taylor case and trying to bring awareness. And there was only like 2 or 3 people there. And even when he was going through security, I mean, this whole thing has been great to, not just talk about it, but to actually see it in real time happening and be experiencing it. And, for the people who've been passionately following this story, to see it unfold and to have someone that actually went in there and cared enough to show us a live feed, I thought that was great for Busybody.
No, it's what Busybody is doing is 100% a great effort. Given all of the circumstances of the things that he's going through in his life, he's still out there advocating on behalf of Dexter. This day carries a heavy weight for his friends, but especially for his family and his daughter. If the prosecution is asking for 10 years, man, that's ridiculous in my opinion. This whole thing is ridiculous. He shouldn't be going through this process in the first place. But to ask for 10 years, you're essentially saying that you believe this man is a threat, and he clearly isn't. I know we haven't known Dexter for a long time, but we understand the man's character, at least. And from his character, he does. I don't believe this man would ever hurt a fly. He's a very passionate man, and being passionate about something doesn't equal violence, doesn't equal criminal activity. To ask for 10 years, you're trying to make him into a political prisoner, which I believe he is. It's very important that we hold our elected officials accountable. And, we need the people, if anybody in this who's listening to this chat right now, that's in the New York area, we need you guys to hold these elected officials accountable for a miscarriage of justice. Make your voices known to these people. Protest. Call up your local radio stations. Call up your local news outlets. There's a microphone and a camera. We need you guys to go out there and speak Dexter's name. Make his name known to the people in that area, and make your outrage known to the people in that area. And these elected officials will be held accountable for what they're doing. No man, no woman, no citizen should ever go through what Dexter is going through for simply embracing a hobby that is Second Amendment related. There's too many people out there who are feeding into propaganda that simply owning a gun that has been associated with a mass shooting means you are a bad person. Dexter wasn't doing anything with these firearms, and I'm sure it was mentioned that he never even fired it. The first time these firearms was actually fired was by law enforcement. Dexter had these guns in his house. He never advertised it. He never brought it to to someone else's attention other than himself and maybe his neighbor. He didn't go out threatening people. He never threatened any law enforcement officers. Nobody's lives was at risk. None. But, you know, there are people who believe that because he owns these firearms and didn't get permission from the government after the fact, after he built it, before this law was passed, that he is, you know, a dangerous person. And, you know, don't fall for that type of propaganda. I own a number of firearms and I live in Florida and I'm not a dangerous person. All of us in here own firearms one way or another, and we're not dangerous people. We're peaceful people. But the government wants to make us all out to be dangerous people, and right now that's just the one that's paying for that, because, you know, he dared to be a Second Amendment advocate. He dared to be someone who challenged New York's authoritarian state. I'm looking at this situation and I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping that this judge grant Dexter the mercy that she didn't grant in his trial. I'm hoping that she does the right thing and understand and listen to, you know, who Dexter is as a character, as a man of integrity and great character, great moral character. I'm hoping that she gives him the shortest sentence possible that is mandated by the state of New York. And then I'm hoping that in this process that he can be out on bail and be with his family while he fights this case through the appeals court. But again, in order for us to focus our efforts, we have to focus our efforts on the media. Anywhere there's a microphone, anywhere there's a camera, we need to show up and show out for Dexter. Show his name, speak his name, use the hashtag I stand with Dexter Taylor or free Dexter Taylor, or come up with your own hashtag with his name in it. So this case can get spread, like what Busybody was doing down there in New York. But we need to focus those efforts, not just in our states, but especially in New York. And that's the only way that something's going to get done. And I won't hold y'all up any longer. I'll land with that.
I appreciate you, Carl. You're listening to a live presentation right here at Dexter Taylor sentencing hearing. As the night court with Joe Lanou and all of these efforts are coming together, there's a new collaboration that's in the future. If you would like to broadcast with us on our live stream, definitely let us know anywhere audio or video can be found. We do have some new commercials. If you would like to sponsor our live feed and our shows, please also respond in kind. But let's break to a few commercials, and then we're going to play some live videos from people who have covered this case as it's been coming up. The next one coming up will be this man who has 49,000 views talking about this case. But first, let's take a look at some of these commercials.
Hi, folks. Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor. aka Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
Involved. His name is Dexter Taylor. Was convicted last week on several counts, which we'll get into here in just a second. And he's facing 18 years in jail. Now, this is a man who lives in New York, and he's a father. He has zero criminal record prior to this at all in any way. Is a tech engineer by trade and just a tinkerer. And what he was charged with essentially was assembling firearms for himself, by himself, the quote unquote ghost guns, if you will. That's a stupid name for them because what they really are just traditional American guns, right? If you look back at the history of the United States, for the new folks here, we have always been able to build firearms for ourselves in America without going through a background check, without any special type of license, etc. As long as you don't plan on selling them, there has never been any regulations on them in American history. However, that has changed recently in the state of New York as well as the city of New York City, where this gentleman lived. So back in 2022, of course, in the early dawn hours, like the feds love to do, they raided his apartment. And in this case, from what I understand, it was actually the NYPD, because a lot of the charges that you're going to see here are related to New York State and New York City laws. So they raided his apartment, guns drawn. Again, the man has zero criminal record at all, no evidence at all that he's a danger to anyone. They couldn't just knock on his door. They had to kick it in and raid his apartment while he was sleeping, which is exactly what they did. And where did they get the information to get the warrant to do this? Unfortunately, it's another thing that we've reported on here on the channel. So as you know, many states have sued online retailers to get their customer database for things that have been delivered or shipped to areas where people live, obviously, where those items are prohibited by state law. Now, in some cases, the states have been successful. In some cases, they haven't. In this case, New York was successful against several retailers. Again, we've talked about all this here on the channel before. So that's where they got it from, those broad warrants on retailers. That's where they got his information that he was buying parts that could be assembled into firearms. So initially, he was charged with 37 crimes. And as of the legal process went on, it whittled down to 15 different charges. Now, mind you, again, this is New York. In 2022, when he was arrested, he was taken to Rikers Island. He spent a week in Rikers Island in prison with pretrial confinement. Obviously, he got out and he's been out since then. He's been on some social media sites talking about what's going on with him. But mind you, this is the exact same state where criminal illegal aliens are beating up police officers on video and walking out the next day. They held this man in jail for over a week for, again, completely nonviolent, no victims at all of any of these crimes. This is what the crimes they allege him of, zero victims in any way. So why did they do this? Well, post the Bruin decision, which was 2022, New York had to change the way their laws were written, both the state and the city. So what they did is they changed their license to carry law, which will play in here in a second, unfortunately. And what they said is that in order for someone to get a license to carry a pistol in New York, they had to be of good moral character, which of course is completely antithetical to the Second Amendment as well as the Bruin decision. And during FOIA requests for this man's trial, his attorneys were able to discover that in 2021, obviously they had to go back to prior years. In 2021, only 19% of applicants were approved. In 2022, that went down to 4%. 4% of applicants. So the likelihood that you would get approved for this is virtually zero. Now, this man here, Dexter, he knew that and he did not apply for a license to carry in New York. So the reason that matters, and it shouldn't, is that when this case went to trial last week, the judge said that the Second Amendment had no place in the court. Yes, you heard that correctly. She said it in front of the jury as well as to the attorneys privately. Why would you say something like that? Well, they said that because he didn't apply for a license to carry in New York, he didn't have standing to challenge the laws based on the Second Amendment. Yes, that makes no sense, but that is what happened. So we're combining a rogue judge with unconstitutional laws and then a New York City jury. The man really didn't stand a chance in this case. He was convicted, again, on all counts and is facing 18 years in prison. Mind you, this is the exact same court system in New York City that last week there was a mother who was convicted of smothering her child with a pillow while high on meth and got 0 days in jail. This man who, again, all he did was assemble frames and receivers into firearms for his own personal use, is facing 18 years in jail. That is the type of justice system that we're looking at in New York State as well as New York City. And the bad news is because it's a city and state law violation at this point, according to his lawyer, it's going to take up to 2 years of appeals to get this to the federal level where they can actually challenge it on Second Amendment grounds. So to that end, that really is the point of the video, is that number one, I'm trying to make everyone aware because I haven't talked about it on YouTube. I've only talked about it on my social medias. And I want everyone to share this video for two reasons. Number one is just, again, let everyone know what is going on, these atrocities. And then additionally, this man now has set up a Give, Send, Go account for his legal defense, which is going to be very long and very expensive because, again, to even get to the point where this becomes, like a groundbreaking Second Amendment case, which it absolutely could because of all the factors involved, he's going to have to spend 2 years in prison awaiting the outcome of the appellate process until he can get in front of a federal judge. And then, of course, that federal judge is still going to be in the New York area. So it's going to take a while for this to advance up. And as of right now, the only pro 2A organization that is working with him and his attorneys is the NAGR. So big props to the National Association for Gun Rights for being on this case. Hopefully, again, the increased spotlight on this case will get other pro-gun rights groups to get involved in this case as well, because I think there's a lot of ways that this could be thrown out and could help the civil rights and civil liberties of other Americans that are behind enemy lines, if you will, in several states, not just New York. So that is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. We have an American citizen who committed crimes that have absolutely zero victims, who is right now, as of when I'm talking to you, as of when you're watching this video, sitting in prison and facing 18 years, very likely, or hopefully, a few years down the road, best case scenario, this gets thrown out on appeals. So it's a very sad situation that we live in. Definitely let me know what you guys think down below. If you've heard of this, if you haven't heard of this, and what you think about the outcome that this man is looking at, because it is extremely unfortunate. So with that, I guess we're going to end the video there. Again, if you guys want to see updates on this.
Hi, folks. Joe Lanu here.
News,
SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, a.k.a. Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
He joins us as he's, in the process of his trial. Dexter, thank you for joining us. I know now is a very, very busy time for you, so we're greatly appreciative of you joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I wanted to talk about this because I thought this was outrageous from the beginning. Now, our audience is well aware of all of the things pertaining to the Second Amendment. They're well aware that it's not illegal to have guns in your home where they don't have serial numbers. As long as you're not selling them, you're allowed to do so. So I just wanted to explain to our audience that you are somebody who really enjoys firearms and potentially the creation of firearms and just kind of building them out. And that's nothing to be ashamed of. It's not illegal to do so as well. So just detail for us what some of your hobbies are and how this even came about, because I think it's really crazy that you had your home raided over this.
Yeah, it is. Again, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. So a little bit of backstory. I'm a lifelong New Yorker, squeaky clean criminal record. I'm a 30-year veteran of the software industry. I'm a data engineer. I taught myself C++ back in the 90s and got my first job in the industry in New York in 1994. I'm a licensed amateur radio operator, technician class. I'm a father. I'm a shade tree mechanic. I'm a builder. I do all the repairs in my building. I'm sitting right now in the control room of the third recording studio I've built. It's called Switching Yard, the Switching Yard. And I'm also a conservative commentator, I guess you could say, online. I've been posting conservative content under the name Carbon Mike since about 2014, 2015, thereabouts. And I keep good company online. I'm not... how can you say, I'm not in here saying any crazy stuff, put it that way. So a few years ago, I got interested in firearms. Well, I was always interested in firearms as a kid. I loved tanks and fighter planes and stuff like that. And I had, a subscription to Popular Science magazine and all that good stuff. And a few years ago, I discovered that there was a thing called an 80% receiver, and you could buy this legal part, you could machine it to completion and add parts and have a finished weapon. And I thought, I was fascinated. So I went and I bought legal parts online under my own name, shipped to my house. There was no kind of dead drops, no subterfuge, no concealment, right? And I started making firearms. I started with Glock style pistols, and I made 5, 6 of those. And then I started with AR rifles, and I made 8 very sexy AR rifles. And these were for me. I made those rifles for myself. I didn't photograph them. I didn't put things up online. I didn't talk about them. I didn't talk about gunsmithing. I didn't hint at gunsmithing or gunsmithing services or weapons. I made no moves to traffic any of these weapons or transfer them or lend them or anything like that. None of these weapons ever left my house. And by the way, the state of New York knows this, because after I got raided in April of 2022, they seized my computers, kept those. They seized my cell phone, cloned it, kept it. They seized my physical credit cards, and they subpoenaed my email records. So they know, right, that I'm not a threat to civic order. They know this. They also know, or should know, that I was a member in good standing of my local gun range before I got raided. So anyway, yeah, April of 2022, I was raided by a joint NYPD ATF task force. They broke down my door, arrested me, took me off to Rikers Island, where I spent a week. Ransacked my house, took all my weapons and just about all my tools, all my gunsmithing tools. And right now we're fighting the fight. I'm facing roughly 18 years with all the felony weapons possession charges and so on and so forth. And I'm fighting it because I think while I never intended for this to, I never intended to be an activist, to put it that way. I don't want to be an activist. I wanted to buy some land in southern New Hampshire, build a gun lab up there, get my FFL. I had signed up for an online course called Rocket FFL because I wanted to find out how to file the paperwork to do all this stuff legally. I was looking up to people in the industry like Bill Geisley, who I'm always talking about. He got his first contract in the kind of the gun world, making triggers for the U.S. Army sharpshooting team. And I thought this was awesome. I thought I could start my second career. I could bring my knowledge of software engineering to weapons science. So anyway, yeah, New York State thinks otherwise. They've said, I mean, the governor of New York has said that she doesn't care about the Second Amendment. She doesn't care about the Bruin ruling. Whatever it says, she's going to do her own thing. And that's what they're doing. Their position is might makes right. They have the might, right, to break into my house, lock me up, put me on trial, and send me to prison for 18 years. And so my assertion is, well, they have the right to, they have the might to do that. And but if they're going to do it, they're going to have to go all the way, because I'm not taking a plea deal. New York State offered me a plea deal, 8 years instead of 18. I turned them down flat. Again, I have a squeaky clean record. I've never been to prison. I don't want to go to prison. I understand it's a bad place, but I also understand that sometimes you have to stand up. There's no other choice, right? And if New York State made a law that said Black people have to drink from the colored water fountain or enter public libraries through the colored entrance, that would be the law as well. And I would refuse to comply with that as well. And so, and then say, okay, if you want to lock me up for trespassing, then do what you feel. But I'm not walking through the colored entrance because I'm not a second-class citizen. I'm a first-class citizen. And the Constitution of the U.S. applies in all 50 states. So
it does. And I think that's amazing that you're willing to fight this back, because a lot of these laws that have been passed down in both New York City and on the state level are unconstitutional, but you need somebody with standing to go and challenge them. And unfortunately, this is the process you have to sometimes go through to be able to challenge them. And I think upon the challenge, if it were to make its way to the Supreme Court would agree with you and me that this is unconstitutional, that this infringes upon your Second Amendment rights, and they would toss out everything. But the fact that you, just as an average citizen who, really enjoys this type of, manufacturing in your own home and just kind of like building these things up, and it's a hobby of yours and something that you wanted to potentially do one day after purchasing land, I think it's disgraceful that we have to get it to this level, that you have to be the one who has to fight it. But that's where we're currently at right now. Now, you also brought out something really interesting, and I think that's really important. New York Democrats are fearmongers, and I'm very familiar with their tactics, but they constantly tell people that white supremacy is the greatest threat in this country. And you said something during an interview that I thought was interesting. So they'll tell Black Americans that you should fear white supremacy, but then here's someone who could potentially be defending themselves against these deadly white supremacists who want to, as they phrase, attack them. And here they are going after you. Why do you think they're making an example out of you?
That's a good question. And I never get tired of pointing out that irony, right? Yeah. It's like they think that they say that white supremacists are waiting behind trees and rocks and bushes to jump out, right, and lynch me from the nearest traffic light. But at the same time, I should be disarmed. So this tells us they're not serious about that, like that, And don't get me wrong, racism exists. It's one sin of intellect among many. It's a human moral error, right? But the idea that they care for our well-being and they want to protect us from this is just a lie. Now you asked why. Well, I think it's because fundamentally they're progressives. However they identify themselves, that's what they are. And progressives believe in the perfectibility of human society through the administrative state. And so if you're a progressive, right, what does that mean? It means you can't have people defending themselves. Everything has to come from the state. Right. It means you can't, that they want us not to trust each other, because courageous trust in one's fellow citizens is a kind of a thing that doesn't involve the state. Right. We could potentially solve our own problems. We could make our own streets safer. Right. By asserting that we're not going to let actual criminals, violent criminals, that we're not going to let the wicked harm the decent, right? We could do that. And we have done that, by the way. I mean, people forget that in the civil rights movement, that many of the leading lights in the civil rights movement were armed, right? I mean, Martin Luther King himself often traveled armed. His entourages were armed to the teeth. When they went around the American South, there was a network of Black safe houses that were also armed to the teeth. These places were arsenals. People forget that Harriet Tubman was packing, right? So that's the thing. I think a lot of people on the political left like to pretend that civil rights was just about kind of Black folks getting beat down, and then Rosa Parks sat somewhere on a bus and then everything was better. And in reality, Black folks have always chosen kind of self-reliance, and that includes self-defense. And of course, many of the first gun laws, well, gun control is ironically a form of systemic racism, which the left loves and wants more of, right? So again, going back to the fact that I'm in New York, we recently had a schools chancellor named Carranza. And he had this training program where he was trying to indoctrinate teachers about white supremacy and about, this idea that that precision is a hallmark of white supremacy. Punctuality is a hallmark of white supremacy. Obsession with the written word is a hallmark of white supremacy. Like, you can go and look this stuff up. They were saying this in these training courses. So it's like, to the left, it seems like everything is white supremacy, but not gun control. That's odd. You'll never hear them say that. But the very first gun control laws in this country were enacted to prevent Black people, freed Black people from owning weapons and defending themselves. So
Yeah, and I think that needs to be a lesson that's taught to everyone because, I remember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman from the Bronx, and she also has parts of Queens too. But I remember her coming out and saying things about gun rights being, a white privilege and associating with white supremacy. But ultimately, I go to the gun range to shoot and to practice, and I got to be honest with you, I think I'm the only white person in there. And there's nothing wrong with that, but she would pretend like this wasn't something that Black Americans and Hispanic Americans are also looking to, do and participate in. And it's the level of ignorance because she herself doesn't actually go to these gun ranges and get any experience herself with it. She'd rather say something as ignorant as that. So I think it's really important for all Americans to understand that this isn't just a white Midwest America thing. The people in the city sometimes are a little ignorant on that, and I think that's very good to detail. I want to get back to the core of this, though. You obviously are facing 18 years now. If you're convicted, that's the worst case scenario, but you're pushing back, you're fighting back, which I think is important. They sent you to Rikers Island, and anyone who's familiar with New York understands that New York Democrats have actually advocated to shut down Rikers Island, and they won't even send their worst criminals to Rikers to sit there and wait for their trials to play out. You were there for over a week, though. Why did they hold you in Rikers for a week? And then your bail was extremely high, and which is strange because number one, you don't have a criminal record, and number two, we'll talk about it later on in the show, but criminal justice reform eliminated bail for a lot of crimes, even possession of child pornography back in 2020. That crime got its bail eliminated. So it's strange that the first time you're getting arrested, has a high bail amount. I think it was $250,000 is what they placed at first, and then they send you off to Rikers for a week. Why do you think that was?
Oh, well, that's to discourage the others, right? In other words, they can't have law-abiding citizens doing this. They can't have it, right? And so that's, I mean, they're showing their hand, right? It's like, this is what they think of us, right? There was, I mean, you and I are familiar with many of these cases. There was a woman named Shalene Rodriguez. I think she was an adjunct professor at Hunter College. She assaulted a cameraman and chased him down the street with a machete in the Bronx. Okay, and this was caught on camera. I believe she traipsed into the precinct and traipsed back out. There were a number of people who assaulted, I think it was either one or two police officers on camera, like literally kicking the hell out of a police officer on the ground, and no bail, right? And then, most recently, the story of this officer, I think it was Officer Diller, who was murdered, right? And who
career criminal, 21 previous charges.
There you go. The guy who killed him had a lot of paper on him, and that guy's bail was on his last offense before almost $250,000. So this is why did they do that? Well, why did they do any of this? Because that's how progressives do. If you get in the way of their project of perfecting human society by administrative means, you have to pay, and so that's what they're telling us about their concern for public safety. It's non-existent. And when they use these scare words, I mean, you had up some text from Mr. Gonzalez. These words that they use, like ghost guns. There's nothing ghostly about an unserialized, privately manufactured firearm, right? There's nothing ghostly about it. It is not, in fact, untraceable. Think about this for a second. If a firearm without a serial number is used to commit a crime, if the police can recover the projectile and the firearm, then they can do a ballistics match on it. If they can recover the projectile but no firearm, then the serial number wouldn't do you any good anyway. So there's nothing that the presence or absence of a serial number can do to help the police officers investigate a case if they don't have the firearm in the first place, right? So these are scare tactics, scare words that they use, again, because they want people who are scared, who are atomized, who are isolated from each other, who are eradicated, cut off from their roots, that is, right? Because again, they think that everything should come from the state. We're not supposed to be participants in the betterment of human society. We're just supposed to shut up and go along with the program. And so that's I think that's why. That's clearly why.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. You know, when I read through criminal justice reform, I call it a criminal bill of rights because it's not for victims, it's for criminals. It was disturbing enough for me to pick up and leave New York because I feared what you just stated, that self-defense was going to become a crime in New York. And we're seeing that play out with Daniel Penny. And we're seeing people who are emboldened to be able to defend themselves get punished for that in New York. And that is something that I honestly feared. And it was the reason why I picked up and left. And I'm in Florida now, where we actually have, since I've gotten here about 4 years ago now, we've strengthened our laws now so that Americans who live here could defend themselves if they have to, and it would be okay. And they don't want you to feel like and we have sheriffs, actually, local sheriffs all the time say, you know, someone enters your home and you shoot them, that's okay. Like, we're not going to be upset with you. That should be the message.
I've seen some press conferences with a man named, I think his name is Grady
Judge, Sheriff Grady Judge from Polk County.
Polk County, and I mean that's the kind of, I mean, look, you know, just recently we experienced the Summer of Love, so-called, right, 2020, and you know, we had cadres of people running around trying to burn down our cities, you know, and by the way, a lot of left-wing politicians were hot to bail them out of jail. I remember, you know, and none of those people were, none of those politicians showed up when I was in Rikers. It's like my parents had to put their house up to get me out. And so yes, I mean, this is a thing. I mean, going further, His Honor Mayor Adams said, I think it was around the time when the Bruin ruling came down, he said, well, we can't respect the Second Amendment rights of New York citizens, because if we do, it will be like, quote unquote, the wild, wild west. Now, what's interesting about that is that His Honor also said at a certain point, he probably regrets those words now, that New York was a sanctuary city, right? And people who came to America illegally are all welcome here. Now, Mayor Adams has shown us, in other words, that he has no problem inviting all the troubles of the wild, wild South and the wild, wild East into New York. But he has a problem with people who were born here and who've lived their whole lives here and who've never had any problems with law enforcement exercising quietly, privately, peaceably exercising our constitutional rights. That, he thinks, is a problem. That, he thinks, is going to invite chaos. But somehow inviting people willy-nilly into our city is not going to invite chaos. So again, all of this, I mean, I guess, you know, when people tell you what they believe and what they are, you should believe them.
Yes.
Right. So they're telling us they don't care about our public safety. Our public safety and civic order come a distant second, if that, right, behind the project of perfecting human society by administrative means. That's what progressives believe they can do. So.
Yeah. And I think it's really important for everyone to understand that, because that's really ultimately what they're advocating for here. And they lie to their voter base and they make it sound all soft and cushy and stuff, but it's not what actually these policies do. And so I think it's really interesting. Dexter, I wanted to thank you for your time, but I want to direct our audience. Obviously, this is going to be very expensive, both now your trial defense fees that you're going to take on, and then potentially the appeal, because you are in a liberal city, so we do have to prepare for a potential appeal. So everyone at home right now, if you head over to Give, Send, Go, it's Dexter Taylor 2A Legal Funds. That's Dexter Taylor 2A Legal Funds. That's how you find him. We'll also include a link if you're watching on Rumble right now at the bottom in our little description as well. But Dexter, I'm glad you're taking up this fight. I'm sorry you have to go through this. You shouldn't have been raided. You shouldn't have been sent to Rikers Island, and you shouldn't have to deal with this whole trial process. But, you know, we're very hopeful that you will win this on appeals if they ever try to convict you on anything. And I'm heartbroken you have to deal with this, but this is just what New York is, unfortunately, and they're going to keep pushing for this. So we wish you all the best. We're going to stay in touch with you, and we'll follow you throughout this process. And our audience will be waiting to hear how this all plays out for you.
Yeah, well, thank you for publicizing my story. Again, I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dexter. We appreciate your time.
Joe Lanou with a summer fun warning. Memorial Day is on top of us along with backyard party weather. Go see my friend Spa Guy 01 on X for all things water and backyard. Spa Guy is your Texas backyard connection, and we'll get you started with the best swimming pools, spas, saunas available. Not to mention patio furniture and outdoor kitchens. You know us Texans take our grilling very serious. You need advice on maintenance, best product selection, installation? Spa Guy is your Atlas Spas expert with locations in Waco and Ennis, Texas. If you're not in the great state of Texas, don't worry. Spa Guy can ship parts and supplies and advice to any location in the continental United States. Hi folks, Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, aka Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support. And we're back live. I just got a text message from our guy inside, said he got his phone back. I'm waiting to find out when he's ready to go live.
He's here right now. Let's put him on right now live.
Let's do it.
Joe Lanou was on. So I've been, like I said, I've been going everywhere with this case. You know what I mean? I ain't seen nothing.
Hey, Busy, can you hear us?
You know, and even if they did, it was probably right.
Hey, Busy, can you hear us?
Right. Yep. Yeah, they can hear you loud.
Turn your phone sideways, brother.
Actually, his lawyer is right here.
Tell us what happened.
Yeah. 10 years. He got a bunch of other sentences, but they all running in 10 years. So he's got 10 years with 3 posts, with several felonies on his record now. So this right here should make the...
Yeah, it looks like he's froze up.
It's got a lot of people in tears right now. It's got a lot of people in tears, I say.
Not the news that we wanted to hear. Yeah, we're hearing you, brother.
Yeah.
10 years.
But I'll 10 years. I'll let the lawyer talk to y'all. I'm gonna give him the reverend. Number.
Yeah, we're live here at the courthouse in New York. We're live here in the courthouse in New York, where we're listening to the sentencing from Dexter Taylor. Right now it's on mute, but we're about to come back live with this feed here. I believe we're going to be speaking to Dexter's lawyer.
Yeah, I believe Vanu is where he's going to try to get a comment from Vanu on this. 10 years. That's a lot more than I anticipated with the man with 0 criminal history.
Here. Let's go ahead and grab it.
Hello, Vanu. This is Joe Lanou, and we've got about 1,000 folks watching this that have waiting to hear what happened. Can you give us a rundown on the sentencing?
Yeah, she sentenced him to 10 years for all the charges. That's the total. That was the government's recommendation. She gave the government's recommendation. She complained before she sent the sentence. Before she sent the sentence, she complained about, the mocking that she's gotten on social media, and she said that she didn't consider it though. She's only read a few things, but she gave her sentence, and that's what it was. We knew. Dexter knew it was harsh. Dexter spoke about the need to challenge the system that clearly, look, she's, that's so supporters, in the courthouse. This isn't. I'm happy to join you, but this is sort of, unfortunately, too many things going on right now. If we could, I'd be happy to set up another time and talk more.
We'll do that. We'll do that, Vanu, and I appreciate the time and letting us know what a quick read on that. But I would like to set up something and let's talk about it a bit more. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm gonna give it back to you.
Yeah, of course. I gotta give you Reverend Tim's number.
Can I come around?
I tell you what, Kingdom, let's go to the in studio audience on this while they're going to be doing some talking and visiting, and I guess letting that soak in. 10 years. I didn't expect a man with no criminal history to get 10 years, a mid sentence on an exposure of 18 with a minimum of 3.5 years. I just didn't expect that. But I guess I should have expected that out of New York. Interesting, in the Brianna Morello interview, she brought up the fact that they essentially have decriminalized at least a bail penalty for anyone accused of child pornography. So I guess child pornography is less of a danger than one who's building firearms with no criminal history. Firearms have never been used in an offense, have not left the man's home. In fact, the first time they were shot or fired was by the police, so they could prove they were functioning firearms in order to convict him. I guess that's the way things go in New York. Carl, what's your first reaction? I know that you and Dexter are extremely close. We've had you and I and Dexter in our spaces have had a plethora of conversation about what's going on in New York versus the conservative movement versus just being free. But what's your first impression on 10 years?
I mean, let me reiterate this. This is a very sad day for his family, for himself, for his daughter, and those who are close to him. We've come to know Dexter over the last few months as being, as I said before, a man of integrity, a man of pride, a man of great skill. But most of all, we come to know Dexter as a friend, as a brother. To see this man, this righteous man, go away for 10 years is a miscarriage of justice. It angers me, honestly. They put an innocent man in prison for simply exercising his Second Amendment right. I mean, I'm at a loss for words right now. 10 years in prison is a long time, man. Nobody deserves that who is innocent like Dexter. And it honestly angers me, and it should. But even though it angers me, it's lit a fire in me. I wasn't expecting 10 years. I was hoping for 3.5 years, the minimum sentence that he can get. The fact that he got 10 years leads me to believe that this was politically motivated. They wanted to make an example out of what Dexter did, as far as like not listening to the state of New York when it comes to their licensing schemes regarding the Second Amendment. So in my opinion, he is a political prisoner. I don't think it was personal towards Dexter, but I think it was personal towards the Second Amendment. I don't think New York state government cared who Dexter was. his character or what he was doing with these firearms or anything like that. They just cared that it was firearms, and this is a bit middle finger to any people who support the Second Amendment wholeheartedly like Dexter does. So, it's okay. Our fight has just begun. Um, we're gonna keep our heads high. We're going to do what Dexter wanted us to do and not let this be in vain. We're gonna fight at the local level, at the state level, and across the country, and supporting him. I am not deterred by this. Even though it's a sad day, it's a motivating day because anybody who is listening to what just happened to this man should be motivated to fight in their state at the local level. So New York, what's happening in New York doesn't happen in their state, but also fighting for Dexter in New York. I thank Busybody for being out there giving us real time updates. I just tweeted about it. I'm going to be writing a long tweet about it in the next few hours. I have to get my emotions collected and my thoughts collected so I can write about this. But I need everybody tweeting about this, talking about this on social media, going up to their friends and family and talking about this. And please try to get people in the New York area to talk about this, because if we do not get people in the New York area talking about this, Dexter, what Dexter is going to do is going to go down in vain. So, people in the New York area, if you're in the New York area and you're listening to this, make your voices heard, speak his name. Dexter Taylor, say his name. Talk about it with your friends and family that's in that area. Let them know what is going on, and frame it as this. This is not just a Second Amendment issue. This is a constitutional issue. You know, the state shouldn't be allowed to dictate what is right and what is not a right. And when I say the state, I'm talking about the legislature, not so much the justice system, but the legislature. They should follow the New York Constitution, which has the right to bear arms within their constitution, and plus the federal constitution. So make your voices known. I cannot stress that enough. Talk to anybody who will give you a platform. Mention Dexter, and just get it out there. But yeah, I'm devastated. I'm upset about the 10-year sentence. He doesn't deserve this. This is an innocent man who committed no crimes, who committed victimless crimes. These are only crimes because the state of New York said there were, not because there are actual crimes. And I'll land there.
Thanks, Carl. And I want to remind you and invite you again. We'll do this on the night court. We're going to have a special episode tonight on this sentencing and Dexter Taylor in his plight as well. I want to go to Veteran. I think Veteran has something to say. Well, welcome, Veteran. And what's your reaction to the sentence?
Shocked. Shocked that he got the max. I mean, I was in the same thought process. First, let me go ahead and say, Brother Carl over there just hitting everything on the head right there, just emphasizing his words, like everything he said 1,000 times. But yeah, I'm just shocked that a man with no criminal background, no criminal history, not even a misdemeanor, I mean, nothing, just totally clean, gets that max sentence, which the fact that the judge even spoke about the social media backlash against her and saying that the Second Amendment doesn't exist in the court shows that she probably did take that into account. I don't believe it one bit, it's just a little bit, even if it's 1%, something about that backlash to her could have influenced her just a little bit. And of course, like Carl said, it's political. They want to make sure that they put that boot on the neck of anybody who is pro 2A in that state. They want to make sure to keep it the way it is and not have anybody armed or just self-defense in general in that state. Just want to keep it as it is, very politically driven. I mean, I can't believe they gave a not an innocent man, just a man with nothing in his background whatsoever. Father, brother, son, just, gave him the max out of nowhere. It just shocks me. It shocks me. And I'm going to keep reaching out to people with the night court crew and just trying to get something moving on in New York, where I think almost everybody is outside of the state. And we're still trying to reach out and get people to get moving on this movement. And I'm not giving up. I've only been in a couple spaces with Carl before I found everybody. Intelligent man, well-spoken, the brain capacity on that man to do great things. He's in a place he shouldn't be. That man needs to be inventing things, creating things like he was in any aspect that he chooses. To have a man of that intelligence and that moral background in a place with a whole bunch of bad people is just unjust in so many ways. And my support's with him. I'm gonna keep fighting for him, man. I'm gonna keep fighting for him, pray for him and his family. And you can't tell me that judge wasn't not only politically motivated, but also personally motivated, because hell, when you have social media 2A giants like Mr. Guns and Gear and also Conleon Noir talking about her and her disrespect for the Constitution 2As, you can't tell me she wasn't personally motivated as well. And I'll land there.
Thanks, veteran. I'm going to go back to the Sig Soto hats that Sig Soto produced, and they're doing them at cost. I'm adding $10 on top of that for go directly to Dexter's donation page. Folks, he's up against an appeal at this point. The real dollars that need to be spent we're at that point. Everything from the court transcript from this trial that has to be submitted to appellate courts, that'll be at Dexter's cost, Dexter's expense. I know his attorney has been doing this at cost, almost pro bono, but there's going to reach a point when you get in the appellate process that won't be the case any longer. And I'll tell you that in order for Dexter to get relief, it's going to have to be on the federal level. You're not going to find it in New York. And it's like the gentleman said in the video earlier, is that even the district court is still going to be in New York. It's going to have to get a little higher than that. So Dexter's looking at the biggest thing we can do for him right now, not only getting the word out and trying to get the assemblymen or legislatures in New York to change the way they look at our freedoms, New York citizens' freedoms, but it's going to cost some dollars at this point. So I encourage you, if you're interested in one of those hats, they're pretty sharp. Sig Soto did a outstanding job on designing those. Shoot me a DM. I'll get you on the order list, and we'll get a hat out to you as quick as possible. We have them in red and black, I believe. But I want to go back to something that Vanu, his defense attorney, said, is that she did bring up the fact that we must have stung her a little bit with all the notoriety and noise that was coming off social media, because she mentioned that. Of course, she said that that it wasn't a part of her decision. But I'll go back again. Is I'm not an attorney, but I've got law enforcement experience. I've seen a lot of trials. That somebody with no criminal history, if this is on the federal system where they have the minimum sentencing guidelines, his numbers would have been extremely low. I think he would have only rated the minimum sentence. When I say Dexter Taylor is the neighbor that we all wish we had, that comes from the heart, and I truly believe that. He's a man of morals. He's a man of integrity, and he's a man of his word. He's the guy that if you dropped a 20 out of your pocket would chase you down to make sure that you got it back. So let's keep that in mind. If anybody out there that's listening today, tomorrow, over the next few days, we're putting these hat orders together. Shoot me a DM. I'll get you set up with it, and we'll get those hats out to you. And that'll also throw $10 towards Dexter Taylor's defense legal fund, which is going to come into play more so now than it has up until this point. But it looks like still busy in the courthouse
Let's take a live look into what Busy's talking about. 'Cause
Let's do that.
He's at the. I think he's getting his baggage. Let's see what he's got.
We need the crowd like out the
Like
busy all the time. That's why.
you know what it is. Yeah, you know that's funny. Busy's actually in my handle, Busybody on Twitter. You know, look, man. I've been handing out these flyers. I started off with 1,000. I know I got about maybe 100, less than 100 left. Right? I was gonna hand them out. I was out here, and then I'm like running late on the train. So
You
I'm trying
gave
to
them
hand them out.
test
Yeah,
they
they
took
gave
them
it
away.
to you. They took them away from you guys.
Took them away.
Yeah. Oh, that's fuck. Wow. Yo, that is fuck wow, man. Yo, they need to hold up, man. I'm about to tell these guys right now what they
You are
did.
live,
Oh, my
Busybody.
mic
You
is
are
off.
live right now.
Oh, I'm live now. Yeah. So, so Dexter's landlord is here with me. You happened to meet him downstairs, and I was just handing out the flyers. So I was going along, and the court office is like, yo, I told you not to hand them out. But they both took a flyer, right? I'm like, oh, yeah. They're like, oh, we're here for Dexter. I'm like, oh, what? So it turns out they actually took the flyers from them after I handed it to them. Yeah, that's pretty fucking wild. But they told me like, I have no problem with you. You're doing it outside. Just don't do it in here. You're doing it here. You're leaving the premises. Okay, cool. So I didn't do it again. And, I went on the elevator. That's that. But yeah, that was a pretty crazy thing. Now,
Busybody, where are you at right
I
now?
gotta
You're
say
inside
what
the
he said.
courthouse.
Judge, huh?
Are you in the courthouse right now?
Yeah, I'm in the courthouse right now. I'm standing with Dex. I'm sitting here with Dex's family. Well, they're standing. I'm sitting because I'm crippled and shit. So they're here. His landlord is here. Auntie, his parents, his cousin. Others like there's he's got support, man. There just should have been more. There should have been a whole crowd outside. It's like J6 level, but yeah, but you know what though? But the fact that this sentence happened, right, should spark up more outrage like it was online when he got the verdict. It should spark the outrage when he went public about it. So here's the thing about it is that outrage and anger in general is like a flame. It goes out. It only lasts so long. So the thing we got to think about is what do we do from here? How can we prevent this from happening again? What can we do for Dexter's appeal? And that's the direction that we have to move people towards right now. We don't need everybody going rah, rah, rah. The rah, rah is great and all, but that flame only lasts so long. So, it's important that, we start making these calls like, yo, how did we get this way? Not just think about it, but actually do something about it. That's why that now more New Yorkers have become more aware as I've been having conversations on the subways, in places like this, and just sitting down in a deli or something. People who hadn't voted now suddenly want to vote. But these are things we have to do. We got to write a legislature. So whatever it is, we have to find out for preventing this from happening again is what we have to do. And that means that gun control has to go. It just does. Look, the fact of the matter is it's part of what makes America America. It's part of what makes America America. And a lot of people, they hear gun control and they feel safety. But that's not what happened today. Yeah, that's right. That's not what happened today. They think safety, but it doesn't actually keep anyone safe. Criminals are going to get guns regardless. Dexter Taylor was no criminal. And what the judge failed to say before she did the sentence, all right, while Dexter Taylor was building the guns, and they know when he built these guns because they took his credit card records, his phone, the emails and all that. Did you?
So I had some brethren stuff that they live one wanted to pass some information on live in Minnesota. We have people from all
wow,
Florida and different places.
No kidding.
we started like a big.
Yeah. Are you on Twitter, X also?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, yeah, I'm busybody on there. Yeah. How you doing? Yeah. Who are you? I'm sorry.
Hi.
Oh, good time. Wow, good to meet you.
So I was downstairs.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, but this isn't this sad. You know the funny thing about it, I'm actually from his old neighborhood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I live in Woodhaven now, but I'm from his old neighborhood in Bushwick. I grew up in Bushwick. Went to school there, my daughter, and everything. And I'm like shocked.
Yeah.
It's like crazy. I've never, my daughter's dad, I was telling her, my ex-husband, he lives in Texas now. In 1990, he had a similar case.
Yeah.
I don't know, we was coming to court.
Was this here or in Texas?
No, out here.
Oh,
no,
out
he's
here.
from
Okay.
Brooklyn. But I think it was okay. It might have been, I don't know if this court, they were doing that near Scarecrow or something, but it was in the court building. But his case had to do with what it was. He was like a collector. He was actually a collector. So they had him like he was, but he had, the only thing about it, he happened to get acquitted at trial. His trial went the other way, he was acquitted.
Right,
But you know, he sued the state of New York, but he was a collector. He was a collector.
Right.
But they had him in and said he was.
But that was back when, like, what, Pataki was governor back then?
No. You know who was the governor back then? Cuomo's father, Mario.
Wow, yeah.
Mario was the governor back then. 'Cause I remember I wrote to Mario.
Yeah.
I think I saw
Mario.
your post on Twitter about your husband being a collector.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he was arrested.
He was a collector,
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a
But
collector.
he won the case and he sued them.
Yeah.
But they raided us still.
Right.
And,
Well, yeah, I get that.
And they said that he was
So it just comes to show you that this only has gotten worse. Do you mind if I, you talk to the audience that I got going on here? Like, Joe LaNew is on here. Ty is here. You can hold the phone if you like, before it dies.
How are you?
Doing well. We're live on X right now, and I wanted to say, I heard that you're an Xer, and did you hear about Dexter's story on X, or did you hear about it elsewhere?
I was following it for a while.
And did you come down today just to see the sentencing?
I came down today. With the sentence. Yeah, it was sad. It was. I don't know. This system is something else.
As Dexter says, you guys in New York are in an administrative state. A lot of us that are outside the state of New York, our hearts go out to you, and we're looking for ways that we can try to help you get your freedoms.
Yeah, very strict gun laws for some reason.
It's a shame. Dexter Taylor, I describe him to people during our shows that he's the neighbor that you want to have. He's the neighbor that will chase you down because you dropped a 20 out of your pocket to give it back to you. He's not the guy that should be going to the penitentiary for 10 years for exercising his Second Amendment rights.
I know. That was any kind of time would have been terrible, but that was still just,
Yeah. You know what? Before I forget, I just got to mention, right? Like, you said that thing about your husband, ex-husband, happened here in Brooklyn. It just comes to show you that from the 90s to now that we have only let it get worse.
That was 1990, yes.
Now look here. Now what the judge failed to mention before that she sentenced him, right? That when he built these traditional guns, right? That I'll call them traditional guns because that's what they are, not ghost guns. That's just there's nothing spooky about it. As a matter of fact, they were quite brilliant. But what she failed to mention was that when he was building these guns at the time, it wasn't illegal.
That's what I've been reading.
I think it was 6 months. I think they had the law came in 6 months before he started building.
Before he started building.
I think so.
Well, because I wanted to find out what the date of the statute. I know she signed something because either in May or June of 2022. But I know too that sometimes they would sign a law and it was retroactive. So I don't know whether that was the case, because if that wasn't the case, then it could not have. The lawyer would have stopped me with the suit. Was like, you can't. This happened last year. You signed the law this year. So I'm assuming
I don't. But there are other. For instance, there's the law that almost signed in 2013, and I don't know if he was charged under that statute. So unless you know that, but of course, you know, would know, and if that was the case, he would. You have no case because.
Yeah, I mean, when was the SAFE Act enacted exactly?
But there was many laws that Ghost Gun was one.
Yeah.
You know, then he has magazine was too many, right?
Right. But but here's the thing though, is that a lot of guns that have been grandfathered to people, right? I mean, I don't see these people getting granted. You know, some of them may be so-called ghost guns. You know, like I think that part of the reason why that it just seems like the judge is trying to make a name for herself in her in her political circle. If anything, you know, we need to make sure that the message is she just fucked herself. You know, and I'm sorry, I hate cursing around you guys, but you know, like you know, that's what it is. You know, that's what we got to do. You know, is that make it clear that the judge fucked herself by.
Hey, TJ, I've got a question.
It does not exist. I know a lot of lefty. Yeah.
I've got a question. I think I heard Vanu still there, and I've had a couple of conversations with Dexter that he thought that he qualified for bail release pending appeal. Is that still something that's on the table?
No.
What bail release pending appeal?
Yeah.
As mandatory 3.5.
Yeah.
You can't do anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
were they allowed sitting out on bail pending appeal?
Yeah.
They do it in some cases.
They do it. Yeah, I know they do it.
They did it in a case. They did it in an
they would have said it.
This was about a few years ago in this courtroom. What happened was the attorney for the lady, the jury didn't understand one of the, you know, they kept coming back with questions for one of the charges, and they didn't understand it about. I think they put it on somebody, something with a mark on the face, but then that should have been also removed if they said that she didn't store. So how could she have? They kept coming back, so then they convicted her on that, but the attorney put it right away about the understanding of the. So she was already out on bail. They remanded her, but then they allowed her to come back out. And so it depends on the case, you know, or the judge. You know. Wow. But they do it in some cases. I don't know if they'll do it because you know you might have arrogant.
But that's not on the table. Right. That's not on the table for Dexter at this time, as far as we know, right? Or is that's way I understand it.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, who would be the one to approve something like that? It would be this judge, right? Or would it be
this judge has original jurisdiction?
Yeah, I know. This judge, if she had it her way, he would be, you know, he wouldn't even be alive. So
they would allow the man. You understand what I'm saying? So why would they?
Right. So
it would be the appellate judge.
The appellate judge. All right. So yeah, you know what? Actually, that could be on the table because you know what? Dexter told me that. He looked into the appeals judges, and they actually did do some two-way cases, Second Amendment cases, you know, and appealed them. Yeah, I don't know specifically which ones, but he was telling me this. I think it was on this last visit. No, I think it was in the visit I had with y'all.
Okay.
Yeah, if y'all remember, he might have said it then, but. You know, there was so much said in both visits, and then there was like a lot more said when I was with him one-on-one. So it's like hard to like recollect them all and repeat it all. But one thing.
So basically, what they gonna, I know he probably was remanded right, and then they probably gonna send him get ready to go upstate.
Yeah. So typically it takes like a week to 3 weeks to go upstate. Yeah, like you know, with me, the first time when I caught my first one, it took about a week or two. Yeah, it depended on the. Then I was in downstate. Well, it took me. Actually, it took less than a week. So I was up there. I was in downstate for like 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks.
Busybody.
Then I went up.
Busybody.
Yeah.
Hey, so I know we're gathered here about Dexter Taylor. you know, and I'm sure maybe the family maybe want to say something. We have over 1,200 people listening live at this time, plus the rebroadcast. But what did Dexter Taylor? We all love him. What we weren't in the courtroom. What did it look like? How did he look? Was he in good spirits, or what was the situation? And walk us through it because we weren't there.
Yeah, he looked like he was in good spirits. Yes,
Cameras
he
on
was.
the side.
Understand?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, he looked as if he was in good spirits and all that. And
Was smiling, sending kisses.
Yeah. But she looked very angry. She came out looking so angry that we kind of square jawed, as they say. So we knew that nothing good was going to come out, you know. But again, Dexter has a strong resolve, and
God is in
he's
charge.
prepared for the fight because he knows that you guys are behind him. You know, but it's so unfair what she did. Because she got, she read the lawyer, read letters, one letter from an attorney, a district attorney who Dexter, who grew up with Dexter. You know, and her recommendation, of course, is that Dexter is not someone you want to put behind bars. You know, he talked about the fact that Dexter used to tutor kids from the Gowanus Project. When the city elected these people, Dexter was tutoring them in his own home. Time. He was bringing kids into his house to tutor them.
And homeless people to shower.
And homeless people he would allow to come to his place and shower and what have you. He's such a compassionate and giving person that we don't know how this can happen. You know, I mean, we are shocked. She seems so angry.
I was able to see that.
Man, my hearts were broken as well when we heard the news, and we're just trying to imagine what must be happening. We really appreciate you sharing whatever you could share with us. Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you. You know, I hope word gets around that, you know, he had been denied his constitutional rights, and you know, something needs to be done about it. And the people who go around doing this, they need to be removed from office. And she had a lot to say about she had a lot to say about things that were on social media, things that disparaging remarks were made about her, and you know, people were saying things about her, and even get threats against her, and even Eric Gonzalez.
No, they should really start saying.
The district attorney. So she took serious offense, even though she did say that Dexter had nothing to do with it. He could not have, because he was behind that. He was in Rikers. So, you know, so she let it known that she was angry. That's how I look at that. So now he will pay the price for everything, you know, and again, as far as I understand, he has the right to keep and bear arms. That is Second Amendment right.
She didn't allow it in a courtroom.
But he had, but all he didn't have was a permit. So I don't know how it comes wrong to 10 years for a permit. You know, I don't know. Maybe I need to know more about the law.
Well, Ms. Taylor, I want you to know that there's over 1,200 people listening to this broadcast right now, and there's an army of us out here that we're just getting started. We're not going to give up.
Yeah, I understand that, and I'm so happy that he has that type of support, and he will be happy to know, although he believes so strongly that he will get the support that he needs. But I'm happy to hear it from you that he is getting that support. You know, I have friends and relatives who, you know, upset. I don't know how I'm going to tell them the news that she gave him 10 years, you know, and but we just have to be strong to him because he's a strong guy and he wants us to be strong. And he told me repeatedly, don't worry, you know, just be strong. And, you know, he will handle the rest of it. So I suppose, yes. But I'm going to miss my baby. But he's a law-abiding citizen. You can find somebody more law-abiding than Dexter. You know, a lot of people are law-abiding, you know, but, you know, Dexter there's no one more law-abiding than him, put it that way. You know, he just follows the law, and he's a good guy. You know, kind, you know, generous with his time, with whatever. You know, for the holidays, he has a neighbor. The mom died and the father is in Asia someplace. And so he has like 3 tenants in his apartment. And for the holidays, beginning in September, he hosts every holiday, every birthday, whatever, and have these people, he cooks. he just cooks and entertains everybody, with not expecting anything in return. I mean, who does that? The guy is generous to a fault, and caring and teaching his neighbors when one of his neighbors wasn't working during COVID. He actually taught this guy skills, computer skills, so that he could work and pay his rent. The landlord told me that his landlord is here because the landlord wrote a character letter for Dexter, who Dexter wasn't able to pay rent. He hadn't been working for the past year, so he hadn't been able to pay rent for the past year. And the landlord still showed up to testify, wrote a character letter, and showed up to be supportive for Dexter today. So I mean, the landlord and his wife, and he has a business. He runs a business. So just think about the character of somebody like that. Think about what it takes to have people, show up to give you such support. I mean, that says it all. That says it all.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, it does. And not only there in the courtroom for folks across.
I'm sorry, can you say it again, please?
I'm sorry. I think that it also shows a testament to Dexter's character that there's over 1,200 people across the nation watching this right now to find out what his sentencing was, and I think it's a gut punch for each and every one of us. In fact, that's the feedback we're getting. It's a gut punch.
Yeah. Something here. I think I cut it off because something was coming through and I tapped the decline.
Oh, snap. Okay. All right. Let me, all right, no, you're good.
Busy,
You're
we
still here.
still have you. We still have you.
Yeah, you're live. It's just hard to listen to mom talk with Busy in the background with another conversation.
All right. Yeah, so now it just went to the regular phone. Oh, that's why. My phone is dying. Okay. Yeah. I gotta put it on charger. Tim. Yeah. Sure.
Pastor Tim, he's in
Busy.
Minnesota. He had texted me.
Is there anyone else
Yeah,
that like
yeah.
to
Actually,
talk to us?
Busy, is there anybody else there that would like to make a statement before your phone dies?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. You talking about anybody on your end or my end?
Your end.
On your end, sir.
All right. Yeah, they just gotta hold the phone up to their ear to do it. All right. Does anybody want to make a statement with the show? Like, gotta hold the phone up to your ear though when you do it, like a regular phone. Anybody want to do it?
We can still see.
Yeah, I think everybody good. Like, nobody can hear you. They got to put the phone up to their ear. So that's just what my phone.
We may be losing him. It looks like we lost him.
We
Probably
lost him.
Probably died on charge. He's been on that phone for quite some time.
Well, if he comes back, we'll grab him.
Sure enough. My heart goes out to his family, his mother, and his mother said a very poignant thing about now has to go home and tell his 16-year-old daughter that her father's going away for 10 years. 10 years.
I hate to draw a comparison to this show, but it's almost like a biblical thing where she's talking about how great her son is and all the great good deeds he's done and what a great man he is, to sit there and watch him persecuted and watch them give him this sentence. It's almost biblical.
Well, isn't there something that says that at the end times, good will be perceived as evil and evil will be perceived as good, something like that?
It's checking a lot of boxes, man. And
there are a few of them out there.
Absolutely terrible. Looks like Busybody is trying to make another reappearance, live from the courtroom there. He does have he does have a video. Let's try to bring him back.
Let's bring him up.
Yeah. All right. So it was able to go on speaker again. I guess my brother tried calling while that happened, but my phone is dying. Do you want to make the audience? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So everybody's good though. They don't want to make a statement on this. If anybody wants to make a statement on your end, go ahead. all the way up. But everybody's talking.
Anybody in the studio want to say one more thing? And we probably need to let Busy go so he can get situated, get his phone charged again. And folks, we'll be back with Busy later on the Joe Lanu night show, or our night court with Joe Lanu tonight. We will be covering the Dexter Taylor sentencing. Busy will be with us then as well.
Let me say something real quick to
Go ahead,
Busy.
Carl.
Hey, Busy, man. Thank you, man. I can't thank you enough for being out there and doing what you've been doing for the last since Dexter was convicted. You've been out there pounding the pavement, handing out flyers, making your voice heard, sleeping in train stations, and everywhere other than a nice warm bed at your house. So I commend you for being out there, being with his family, visiting Dexter, keeping his spirits up, relaying messages from us. I know this is heartbreaking for you, as being one of Dexter's biggest supporters. I just want to commend you and thank you, man, because, when I come out to New York, it looks like it is going to happen. When I come out to New York, man, I got to treat you to something, like do something with you, maybe go out to dinner or something, because you deserve it. You deserve much more than I can give you. All of you, Joe too, Kingdom, you guys holding this chat, this space, getting 1,200 people to listen to the message that we're putting out there for Dexter. I can't thank you enough for that. And I'm looking forward to the night court tonight because I have a lot of things to say. The emotions right now is still raw. My wife just called me and she's emotional about it. She's upset about it. She wasn't expecting 10 years. I don't think any of us was expecting 10 years. His mother put it so beautifully. That is a good guy. He doesn't deserve this. In the next coming weeks and months, we're going to hear about cases in New York of people doing some despicable things, and they're going to receive less time than what Dexter got today. That judge, clearly she has very, very thin skin. To give him 10 years, what the state recommended is bullshit. Clearly, the social media backlash of her ill-fated comments got to her. Saying that the Second Amendment doesn't belong in your courtroom, although it's legal technical jargon is she's right about that, but it's bullcrap to say that the Second Amendment doesn't belong in a case about firearms, because the New York Constitution definitely belongs in the New York in a New York courtroom, and the New York state constitution covers the people's right to keep and bear arms. So, she's thin-skinned. We're not surprised by it. We're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to support Dexter Taylor, but not just Dexter Taylor, but people who are going through similar cases like him in all 50 states. And we're going to support friends like Busybody, who is fighting on the front lines in New York. So trust me, I tweeted about Dexter's sentence, the amount of years that he got, starting to get a good buzz about it. I'm asking everybody in the New York area to support Dexter by making your voices heard to lawmakers, because the lawmakers fear you more than they fear somebody out in Florida or Texas or any other state. They fear you. So make your voices heard, make your outrage heard about that, about what happened to Dexter. And lastly, Dexter's fight is just beginning. His legal fight is just beginning. So, you know, please consider donating to his Give Send Go. The link is in my bio. I also tweeted it out. I need everybody who is listening to this to tweet it out. If you can't donate right now, spread the word. That helps a lot. Is just as good as cash, because the more eyeballs we can get on it, the more helpful it is. So his Give Send Go is in my bio on Twitter. Also, if you Google Dexter Taylor's name, it'll be in one of the search results. So, you know, share that, get the word out there, and, you know, we can get Dexter home as soon as possible. And I'll land there.
Thank you, Carl. And on that, if you want a hat, Six Sodas made some pretty nice hats to commemorate or to stand with support for Dexter Taylor. If you'll shoot me a DM, I can get you lined up with the hats. They're red and black. I even have a little commercial that'll be running on my timeline. $10 for each one of the purchases on that. If you want a hat to show your support, also we'll throw $10 towards Dexter Taylor's defense fund, which is the same, Give Send Go. So, well, folks, it's been kind of emotional, especially for those of us that have been close to this story. I didn't expect 10 years. I didn't. Maybe I would have I've been less surprised with 5, but I didn't expect 10. So it's going to take a bit time to process for that. Does anybody else have anything they want to add? Busy, do you want to add anything to it? I know your phone's about to die. Go ahead, Busy.
Yeah, yo. So, like, is there still like 1,200 people listening?
1,300.
Watch. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So, like I said,
going up.
Wow. All right. Well, look, I just want to make it perfectly clear, you know, that this fight, you know, is not something that this is just the beginning of restoring New York back, or restoring America back to the republic that it's supposed to be. You know, if y'all, I know many of y'all already know Dexter's handle. It's at Future Radio Cast, but that's you know, give that a follow while you're, you know, while you're here. Actually, and I'll take his advice while I'm at it. My handle is at The Real Busybody on X. You know, I don't know if it says it on here or not, but anyway, look, you know, he's gonna go through this appeals process, and we can't let him be alone in this fight. You know, because this is not just about him. This is about every single one of us. If it can happen to him, it can and will happen to you. You know, I promise you it will. You know, I've been saying that in the streets every motherfucking day since I got these flyers. You know, I've been and you know what? There's and I was actually pretty surprised that I got any responses at all. But yeah, you know, so I'm gonna be handing out the rest of the flyers outside this courthouse, just like they told me I could. You know, I'm gonna have my little megaphone because I do want to have. I do got some things to say out there, you know. So I'm gonna also charge my phone as well because it is gonna die. But yeah, write your local legislators. You know, look into you know, as far as like the most important amendment of them all is the Second Amendment, right? The Second and the 10th, right? The 10th Amendment says that none of our rights shall be infringed upon. But the only way that we can make sure that our rights are not infringed upon is by preserving our Second Amendment, right? Without the Second Amendment, okay, what do you know what happened in Germany, bro? You know what they did first? Well, like, my great grandfather was killed by the same people in Germany who first they took away the guns. They used the government to take away the guns. Then they started taking the jewels. They ran you for your jewels, and then they put you on the carts and put you in internment camps. And it's only gonna get worse from here, yo. You know, and that's why this is so important. You know, and yeah,
Hey, busybody.
and you know what? We already got prisons. Yeah.
So do you have your megaphone with you right now? Do you have
Yeah,
your
well, it's
megaphone with you?
downstairs. They're holding on to it downstairs.
Yeah, whenever you get your
Yeah, it's
megaphone
downstairs.
and your phone charged, I'd love to see a video of you with the megaphone out in front of the courthouse.
Hell yeah, I'll make it happen.
Yeah, get live with us when you
I'll
get
make it
that.
happen.
Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, hell yeah. You know, I gotta find a spot to charge my phone. I don't know this area of the city too well. I don't really fuck with Brooklyn like that, unless it's like Coney Island, because I've been around Coney Island a lot. I know where everything is over there, but this is nowhere near it's nowhere near Coney Island. Like, so yeah, I'm not familiar with this part of town, but I'm sure I'll find a place to charge my phone and all that. But it's definitely got to be charged before I take any video. So, but yeah, you know, I appreciate y'all coming through. You know, for our brother Dexter. I'm gonna jump right now because I really, I really want to say my goodbyes to the family and all that. They, hey, pardon self. Nobody wants to say nothing to them before I hang up, right?
I tell you what, Busy. Let's let them have their privacy. They've been hit pretty hard, and give you a chance to maybe relax a little bit, get out of there, get your phone charged up, and then we'll come back to you. I appreciate your effort, my friend. A lot of folks don't know that Busy lives about an hour, a little more than an hour north of New York. He went down and slept in the train station last night so that he could make sure that he was at this sentencing hearing this morning for us, and then show support for our friend Dexter. So many thanks to you, Busy. You're a gentleman and a scholar, and it won't be forgotten what you've done. Thank you.
Well, that's Busy.
Well,
Man,
that's
that was
us.
awesome of him to do that. From the whole experience from out there. I mean, he even had a live feed going through the courthouse where you go through the x-ray machine, the check and all that, with his big book. He had a book bag, like, you know, a Jim duffel bag. And then he had megaphone around his neck, and he's going through the security in the courthouse, and he's recording the whole entire thing. It was unbelievable.
I tell you what, Busy lived up to his X handle as Busybody, because he has been the only troop we really had in New York this far that's been all the way through mainstay. It's been Busybody. He's handed out flyers. He's tried to recruit folks to come out and do the protest. It just couldn't seem to get any traction out there as far as folks making some noise in front of the courthouse. But to go in and be supportive. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Busy's actually, he doesn't miss a week visiting Dexter while he's been in Rikers Island and confined since he was convicted. I don't suppose that's going to end for him. Busy is just one of those kind of people, and I'm sure happy that he's on our side and has provided us with a great look and real-time information on what's been going on with our friend Dexter today. But I'm with Carl. The fight has just begun. There's plenty for all of us to do. Any of you folks in New York that want to be a part of this or want us to help and provide any assistance that we can from out of state, shoot Carl, Big Ron, Kingdom Radio, myself, anyone a DM on X, or shoot us a message on YouTube or Rumble or Facebook, all the other places that this live feed's going to. Let us know that you're interested, and we'll try to get some support to you. If that means making donations to help run a better candidate, to get you some candidates there that appreciate and love freedom, we're willing to do that. You have some support it's outside of New York. We just don't know how to make any waves inside of New York without some New Yorkers stepping up for us. So any folks out there that's interested in that or interested in joining some of these groups that we have to try to shake some trees around New York as far as your state legislatures, then shoot us some DMs. Let us know who you are. that we're desperately looking for people that are conservative, that live in the Communist Union of New York, and see if we can't help you out with that. That is a very serious offer. It just takes a DM. I'll get you on the list, and we'll get you into the conversation and see what we can't do to help you guys out politically. I vote in Texas, but I don't have the problems in Texas that you guys have in New York when it comes to our constitutional rights and just plain flat being free. I want to go to let's go to some commercials, Kingdom, and then I think we're gonna replay our trans women in sports on the live feed.
Well, my friend, I'd like to go to a commercial or something, but before we do, we definitely want to celebrate that we have active listeners, over 1,300 active people listening to this live stream as we go to a commercial. And then I'd like to break back in a short clip where Dexter Taylor was featured on Newsmax. And then after that, we'll go to some original content, but stay tuned to We the People Live as we continue trying to put together our live broadcast. Now, if you have a podcast and you would like to have an episode of your podcast aired on this live stream, definitely let us know anywhere audio or video content can be found. But this will be the future of live broadcasting on behalf of Kingdom Radio, Night Court with Joe Lanou, the Night Crew, and anyone who has a podcast that would like to join in this collaboration. So we definitely appreciate you. We look forward to what the future is going to be. And it's a sad day in New York as our friend and Dexter Taylor has just been sentenced to 10 years, and the Second Amendment is under attack. But thank God, this is only the beginning. It is not over, and we will prevail in the end. Amen.
Hi, folks. Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, a.k.a. Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
Terrorizing innocent people, and what do the socialists and Democrats in charge do about it? Well, they catch and release, cashless bail, and laughable and insulting sentencing guidelines. Here are just some examples. Guy Rivera, a man with a felony rap sheet a mile long, is let out by Democrats and socialists, and he kills NYPD officer Jonathan Diller. Jose Ibarra, an illegal alien who had been previously arrested in New York City for abuse and endangerment of a child, was let out because, New York apparently doesn't care if criminals abuse children. And what does he do? He brutally murders Laken Riley in Georgia. But those who may be at home tinkering with guns as a hobby, well, that's when socialists throw the book at those folks in New York. And that's exactly what happened to our next guest. New York native and gun enthusiast Dexter Taylor joins us now along with his attorney, Vino Varghese. Gentlemen, welcome to you both. Dexter, you first. Tell us your story. Talk to us about what happened to you.
Yes, sir. Very briefly, I'm a native New Yorker. Software engineer, 30-year veteran of the IT industry, squeaky clean criminal record, never any problems with the police. Some years ago, I got into gunsmithing, and using legal parts I bought online, I manufactured first Glock pistols, then AR-style rifles in my basement workshop where I make all kinds of stuff, including my own furniture. In April of 2022, I was raided by a joint NYPD ATF task force. Basically, SWAT team broke my door down, took me off to Rikers, where I spent a week. My bail was almost $250,000, and now I'm on the line for 18 years if I lose my case. That's in New York City, as you said.
Goodness. Well, my understanding is it's legal for Americans to make their own firearms as long as they're not selling them. Counselor, is there any doubt in your mind that the reason why your client is being singled out is because these socialists in New York don't like the Second Amendment to the Constitution, our right of self-defense? That's what they're choosing to make why they're making an example out of him, while letting career criminals out on the streets to kill NYPD officers and innocent women like Laken Riley.
Well, Chris, the problem for Dexter is that he had the audacity to exercise his Second Amendment right to bear arms, or in his case, build guns in the privacy of his home. The DA, the state of New York, the Attorney General want to make an example out of him and put him away for years. The problem that they have is that his actions
are legal under the Second Amendment, but New York State is thumbing its nose. They don't like the Second Amendment, and they've chosen to prosecute him and try to throw the book at him. We actually started trial today, and we picked a jury. It took us a little while to get a jury, and we started opening statements today, and already the system, the judge is putting her fingers on the scales of justice by interrupting my opening, when not interrupting the prosecutors. I mean, it's outrageous, but the system is rigged, and Dexter's my hero for standing up for his Second Amendment rights, fighting the system, and willing to sacrifice himself, go to state prison if he has to be able to get to federal court to challenge this in federal court.
Wow. Well, that's what socialists do, gentlemen, is they toss the Constitution right out the window. I've only got about 30 or 40 seconds for each of you to answer this next one. Dexter, on the Second Amendment issue, with the Democrats going pro-criminal, the socialists going pro-criminal, isn't it unconscionable that they would seek to leave innocent Americans like yourself to the mercy of that criminal element that they unleashed onto the public?
Oh, sure. I mean, I'm a politically homeless conservative, so I'm for neither major party. But it is ironic, grimly ironic, that Democrats tell people like me to be afraid of murderous white supremacists, but at the same time turn around and tell us that we should remain unarmed, and are willing to flout the Constitution to make that so.
Counselor, the first example of gun control in America was white Democrats trying to disarm blacks in America, and we all know it. So, Counselor, is that going to come up in trial, do you think?
Well, we're not. We've been precluded from arguing the Second Amendment. We can't even mention it during this case. And Dexter, I was able to say today that he's exercising his constitutional rights, and I got stopped. And so, this is the problem here in New York. You have this system that's just really angry and upset, and they treat this man, a great citizen, as a criminal because he's smart. He went to Stuyvesant High School, Johns Hopkins, and they can't have a guy like him that looks like him exercising his Second Amendment rights.
Well, that's the way it is in New York, guys. If you're a business owner, you can't do business, so they shut down your businesses. If you're an American, you want to partake in your constitutional rights, they don't do the Constitution anymore in New York. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate the time. Coming up next, Kareem.
Segregation is how competitive sport has recognized the performance advantages that male athletes have over females in many disciplines. But what if the pursuit of fairness and safety comes at the cost of inclusion?
I think it's just so sad, the whole toxic debate. Any trans female who is included in sport excludes another biological female.
Sports now find themselves in the middle of a heated debate over their policies towards trans women competitors in the female categories of events.
Even if that group does have some advantages, trans women will never take over women's sport.
You either have to have fairness by exclusion of trans women, or you must accept a degree of unfairness to the inclusion of trans women.
17-year-old transgender boy in Texas has won the state's girls wrestling championship.
Mac has been taking testosterone, and it shows.
Many people are upset that he's taking steroids, even if they're prescribed by a doctor. They feel like that gives him an unfair advantage.
Everybody just basically disregarded my work and dedication. I just felt I just like the physicality of it. From that fighting somebody, messing them up.
You like that? You like that? The pain, the intensity of it?
Yeah. I just kind of fell in love with it.
The NCAA official looks at Thomas and myself and says, "Great job. But you guys tied, and we only have one trophy. So we're going to give this trophy to Leah."
I'm going to say from the top, because I've noticed this happens in every conversation. Every time you bring up trans rights, or if you have a discussion and you say trans, people tense up. I understand why. We live in a world where now there are people who are so transphobic that it makes it almost impossible for people who aren't to ask any questions, to have any conversations, to have any discourse that doesn't lump them in with transphobia.
I don't know Leah. I'm sure she's a wonderful woman. At the same time, she knows at every single meet that it is not an even playing field. She knows that every single time she blows out women's records every moment. And that is what we're talking about here.
It's a fundamental tenet of like the Olympic movement that sport is a human right. So in their Olympic charter, in their fourth fundamental principle of Olympism, they say participation in sport is a human right. And they mean that at the competitive level.
It's been a very, very interesting experience at times. There's been a lot of noise.
What do you think is the biggest misconception people have about you specifically?
The biggest misconception, I think, is the reason why I transitioned, where people will say, oh, she just transitioned, so she would have an advantage, so she could win. I transitioned to be happy, to be true to myself.
And tonight, controversy continues to swirl around the University of Pennsylvania transgender swimmer Leah Thomas, whose continued participation in and dominance of women's swimming.
We live in this woke world right now that's driving me crazy. I feel sorry for the girls on the Penn team because they have to be so woke and say, oh, this is great, we're down deep. And so
This issue, people like to say that it's a complicated issue, and I don't actually think it is. I think it's very simple. It all boils down to, do you actually think that trans women and intersex women are real women and are really female or not?
And Thomas held the trophy for 5th place. Gaines held the one for 6th.
They told me when pictures were being taken, Thomas had to have the trophy, which just reduced it down to a photo op. I felt so belittled. I felt so betrayed. Just so one person can be happy and the NCAA can seem virtuous and seem like they're being so inclusive and kind.
An amateur cycling race with 2 transgender women on the podium, once again producing outrage on social media and new arguments over the policies affecting transgender athletes. Criticism coming from the likes of Piers Morgan, Megan Kelly, and Martina Navratilova.
Talked about a really supportive environment for these transgender competitors.
Just like the World Rugby, Aquatics, and Track Federations have done recently, the international cycling body, UCI, revamped its policies this summer, mostly barring those who started puberty before their male-to-female transition from competing in women's races.
Well, so this question of do trans trans women have an advantage over cis women? We don't know. In the last few years, questions surrounding transgender athletes and whether they should be allowed to compete in women's sports have moved from the periphery of our national dialogue to the mainstream. At the heart of the matter, challenging questions about what constitutes fairness and how to achieve inclusiveness.
Welcome to the show tonight, folks. I put a little piece together on just all the buzz out there about trans persons participating in sports, in particular in sports of the gender of their transitioning, not necessarily, or not the gender of their birth. It's a topic that evokes strong emotions and opinions on both sides. I had a con speaker against women participating in sports, but it looks like they haven't shown, and I'm not sure if they're going to. But we do have a special guest. I want to introduce Twink. Twink is a Xer that we found on X that this topic was being discussed. A little conversation back and forth, and he agreed to absolutely join us and join us in this conversation. So I'm going to invite Twink up to speak. And if folks, if you hadn't retweeted it out, let's retweet out the space again. We've got 203 live viewers, and I'm going to add our space to that. Give me just a second. And my friend, if you're, can you hear me, Twink?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Why don't you give us a little background on yourself and kind of where your position is on this and why you feel that way?
All right. I am, I will be referred to as Twink here from Texas. And this is actually part of the trans debate that I probably feel the least strong about. There's a couple of reasons why. It feels like there's not a lot of studies that have gone into this. There's not a ton of research that has gone in, and there's not a lot of scientific information that you can pull from at the moment. And that's partly due to the fact that there's probably the total amount of trans athletes in the US currently. I'm going to go ahead and make a strong guess that it's in the triple digits at most. Yeah, but whenever my default position is more inclusivity, so until we know, I would say that we should probably allow trans people to play in the sport of their chosen gender.
Okay, so you're saying more research needs to be done. That there's not, it's not like any sport is being overrun with trans athletes. So no harm, no foul. Let's let it go until research is done, and then make a decision.
Mostly, yeah. I mean, you have a couple of offshoots. You know, you have the Leah Thomas thing. You have a couple of rare instances where you see one trans person really excelling in whatever sport they're in. But I really don't feel like I've seen enough to conclusively say that it's being overrun by people that just want to excel in women's sports.
Okay, so you don't think their motive is what? And I've heard this actually, that their motive is not a transitioning or a transgender motive, but the motive is that they can
basically a male can beat a female in female sports, so they do that for the notoriety, for the championship, to win.
Well,
You don't believe that, do you?
well, I don't know. I believe that that could be the case for some people. I believe that there's definitely a possibility of someone going through that, but the amount of life-changing stuff you would have to go through, you would have to be the most hardcore competitive person on the planet, to wanna go through all of that just to win, a college swim meet or, you know, I I just don't feel like that's gonna if that does happen, that's gonna be like a 1 in a billion case I'm seeing.
I don't disagree with you on that. I don't think that is the primary motive of Aaliyah Thompson or any other transgendered athlete that's
Right.
actually excelling in a sport. But it's not just trans women. There's one case of um, gentleman by the name of Mac out of Texas that's a collegiate wrestler. Now that is a transitioning female to male and doing okay. I don't think they're doing as well in the collegiate level as they were on the school level, high school level, but they competed.
I'm not entirely familiar with that case. I can't remember if that was the one that was, uh, they were female to male, if they were forced to play in the female league
And take
because of that?
testosterone. That is the one, and I didn't find that until I did research for this show.
Okay.
That was a new one for me. But let me go through the list of where there are uh, trans female athletes participating in women's sports. I'm just going to name the sports.
Okay.
I won't go into each detail of some of these. Just it's one person. It's one trans woman that is participating in the sport. But women's basketball, women's beach handball, women's bodybuilding, women's cricket, women's cross country, women's cycling. These are all women. Disc golf, dodgeball. Didn't know that was well, in Canada, evidently you can play professional dodgeball. Football, golf, hockey, lacrosse, MMA, mixed martial arts. I think that the leagues that they're allowing that to happen is getting smaller. And that hasn't been a good outcome for biologically female athletes. Mountain biking, powerlifting, roller derby, rowing, rugby, running. Didn't indicate Boston Marathon is what they count there. So I guess marathon
Okay.
running, women's skateboarding, soccer, softball, surfing, swimming, tennis, track and field,
Mhm.
volleyball, weightlifting, and wrestling. And there's the only trans female to male athlete I know is the collegiate wrestler.
Got it.
So
Yeah, and
that's quite a few sports.
it is, and obviously it's gonna change from sport to sport, what is significant and isn't significant. I myself, I am, I'm about 6'6", 270 pounds. I've always been a very large person. Um, and when I was a freshman in high school, I was like 6'3", 245. And whenever I joined, I loved wrestling. Thought it looked like the most fun thing to do. But one of the interesting things about wrestling is there's very strict specific weight classes, and I was already too heavy for the weight class for any competitions. I couldn't be in a sanctioned fight, right? Um, so the only person that I could wrestle against was a senior at my school who just whooped my ass all day long uh, in practice, basically. Um, so and then I also played sports like baseball, where the height of someone doesn't really matter. Altuve can be better than Aaron Judge, right? So it's going to change drastically from sport to sport, right? Something like weightlifting, maybe even like cycling to rugby to football. Those are going to be sports you probably want to crack down on this a little more. Maybe do like really strict hormone
I
testing.
tell you what, Twink, we've got 2 hours. Let's break this up into some categories.
Okay.
Let's take the first topic of just competitive edge.
Sure.
Does a trans male to female athlete, do you believe that they have an advantage, that there's an edge just by the pure fact that they were born a male?
So there's a couple of different factors here, right? It depends on if they've gone through male puberty And it depends on if they're in a sport that will have very, very, very strict weight classing, right? So if you have someone on a rugby field, right, where you can have someone who's 7 feet tall, you can have someone who's 5 feet tall, it doesn't really matter. Then probably if you have someone who's if you have someone who's male to female who went through male puberty, probably they'll probably have an advantage. But if you have a male person born male, they're a man, they're not trans, right? Who's also my size versus someone who's born male, went through male puberty, who's about 5 feet tall. I would have a massive advantage over them, right? So I think that the distinction here comes that the person went through male puberty and is now in a sport that does not fit the designation of everyone else having gone through male puberty. You know, so I would probably say yes for the most part. I think that there needs to be a lot more testing, probably hormone testing, and probably needs to be some sort of regulations in some sports that involve having gone through male puberty versus not having gone through male puberty.
Okay. We take the case, I think the probably more famous or the case situation with most notoriety is the Leah Thompson.
Right.
She was required to take estrogen therapy a year prior to participating on the women's sports team. Obviously, had already gone through puberty as a male, participated in the collegiate male swim team, and then transitioned in after taking a year of estrogen therapy to participate, and is leading the pack. Leading the pack. It's typically wins most type. She hits the podium in most events that she participates in. Do you think the fact that she went through male puberty and only had a year's worth of estrogen therapy, you think that gives her an advantage? Or is she just a better swimmer?
Well, I think it's kind of hard to tell between whether or not the male puberty or if she is just simply a better swimmer than everyone else. She's also has a massive wingspan, I think. I think I heard that I forget exactly how tall she is. She's like near 6 feet tall, and her wingspan's huge. So I mean, I think that she has the body for swimming, right? Um, I think that going through male puberty does give someone a slight advantage there, and I've seen different studies that show the going through 12 months of estrogen therapy versus possibly wanting to make that longer to like 18 or 24 months or something. Um, Again, I'm not incredibly sure about that. I don't think the studies are conclusive yet, but I would probably say that she probably has an advantage because of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted
Folks,
to.
I neglected to hang on just a second, Bruce. I haven't introduced you guys, and my apologies. I was going through. We had the Minnesota thing going live, and I bobbled the ball. But guys, my co-host tonight is Bruce Wayne and veteran LT3 sitting in the co-host seats, and we've got our backup contributors and co-host Grizzly, Big Ron, and John Cox. Those are the guys with the blue rings. They're co-hosts and contributors to the show for those that are first time. But go ahead, Bruce. You want to make a comment on this?
I just wanted to add so he was saying he wasn't sure on the numbers, and after 1 year of hormone replacement therapy, trans female will still have about 30 times the amount of testosterone in their system as a female does, which is equivalent to letting women use anabolic steroids essentially to compete.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I haven't read incredibly far into all the studies, so I don't know for sure. But that does sound like there's a significant difference there. Again, I think that the major contributing factor here is whether or not they've gone through male puberty. I think that you could probably put someone who's gone on male puberty through maybe even something like 3 years of estrogen therapy. I'm not exactly sure, and they'll probably end up still having more testosterone. I don't know for sure.
Because a male is going to start building denser bone
Yeah.
and body mass during puberty. Is that
Yeah, it's a
pretty much, I
larger
guess, the
heart,
prevailing thought of
larger
that?
lung, more fast twitch muscle, things like that.
Right.
And just there's certain things you can't overcome, like a hip and shoulder width. Like females have a harder time doing pull-ups not because of their strength, but because the way their elbows go because of their shoulder width. And there's
I've
just
heard
certain
that,
things
yeah.
like that hormone therapy and even surgery can't really fix or change, I should say.
Yeah, but I know from my days in the Army that females can do setups, typically more setups and faster than men can because of their pelvic muscles and hip flexors.
I think one of the biggest
Just
things you got to
interesting
look
facts.
at too is men have fast twitch muscles where women don't.
I was unaware of that. What does that mean, a fast twitch muscle?
So men have a fast twitch muscle, and it's just part of evolution, where the muscles, the way the sinew in the muscle works, it allows it to move faster and with more power than what women do. It's just the way we're made up genetically, and kind of what Bruce is saying. Women also have a completely different gait and a different center of gravity than what men do. That's why when women swim, they swim completely different than what men do.
I was unaware of that. I guess that would help you with response times, fast twitch muscles, quicker.
Yeah, and that's why in cases you'll see where men can massively outrun women, outswim women. They have a better time at throwing. It's just all part of our genetic makeup where women, since they have a lower center of gravity, their hips are able to pivot to allow birthing. There's just a string of things that make us just so dramatically different.
You're telling me that women don't have fast twitch muscle, or are you saying that men have some that women don't?
I don't think they have it to the extent at which men do, and those fast twitch muscles develop during the first portions of puberty with men, as the testosterone is formed in the body.
Right. Yeah, I think I'm quite certain actually that women do have fast twitch muscle, but it is proportionately lower, like relative to the same proportion of difference in muscle mass between a man and a woman, right? I'm thinking it might be even a lower percentage. I don't know.
It's a different ratio, yeah.
I will agree with Twink that if it is before a male goes through puberty, that it can be a totally different scenario. Uh, just like you were talking about the fast twitch muscles and them developing during puberty, but then you go into bone structure and, like you said, wide shoulders and where the hips are and things like that. But no, I agree with it. I don't agree with it, but if a child was to do hormone blocking before they hit puberty, then it could be a fair shake in a competition of whatever sport they choose.
To clarify what I said, women have a larger number of slow twitch muscles versus men have a dramatically higher number of fast twitch muscles.
Okay, let's go to Spin. Hey, welcome, Spin.
Hi, who is the guest speaker on this?
It's Twink.
Oh, hi, Twink.
Hi.
I wanted to basically when a child starts these hormone blockers, and they want, let's say it's a male that wants to transverse to a female,
Okay.
and he starts the hormones that will block basically the testosterone and give more estrogen to the male. But what type of life expectancy are you looking at when you do this to a child?
It's a very good question. As far as I've read, there isn't a super significant change to life expectancy in long-term testing, although there's not a crap ton of long-term testing to look at, especially whenever the transition starts before puberty. But as far as I've read, and I'm concerned, I don't think that it's too terribly much lower
Much lower than what?
than the general life expectancy of whatever it is in this country, 74, 75.
Oh, and where are you getting your statistic from?
I don't have it in front of me. I'm not exactly sure. I would have to research that more and look it up. I'm sorry.
Because sometimes estrogen-driven hormones can also cause cancer. So, what is the ratio of those that are transitioning that end up with a form of cancer in their breast or wherever?
You know what I would say on that in the general research that I did on this
Did
topic
you?
is that it depends on what study was done and who did the study as to what kind of answer you're going to get. I would say it's inconclusive that we don't really know the long-term effects of puberty blockers or preventing or reducing the level of puberty that a person goes through under these procedures. And it's relatively new. I don't think we've had people that have transitioned and have lived a full life
Right.
to be able to study.
I think,
So I just don't know that. I think it's inconclusive. There is evidence on both sides from what I've seen.
yeah, I think it's only right, though, that they do start tracking these people as far as their health and things that turn up that are considered unnatural for that to be occurring at their age or whatever's going down. Because, like, for example, my mother, she died of breast cancer and it was estrogen driven. Myself at age 25, I had cancer and I had to have a complete hysterectomy. So then I was put on estrogen. When they found that my mom had the breast cancer, they called me up immediately and told me to stop taking the estrogen because I was going to end up with the same type of cancer.
Oh, geez. Well, I'm
Yeah,
really
I
sorry
think
to hear that.
that's um, kind of a side topic, and we can get
Oh,
into
okay.
that. I'd like to stick to just trans persons participating in sports of the basically gender of their preference, a gender that they weren't born to.
Because when
Um,
I spoke to another person regarding this, I've got a girlfriend that I've known forever. I grew up with her, and when she was 19 years old, she decided she was going to transverse into a male. She started out down the path with all the hormones and everything, and now at age 70, she has lost a tremendous amount of bone mass in her jaw area where she's had to go through rebuilding of the bone in her jaws because she had cancer in the mouth and her teeth all fell out. So, in order for her to get any teeth at all, she had to go through all this bone grafting. And it was all due to all these hormones that she introduced into her body to transition. Plus, she walks with a cane too because she's got osteoarthritis so bad. And she was told by her doctor that he felt that the hormones that she took, even though she started them at age 19, did some serious damage to her body.
yeah, I think that's this is a broad topic we could talk about if we're talking about transitioning from one gender to the next and the treatments involved in it. When we talk about trans in sports, though, let's go to
Oh,
the other
okay.
side. You're female. You're a female, and you're a female swimmer. You're a female tennis player. You're a female hockey
Well,
player.
you know what?
And
To add to that, do you know she could beat, even though she had not transitioned yet, when we were on swim team, she could beat any guy on the swim team. When we were doing diving board, she could beat any guy on the high dive. When it came to sports, she was just as good as the guy was. And then she came up with this, well, I want to transition. And it was kind of fun. It was funny, but it wasn't funny. But I said, "Oh my God, Jeannie!" I said, "You're blessed with all these, with having big boobs." I said, "If you're gonna dump them, can I at least have them?"
well, I don't. Does it work like that? I don't think it does. Does
Well,
it?
I was
Can't
kind of hoping.
swap them for another set.
Well, they could
Yeah.
take the fat from the breast tissue and go through a cleansing thing and redo it and then introduce it back into the breast system again. I don't know if they can do it to another person, but I know people that have taken a lot of fat from their body to build up breast.
Okay. But let's look at it from the point of view of a biological female who's participating in swim sports, tennis, like I say, or hockey, and you're on the collegiate level. Professional sports for women is not as lucrative as professional sports for men, but there are scholarships that are tied to these positions on collegiate teams. It's a lot of times it's where a female athlete's career is going to end because there's not a lot of professional sports outside of or professional applications of some of these sports for women or females outside of the collegiate circuits or collegiate level. You could go to the Olympics, but that's still once again about it. So it's almost like a female's athlete's time to shine in college or on a university team, and then here comes a Leah Thomas or here comes a biological male that's transitioning. Is that fair to them that a Riley Gaines, who would be a top one or two swimmer, when you add Leah Thompson in on it with a 6 foot something frame, large wingspan, and honestly, probably a more powerful swimmer, is it fair to them? Does this go against our Title IX that we passed in the 70s to allow females, women, and girls to participate in sports that were of a competitive category? They didn't have to compete with boys or men, or even Title IX just ensured that schools would have programs for girls and young ladies and women to participate in. Does this go against Title IX? Anybody, Twink? What do you think about that? On looking at it from a female's point of view, is it fair?
Um, it's an interesting question. I'm not sure if fair is the way I'd necessarily describe it. I can definitely see how someone can feel scorned from that. But I also I remember playing sports in high school. I never played the collegiate level, but I remember playing sports in high school. And one of the lessons we learn super early on is that there's not fair doesn't necessarily exist in sports, right? At the end of the game, there's a winner, there's a loser, there's someone comes out on top, right? You might think you're big and strong, but there's someone out there who's bigger and stronger, right? Now,
Well, hold up. Let me push back on you.
sure,
I'd say there is fairness in sports. We have rules. There are weight categories. They try to match you as evenly as possible.
sure,
Like even in high school, on like a football level, a smaller school that doesn't have the funding or a larger group of high school boys to pull from to put their football team together, they compete with like-sized schools. So I would say that sports, they try to make it as fair as possible
yeah,
on that level. Now, is it fair that if you go with fair, does everybody get to win? No, there'll be a winner and loser in every contest. I agree with you on that aspect, but I think when it comes to actual organized sports, I think we try to make that as fair as possible. A fair competition. Let me put it that way. It's a competition. I say a fair competition.
yeah,
Would you agree with
yeah,
that?
absolutely. I completely agree with that, and that's why I'm a huge proponent of much more testing, much more close studies being done in this regard. Because one of the yeah, trans people make up I think it's 1% or less than 1% of the total population, and then I mean the amount of trans people that are playing sports is significantly less, right? So it's a really difficult thing to study. But it, I do believe that as more study, as more conclusive information comes out, we need to adapt our rule system for these sports, especially ones that require a lot of physical strength and one-on-one physical domination over, another person like wrestling or football or something. Um, I think there's certain sports that maybe should like golf. I'm not even sure if there should be a consideration for something like that, or I don't know, tennis maybe. Um, there's certain ones that I definitely think should adapt the rules as more stuff comes out. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Do you
Okay.
remember
But
the tennis match against? I'm blanking on her name. She's the world's top female tennis player.
Was
Serena
it
She played
Williams.
Serena Williams?
Serena,
Yeah.
thank you. And she played a match against like the 200th ranked man, and he came out drunk and he was smoking cigarettes in between matches, and he beat her. Like she said, she never been beat by so much before. So like there
Yeah.
are differences. There's a reason why
well,
the
how about one better than that? The U.S. women's soccer team was beat by a Dallas team of under 15-year-old boys, 5-2.
Yes, I do know what you're
So,
referencing. Yeah.
but I think there's a distinct advantage. Now, whether that becomes because they didn't they went through puberty or not, but I think there is a distinct advantage on a male female. Otherwise, why would we just have mixed sports altogether where males and females competed on the same field together? But let's get to some hands. I'm gonna go to Vet, Fidgy, and then Grizz, and then Spin. Go Vet.
All right. Well, I'll start with my daughter plays soccer, and then my son he plays high school baseball, and he played on teams that were co-ed at a young age, 8, 7 years old. And then when they hit a certain age, it was definitely a difference that you can see. So let's take the, people that have went past puberty and they haven't transitioned before then. It's going to be a definite advantage to that person. So if you're male and you're transitioning to a female and you do a sport like mixed martial arts, wrestling, even something like baseball, or well, it would be softball for that male. He's gonna dominate, or she, whatever you want to call, will dominate. I know that for a fact. It's just what it is. I've seen it. I've seen it when you hit that age group and you see, oh, okay, it's time for so and so's daughter who was great, who played great. Time to go to softball. They played baseball for as long as they could, and then they transitioned and went to go play softball because it's just a huge gap and a huge leap when it comes to certain things like power and strength in certain sports. Uh, I don't want to see my daughter have to compete with a male. If she decides to do soccer for a long time to college, I don't think that would be fair for her, even to go against someone that's been through hormone therapy for 12 months or whatever. It doesn't matter. Your bone structure, your growth, your hormone levels have been already introduced by puberty. I think it would be an unfair advantage. You're going to be stronger. You're going to be faster. There's videos of women or men that have transitioned to women beating the snot out of women in mixed martial arts, which you tested to that earlier, Joe, that they're starting to limit that.
Well, let me ask you this. Mac Beggs, that's a trans male, female to male, participated in high school wrestling, went to Life University on a collegiate level, and wrestled. Now, I don't know. It's hard to find how successful Mac was once they got on the collegiate level with the wrestlers, but in high school level was pretty competitive,
Mm-hmm.
and that's against boys.
Oh yeah, wrestling's a hell of a technique sport, like jujitsu. I've seen. I've been around martial arts most of my life. In jujitsu and certain wrestling grappling techniques, if you get the right leverage, doesn't matter. You can do that. Uh, Speaking specifically sports that just take pure strength and agility and stamina, it's not fair. You want to talk about technique? Yeah, yeah, I can see that. I can tip my hat to that and see females definitely taking out males.
But let me ask you this, Vet: Are we complaining that this trans male has a lack of a competitive advantage because they were born female?
So you're saying that
I haven't. You have to dig deep to find this person. You don't see them on Fox News. They're not getting a lot of attention for their participation in a sport class that wasn't their biological birth. So, do we only have a problem when it's males participating in female sports, or do we have a problem when it's female participating in? They're a
I don't think it would
double
be.
standard.
No, I don't have a double standard at all. I don't think it should go either way, because it's just I just don't think it should be. Because let's say we do a sport like, let's say jujitsu or wrestling, where it's a technique sport, and you have a woman dominating, then she decides to transition and become a male, and she is whipping the ever living tail out of the male competition. I mean, if her technique is great and her hips and everything are helping her with hip thrusts, hip throws, and I don't think it's fair either way. I think you should be able to compete with just who you're born as. If you're born as a male, you compete against other males. If you're born as a female. Now, if you want to create a whole sport with transition females and males, hey, there you go.
Well, that's in the
There's a whole
second hour,
money.
my friend.
Oh,
We'll
I'm
talk
sorry.
about that in the
Didn't mean to
second
jump
hour.
ahead. I apologize.
Let me go to Fiji. Welcome, Fiji. Do you have us, Fiji? Well, let's go to Spin so we can get the audio figured out there. Go ahead, Spin.
I don't understand if we're going to be admitting people into sports, why they can't create another category for trans people, period.
So the biggest issue with that is there's just not enough of them to create whole teams and leagues.
Then they're omitted. That's how I look
Well,
at it.
I think that's part of the issue is if you're a trans athlete, you're not allowed to participate in your gender choice sport league, and you're not competitive enough to compete in your birth gender league. I think that's the complaint from the transgendered is that there isn't a place for them to participate. If you don't want us here or you don't want us there, then where do you want us? But we're going to talk about that in the second hour.
Okay. I'll give you a break.
Let me go to. I appreciate you, Spin. Let's go to Fiji. Fiji, are you able to speak now? If you're not, you may have to leave, close your app, and then reboot it and come back because it's acting funky when I try to give you a mic, and I don't know if you can hear us at this point. Go ahead, Grizz.
Thanks, Joe. So, I guess I have a couple of issues. We kind of touched on what's competitive, and that it might be competitive if they start transition, hormone therapy before puberty. And then it would have to be in transition. They'd have to be in that therapy for 3 years and still might not be completely free of their testosterone. But for the sake of this conversation, we could say that would be complete. That therapy would be complete then. Is that right, Twink?
I think that was just an example that I gave because of the 12 months of hormone therapy evidently not being sufficient enough according to one study. I think that my greater point there was that we don't have enough sufficient study or evidence to draw
So it would take at
exactly.
least 3 years. Is that what we're saying?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Grizz, I think what we're saying is that there's been some studies on it, but I don't think there's been anything conclusive that says that at this point I don't know, I guess your hormone levels are competitive or matching the hormone levels of the gender of the sport you're trying to participate in. I don't think that
Right. Well, that's
there's anything conclusive
yeah,
there.
that makes sense. So okay, so it's probably fair to say then that it takes some period of time, like at least a year or two, right? Like it's not a quick deal. So you're talking about if you're going to start if you're going to start their hormone therapy before they're in puberty, you're talking about like 8, 9, 10-year-old kids making this decision. Like how does an 8, 9, 10-year-old kid even have a notion like that they want to transgender?
It's an incredibly difficult question to answer. I'm not exactly sure. I know that I think there's a reason why it's extremely rare. Is that it's almost impossible to make that kind of a decision.
Right.
Even
That's
when
kind of
you're
where
an
I'm going
adult,
with this.
yeah.
Where I'm going with this is that it's an exceptionally rare condition, And it, I mean, it seems from a logical level, from someone who doesn't have any firsthand experience in any of that, it seems entirely unlikely to me that an 8-year-old, I mean, we don't let 8-year-olds make any kind of life-changing decision or activities on their own without their parents' input, right? Like we just don't, because they're just not ready for that yet. So why would we think?
Well, now that's not true. There are laws in Colorado, New York, and Minnesota and California that would actually take that decision away from the parents and allow the child to, as young as 8 years old,
Right.
make
I
that decision.
understand. Okay, so let me rephrase that and say historically, as the rational part of our culture would not allow their children to do that. We have laws in recent years from the progressive folks that would like to take that out of parents' hands, and I'm entirely opposed to that. But this isn't about my opinion. So what I'm getting at is we're taking somebody with an exceptionally rare condition at an age that it's arguably not appropriate for them to be making a life-changing decision, and allowing them to make a decision that is going to alter the life of hundreds of people moving forward, right? Like if like this 10-year-old, 8-year-old, 10-year-old boy wants to transition, and who knows, maybe he's an early sprouter and he's already got testosterone, whatever. I don't know. It's kind of irrelevant, all the specific details and levels, but he's going to move forward and dominate his sport. And so our society went through this whole feminist movement and created women's sports because everybody agreed, yeah, that's kind of crazy. Like women can't compete with men. And now we're going to allow a child to make a decision that changes the lives of all those girls going forward, right? And I'm talking about changing their life in terms of their ability to aspire to something that they love and to feel good about themselves and have that sort of self-confidence and feel like a champion. So I have a problem with that, number one, right? Like everybody has their rights and you have your rights to do it. And I'm not like, if a 25-year-old guy wants to become a woman, God bless him. Like, go do your thing. I have, it's your life. You do what you want with it. But when exercising your rights infringes on my rights, then it's a problem. And so what about the rights of all these girls that now will not have an opportunity to rise to the top? So that's issue number one. Issue number two is, I'm inclined to agree that you can do more studies, but I know enough about studies. I used to work in pharmaceuticals. I used to do IT consulting and whatever. Yeah. So scientific studies, peer review studies, blah, blah, blah. I can engineer a study to achieve any result that you want to achieve. And that's the game that the whole, that the government and special interest group plays with studies and statistics. Just because it came from it's a study and it came from some highly esteemed academic institution, the world is supposed to accept it as gospel. And I will tell you that is horseshit. So where do we go with this study, and how many people are impacted in the decades of studies that would be required? And does that seem appropriate that we should be impacting people at that scale for a handful of people? I'm not
I think,
opposed to
Grizz,
inclusivity. I mean, on a notional level, I agree with that. But if it's adversely impacting huge numbers of people, nah.
Well, I think that's the topic of debate, not just in this space, but it's that's being held in a lot of places, especially on governing boards and associations that put together rules on what's fair and not fair in these collegiate sports. Hey, let me go to Fidji. Fidji, how's your audio? Been having some issues with you. It shows you that you're a speaker, but it shows your mic is muted. I guess we're still working on that. Let me go to Robbie and then Crystal. Welcome, brother Robbie.
Hey, brother Joe.
By the way, Twink, you're a panel speaker. You can jump in anytime that you want to rebut on any of these speakers, but I'm gonna move around on the hands. If you don't have anything to say, it's fine. But if you want to jump in, you're more than welcome.
Noted. Thank you.
Go ahead, Robbie.
Okay, no, thanks. Hey, everybody. Yeah, I think we're just complicating this. It don't need to be any kind of scientific studies. The only scientific study that needs to be done is to look between your legs and see what you got.
I can't hear Robbie. Can anyone else?
Oh,
I can hear him.
anybody
Yeah.
hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
You want me to drop down?
Yeah,
I can drop down. I can drop down. It's all good.
I can hear you.
I hear you too.
Hey,
Can
you want me to keep
hear us?
going? Or
Yeah, go on.
Go on, Robbie. We
okay.
can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying we don't need to complicate this. Look between your legs and see what you got. You either got something or you don't. You know? So I mean, this whole thing I think is when we comparing like strength and skill set and ability and all of that, I think that's the wrong premise to start with. We need to start with the dignity and the nature of man and woman. Having somebody that's mentally ill who thinks they are a woman who's transitioning and playing in a female competitive league lessens the dignity of those girls or those women, and vice versa. Like what the Boy Scouts are doing now, getting rid of the term boys and just opening it up to whoever wants to come in. It lessens the dignity of all the many men and boys who've come through that organization, like myself, and worked very hard to attain the rank of Eagle, which takes many years to do, and now it's just cheapened. So I don't. Of course, you can find we used to hoop back in the day, street ball, and we had girls that came and hooped and stuff like that. It was all good. It wasn't nothing like that. But at the same time, when nobody was going to physically check a girl the same way that we were going to check another guy. Likewise, if we played football, the rules were you do not tackle the girl, nor do you be overly rough with her as well. You see what I'm saying? We included them, but there had to be some rules set into how we engage with the opposite sex. And if you were caught tackling a girl, you was gonna get your ass beat. That's just how we rolled back in the day. So doing this with these transgenders that are coming into female dominated sports, and we are sanctioning it by saying, well, I don't really care what somebody does when they X amount of age, as long as they don't. That's the wrong argument to have too. We got to stop doing that shit. At a certain point, we got to draw a line in the sand and set some hardcore values and rules and say, hey, this is what it is. Because if we continue to say, oh, it doesn't matter, then okay, it don't fucking matter what anybody do. Let me go bust in somebody's house because it doesn't matter. Let me go rob somebody because it doesn't matter. Let me go smack somebody's wife because it doesn't matter.
Robbie,
because
let me ask you this. Are we still living in a free society when we force people to conform to what we think they ought to be? Why wouldn't someone be free in a free society to live their life how they choose? Now, I agree with you when it comes to robbing someone, or I believe I even agree when it comes to biological males participating in a biological female sport. I think it's an unfair advantage, but I don't know that I could go as far as saying that I think we should have laws or some prohibits on how someone lives their life, whether we agree with it or not. Do you see it differently?
Oh yeah, well, on the face value of what you said, Joe, that's true. However, natural law supersedes man's law, right? All the time. So if man's law is going against natural law, then whatever rights that man is creating and saying is okay is thrown out the window. So a case in point to that would be this topic that we're having, right? Man is saying that it's okay for someone who's mentally ill to be involved in female sports or vice versa. Natural law says no, that's not the case. Men are men and women are women, and there's that distinction there. So I have to lean towards natural law, even if that does infringe upon somebody's so-called freedom, because freedom, at the very heart of what freedom is the having the right to do what one ought to do, or to be what one ought to be, not what one wants to be or wants to do, because we do not have a license to do whatever we want to do just because a government says so.
Okay. Let me go to, I want to try Fidji again because we've had some issues. Fidji, can you hear me now? Can someone else try to talk to Fidji and see if she can hear them?
Fidji? Fidji, can you hear me?
Fidji?
I can.
Okay,
There
so
we
I
go.
hear Fidji. So I think
Yeah.
it's
Tell Fidji I can hear her. She
I
can't hear
just
me.
lost
She's been
you.
in and out of the space a dozen
Fidji.
times.
So
There we
Joe
go.
said,
It's coming
can you
in and
hear
out.
Joe? Can you hear
Joe,
Joe?
can you say something? No, I can't hear
Fidji
him at
test
all.
1 2 3 1 2 3.
I can hear all
Crystal,
the other
tell her we can
speakers,
hear
but I
her.
can't hear Joe.
Okay, yeah. Apparently it's just the two of you.
Just
I
ask her to
guess.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
Fidji, you can go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just had a couple of notes. I absolutely agree with Robbie on a lot of that, and that's from personal experience. I think if I don't have a problem with trans being in games, and when I say games, I mean like pool. If I play a male, probably 85 to 90% of the time I'm going to beat him, right? And it doesn't matter if I'm female or male. But when you're coming to sports, I think that's a whole different ballgame. You're talking about the physicalness of it, and with puberty happening earlier and earlier, you can't say when one person will go through puberty and put that as a blanket thing for everyone, because that's simply not true. There was a case where a 10-year-old girl got pregnant. When I was 12, that would have been unheard of. That would have been extremely rare. Now it's much more commonplace for girls to enter puberty at a lower age than it was, say, 30, 40 years ago. So I don't, to say that guys aren't going through puberty younger as well, I would find that kind of hard to believe. And because they might be entering puberty younger, then if they start a transition at, say, 10, 11, 12, then they may have already started their puberty. So they've already gone through, what was it? You were bringing up a fast twitch muscle. I was kind of reading up on that when that happened. So, I'm going to land there for right now. I know I'll put my hand up again and be like, no, no, no. But I don't have a problem in games. I do have a problem in sports. I know when I played soccer for about 25 years, and I played both outdoor, indoor, and intramural, and I was a goalie. And I could play goalie in women's sports. I could not play goalie in men's sports. I mean, it was disallowed, especially in the intramural leagues. Women were not allowed to play against men because men were so much more powerful than women were. And as a goalie, I've broken wrists and all my fingers and everything else just against girls. I can't imagine what the power of a kick of a male would be. And even one who started transitioning or something, males are just too powerful compared to women. They really are. And I've seen it over and over and over again. I just don't think they belong in our sports.
Thank you, Fidji. I don't think you can hear me, but maybe somebody will pass that along to you. Let's go to Crystal.
Joe says thank you, Fidji.
Hey. So I too agree. I don't believe that trans women should compete against biological women in sports. I do not. Also, I'm coming from the aspect kind of in conjunction with Grizzly, in that these women are not a lot of women are not being given a choice in these situations. They're being told like if they complain, then they'll get in trouble or they won't be able to compete. We just had 5 middle school girls, whatever. They were competing in the shot put, and they refused to compete against a trans female, and they're suspended from being able to compete because they took a stand and said this wasn't fair. So like for women to be told that they cannot complain, or if if they say anything they'll get in trouble, they'll lose their scholarships, like Grizzly was saying, for a couple other people. And I'm sorry, when it comes to Leah Thomas was 500 on the boys side, and then decided in a year that he was going to transition and then compete on the girl, and now he's number one, number two. Like, I have no respect for that individual, because to me, and this is just my opinion, that in that particular case, and then on top of that, um Leah's walking through the room. He still has a penis. He's walking through the changing room with other females with his penis out. That's unacceptable. That's not okay. So I have no respect for that particular individual. Period.
But Crystal, does it make a difference if it's a feminine penis?
No, it doesn't. He should not have his penis should not be out in a change room. That's supposed to be a safe space for women. His penis should not be out around women. That's just not okay. Like, it wasn't like they had like if they had a separate changing spot for Leah to change, and it wasn't around the other women. The whole situation is just like that. Leah's particular situation in general is just I just have no respect, because ultimately you didn't come from you was 500 on one, so you came over here to compete with women, because you knew that you were stronger, you could beat those women, and I have no respect for that particular situation. But bottom line, that particular situation is just infuriating to me, when it comes to Leah Thomas. But yeah, just a lot of other things that are going on in relation to women being stifled. They're losing out on opportunities that would have been to them, because they're being quieted, and they're being essentially threatened in a lot of ways, and that's a problem for me. So no, I don't agree that as if you're like puberty, yes, children, there's not much of a difference there. They can compete in sports, but once that puberty hits, nah, you gotta find something else to do. And if well, we'll talk about that later, but I also agree that they should open up a separate arena, and then maybe you will get some more. Like, you have to make the space open. You may get some more athletes, but like this whole argument of there not enough athletes, but you're not opening up the space to potentially see that there are other athletes out there, that want to compete, in sports in a category made for them. So you're not even giving them a chance to do so. And I do also find it very interesting. Like, you mentioned one trans man today, but it's overwhelmingly trans women, um, and not so much the trans men trying to bombard their way into men's spaces. And I do find that quite interesting. But I'm gonna go ahead and land on there so some other people can talk. But nope, I just don't think it's fair.
Thanks, Crystal. Guys, we're at the top of our first hour. If do me a favor, let's retweet this out. I don't think we've gotten the word out on this. We're a little short on the guests that we normally have. But if you'll retweet it for me, and also make yourself a note, tomorrow we're going to have Charles, who worked on the SR-71 program for his entire career, some almost 30 years. Uh, we're going to go over the development of the SR-71. For those of you who don't know what an SR-71 is, it is the world's fastest airplane. It's a reconnaissance plane that was developed in the late 50s. And I've gotten mixed bag of whether it's actually still in service or if it's actually been retired. If it's been retired, it's been retired very recently. But it's a very interesting airframe. Moves at some crazy speeds that are so fast that it heats the skin of it up. That's the thing that keeps it from going any faster than it could go faster, but they can't go any faster than it does. It will actually burn itself up. But that'll be tomorrow, same time in our Space on a Night Court show. We're going to have Charles on, so make yourself a note, and I'll get the reminders out for that. But come and check it out. It'll also be a simulcast video show. We'll have some videos and some information on the SR-71 that we'll be able to look at. But let's get to some hands again. Let's go back to I think it's Phil. Go, Phil.
Sorry. This I'm only speaking anecdotally. When I was a junior in high school, we had a girl come on a JV team, and she barely lasted 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. She got her butt kicked, and that's the issue. When people transition at an early age in high school, they're doing it after puberty. And again, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with hormone blockers. I don't agree in transitioning kids at a younger age to play sports or whatever. But when kids are doing it now, they're doing it after puberty, and they have that advantage against girls. I don't think it's the right thing to do. Because when I played sports, I started playing in Little League at 7 years old. I was playing youth basketball at 7 years old. I was doing Pee Wee football at 7. I was basically an athlete until after high school. And none of these girls can compete. There were some girls that can beat me in track, yes, because they had more endurance than I did, but not really. And that's the thing when I see trans women in girl sports is that competitive edge, that hormones they have, it's going to outdo the girls. Because again, there were males and they became females about a year ago or 2 years ago, and that's a competitive disadvantage for them. And we're setting girls back decades by doing that because they don't have that competition anymore. They don't have that that award anymore. Because those spots are limited for the females, and they're getting taken away by trans women. That's just not fair, and that's why I crashed my plane.
Thanks, Phil. And just to be clear, you participated in male sports in high school, right?
Sometimes.
Okay, fair enough. We're going to go to the last two hands up, and then I'm going to give Twink an opportunity to respond to everything we talked about in the first hour, and then we're going to reframe that conversation and take it in a different direction. But let's go to Lawyer Joe. Welcome, Lawyer Joe.
I think I have to drop out again. I can't hear anyone.
We hear. I hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
I can't hear Joe. Thank you, God. That was nice.
I can't.
So Joe's the problem because I hear you fine.
Somebody let the counselor know that
all I was going
she
to
can
say
go
is
ahead.
I also have an anecdotal experience. I was a competitive powerlifter throughout high school and my first year of college, maybe. And I, at one point, held the record in Ohio for the heaviest bench press in my weight class. Like there wasn't a woman in the state who could beat me. My heaviest lift was what some of the guys warmed up with before they even got into their real stuff. And there is no way in hell if I was going to go into a competition and do a squat. I mean, I could squat a lot, but a guy the same size as me can squat 50% more just regularly, not even as a special like training. So it terrifies me what's going to happen to girls who we separated sex and sports for a reason. It has to do with biology. Girls they're going to get hurt really bad. And I'm afraid it's going to take something like that until this bullshit goes away. There's absolutely no room. If you want to make a third open league, make a third open league, but don't. It's completely wrong to allow biological males to compete with biological females. I'll land there.
Joe, it's already happening. Did you see the high school basketball team where the trans woman injured three girls so badly that the entire team had a forfeit?
Oh my God, I didn't see that.
Yeah. This is a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago.
Well,
do you remember
Lawyer Joe
where?
can't hear me,
I want to
but
look
there
that
was.
up. That's insane.
I'll look it up for you.
Oh, thanks.
Lawyer Joe can't hear me, but there's a Canadian trans.
I still can't hear Joe.
Bench presser that just set the Canadian record for bench pressing in the female category. But let's go to Spin. Go ahead, Spin.
Well, first, I'm wondering what a female penis looks like, Joe.
I didn't say female. I said feminine. It's just a
Well,
term that I've seen that
same.
evidently it makes a
It's
difference.
kind of the same thing, though. I mean, feminine. Okay, I have yet to see what a feminine penis looks like. Um, you know, a lot of you don't realize this, but well, in my era, I grew up with Renee Richardson. I don't know if you know who she was. She was a famous tennis player, and Christine Jorgensen, who lived not far from where I grew up. Both of them. It's strange how they both ended up near where I grew up, and they played in sports, but yet there wasn't all this contention around them be involved in sports at all. There was no one was saying anything. Now people are speaking up. And you know, I wish I were on the it was it Phil that said that, if the women were going to play in the sports with them, that the rule was is you had to go gentle on them.
I
I
didn't say
would.
that. That wasn't me.
Oh, that wasn't you?
That
Well,
was
I know.
that was Robbie.
Oh,
He's
Rob,
talking about
yeah.
playing in the neighborhood with like his friends.
Where I grew up, the boys didn't give a crap if you couldn't take it or not. You were gonna get hit. You were gonna get hit. It was just, you wanted to play with us. You wanted to play football. Then if we take you down, we take you down. There wasn't any special rules when I grew up. But then I'm probably a lot older than most of you here. And but yeah, I would have been wanting to be on Robbie's team. But yeah, this is really becoming a huge problem, and it in order to stop it, I think we got to get rid of the teachers union, because they're the ones that are spreading this BS within the school system of these children that are making it okay. And I think it's just another way for the government to weaken a gender. And I'll
Okay,
land my plane there.
thanks, Ben. Twink, we're going to change directions on the conversation. You want to give kind of a summation or just comments on everything that you've heard about the last half hour?
Sure. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff. I think of this stuff that I've heard, I am or I would be in favor of trans or third open leagues. I think it would be interesting to see if the theory of opening up the space would actually bring more trans athletes in. But again, I have to fall back on right now. There's just not a ton of data to uh, support anything that would support that basically. Um, I think that another thing that I heard that I want to touch on, um, there you don't hear a whole lot about trans men in sports, and the reason for that is not necessarily because I think that they're so much more rare than trans women. I think it's because they just don't make the news, and certain opposition news cycles will uh, not not cover them. You know, you have that one story in Texas, but that I think the reason that that hit the news was because it was a trans man, a born female to male, um, that was forced by a certain regulation put in place to go back and compete against females in wrestling, and that's why that made the news. But otherwise, there's just not a whole lot of news covering trans men or at all, really.
To be fair, I specifically looked for male transitioners in male sports. That's
Mm.
the only one that I could come up with. It's got, well, anything. I won't say any notoriety, but anything at all.
Yeah.
If there are others out there, I would probably venture to say that they're not making waves or breaking records in male categories in sports. And
Well, and another
that
thing,
may be a sign as well. That may be an indicator as to whether there's a difference in the genders or not.
maybe, but there's another thing that makes this really, really, really hard to study. Privacy laws make it very difficult to know exactly how many trans, even really how many trans people there are. Um, a lot of what you hear are estimations. But especially people that are under the age of 18, privacy laws are massive. You're not really allowed to know anything about any minor in that way. There's certain things you can find. You can find like high school football stats, but there's certain things that make it nearly impossible to find information like that. So it's very hard. If something doesn't make the news, it's hard to hear about.
Yeah, I agree. There isn't a lot of information out there. If it's happening, it's not being reported on, or it's happening in less frequency, dramatically less frequency than it's happening in the uh, male to female sports.
Right.
But let's talk about Title IX.
Joe, I got one quick thing to say.
Go ahead.
So there was one instance, and I just posted in the Jumbotron, where they did create an entire swim meet competition for trans women, and because they had enough, and all of the swimmers decided not to swim because they wanted to compete against women, and they didn't want to compete against each other. But yeah, you take from that what you will.
Interesting. I'll look into that. I see you linked it there. I'll have to read into it.
Joe, before you move on, I just want to say I wanted to give a little bit of support to my dude Twink over there. I don't agree with everything. Obviously, I don't agree with this at all. You know, men should play against men, women should play against women. But I will give him the fact that there's not enough data because it is a new trend. So I guess we will find out in the future if any of this is viable, or, you know, like Spin was talking about, what could happen to these people that have transitioned. I did not know if you were going to get into the fact that he mentioned about before they hit puberty, which means they're youths, which I consider, if you try to transition your kid or let them transition, that I consider that child abuse. Like if you were whipping your kid because you wouldn't let your 13-year-old, 12-year-old get a tattoo. Well, I wouldn't anyway. And that's something permanent, just like hormone blockers and things like that. But I just want to throw that in there. I didn't know if you were going that way in the next space in the next hour or not.
We are definitely going to touch on that. What I'd like to move to is the purpose of Title IX, which is a federal law that says that any facility, agency, or educational system that receives a federal dollar, $1 has to make available organized sports for girls, for females. Prior to the 70s, you'd have schools that they had no organized sport for females or women or girls. They should compete. Uh, a federal law required by every
You're rubber banding really
and
bad,
every.
Joe.
Let me reset quick. I'm having this audio is bad tonight. Give me just a second. Talk among yourself. I'm going to try to reset.
All right, does anyone want to have some final closing words on the last topic while Joe resets?
I'll say that I did not know about. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Spin.
Oh no, go ahead, vet.
Well, no, I just didn't know about that.
I honor my vets, so I give my vets.
I know. I appreciate that, Spin. But no, Bruce, I didn't know about that swim meet that you mentioned. That was unique. Where'd you say that was again?
It was the World Cup swim meet. I'm not sure where it was being held. Oh, Berlin. And there were some trans women who wanted to compete, and then they said they couldn't compete against women, so they opened up their own league, and no one registered. And you can take from that what you will, like as to why they decided not to compete, but not one decided to sign up once they realized they couldn't compete against the women.
Because they can set records and get medals and be recognized by beating
You stole
women.
the words right out of my mouth, Joe. You stole the words right out of my mouth.
They can't. I mean, they're not. They're just average if they're competing amongst themselves. They're nobody. They're just nobody cares.
Exactly.
Just like women's swimming, men's swimming generally, except for the Olympics, nobody really cares. Great, you did great. Like Riley Gaines, she's a great swimmer. She did great. Nobody knew anything about her before she was like absolutely wronged by everything that went on with Leah. So that's the only reason, I guarantee it, because they're like, no, if we can't compete against people we know we can beat, we're not competing. That alone lets you know no more trans athletes in opposite gender sports. None.
Yeah,
You had a
I'm
chance.
sure I'm sure they would say, well, we felt like we were being discriminated against. Like, oh, you're saying we're not real women, but
They were
yeah,
given their own event. That's the opposite of discrimination.
well, but
They
you're
were
not.
given equal access to the same.
Yeah, but you're not affirming their identity as women, and I
Oh
think.
yeah, well they can go fuck themselves on that one. I don't
How's my identity now? I mean, how's my how's my audio now?
You're identifying as
clear. I don't know. Is it feminine?
No, it's still asshole. Oh, sorry.
Your identity is clear audio, Joe. You're good.
You know what I wanted to add to this is because my girlfriend was transitioning, and it really affected me. Something. It just really did a number on my head. And I was reading up on journals, and it just depends too. I don't know where the doctor stood on his take as far as transitioning, if he was for it or against it. But he made the claim that once you started doing the female hormones and transitioning from a male to a woman, that you lost so much muscle mass that there was no unfair competition going on when they did compete in sports. Now, again, I don't know where the doctor's position was regarding his stance on, transversing or not, but that's what I was the take, from what I had read. And that was basically all he really wrote in his medical journal. And I'll land my plane there.
Well, yeah, and there is evidence that the body does change, especially like people are saying before puberty. There's no question that you have more fragile bones. Your bone density gets a lot worse. Your chest doesn't develop properly, fully, muscle mass, things like that. But my problem with that is then you're forcing children who cannot consent to commit to something that they have no idea what they're committing to. And research has shown that 80% of people who, if you do not affirm their gender identity, 80% of them will grow out of it. And so you're setting 80% of people on a path that they will probably regret.
But
see, that's why I related it to tattoos. Like, would you let your 10-year-old, because they like Bugs Bunny or something, like, I want this tattoo on me? Like, that is permanent. That can damage themselves. That can like affect them when they get older.
Well, and
But
a Bugs Bunny tattoo might damage your chances to have children, but it definitely won't negate them.
How is
I think
my audio now?
To add to, I think
You're back.
wanted to add something.
I can hear you, Joe.
Okay, sorry about that.
But you
big
know
issues with
what,
audio
though,
tonight.
when you look at the broader picture of this, though, I think Big Pharma is behind all of this, pushing the school systems and paying people to create an agenda for this to happen with children, trying to do it behind parents' backs.
Joe could probably, and I know Moni could definitely correct me on this, but I believe Scott Nugent was saying that the peg, if you get a kid to transition at puberty, then they're worth $1.6 million over their lifetime.
And they're lifetime patients.
$1 trillion industry. Yeah.
They're on them drugs and things for life. So.
Yep.
Yeah, and you're right. It's Scott Nugent transitioned from female to male. I don't recall if it was at puberty or shortly after, but
no, she already had children.
Later in life.
Oh, that's right. Already had children, but she is definitely not a proponent for transitioning. She's it's caused a lot of strife in her life.
Oh my God, it was horrible. When I heard her story, I was just like in tears listening to her.
Well, and she said her life expectancy is cut by about 20 years because of all the constant surgery she's having. But Joe, I'm sorry, I keep derailing us. You want to move on, please?
I do. I want to talk about Title IX. If you ever want to hear me, I'd like to talk about Title IX. That it is a federal law that was instituted to provide a space and mandated a space that any institution that took federal dollars from the U.S. government had to provide organized sports for female competitors or girls, depending on the age level. The Biden administration has signed an executive order widening, opening up Title IX to include trans.
We live in a world full of experts, where politicians use fear to generate power for themselves.
We've already had over 290 mass shootings this year. That's more mass shootings than days in the year.
Where our media feeds us with misinformation.
And according to the CDC, the #1 cause of death for children ages 1 to 19 in this country is gun-related violence.
Tropes.
Where it will literally tear out the inside of the body.
Where those who make the rules seem to know the very least. Scary terms used.
Firearm known as a ghost gun because it skirts most federal gun laws.
Don't be like this guy. Listen to the Range Minded podcast and free your mind.
U.S. government had to provide organized sports for female competitors or girls, depending on the age level. The Biden administration has signed an executive order widening, opening up Title IX to include trans women or trans girls, however you want to look at that. Seems to me that if we believe that trans female athletes have an unfair advantage because of body composition, being biologically born a male, whether prior or after puberty, does that not negate Title IX? By the way, it's being challenged. I think that'll probably wind its way to the Supreme Court. But what's everyone's opinion on that? And actually, I want to go to Twink first. What's your opinion on Title IX versus allowing trans persons to compete in particularly female sports?
I believe that actually I have it right in front of me. The text in Title IX is very, very, very short and very succinct. No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. I've read the proposed change that the Biden administration wants to put in. In my opinion, I think it's going to get shot down in the Supreme Court. I don't think it's going to get further than that. But I would need to hear more about how, from the opposition, about how trans women in sports or trans men in sports directly affects this or directly counters this, or should be, or how Title IX should be used as an argument against trans women or trans men in sports to have an effective argument. I don't think that it does.
You think because Title IX is so vague?
Well, I
that
think it's because it's very. I don't think it mentions it. All it says is that no person shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in or be denied the benefits of. Right. I don't think that trans women or trans men in sports necessarily excludes or denies benefits of anyone in educational programs in sports receiving federal financial assistance. So.
Okay. There are some state laws. Texas has passed a law that prohibits trans persons from participating in a gender of choice,
Yes,
whether
they
it be
have.
male or female. I think Abbott signed that law not long ago, but that is something that has happened in Texas. I will tell you that the spirit behind Title IX, and I'm old enough to kind of remember that I wasn't paying attention to a lot of political news at the time, but the spirit behind Title IX was to provide organized sports for female students.
Right, right. It was a a secondary addition to the Civil Rights Act. It was in the same vein. I will say I'm only 27 years old. I was absolutely not old enough around that time to, uh, I wasn't alive at the time. So I can only understand that from a historical context. I was not alive to understand it from uh, that kind of a living, breathing context in that way.
Yeah, no, I understand. I don't know that there wasn't a big topic back in the '70s on trans athletes for sure. But let me go to some hands. That's what I'd like to talk about. Title IX, and it's still in the same vein. Is it fair? And let's talk about female athletes because there's not enough transitioning males in male sports to really hold a topic very long. So let's just talk about biological men participating after transitioning in female sports. Is it fair to biological female athletes? And keep in mind, let's talk about the girl who gets up at 4 in the morning at a young age and does this our swim practice and swims several times a week, working her way to try to pay her way to, or get a scholarship into college and to compete on a collegiate level where they may have an opportunity to go into the Olympics. They're even now, as of recently, that college athletes can be paid for paid endorsements. So it could be a monetary issue in there if you're putting a bunch of medals around your neck that maybe you could make some money at it. Is it fair to those athletes that have put in the years to be able to compete on that level for someone like a Leah Thomas? And by the way, Leah Thomas is not the only female swimmer out there that's scooting across the pool. We're seeing it in cycling as well. There's some world records that have been taken by trans athletes in certain cycling divisions. So it's not just swimming, but let's talk about swimming because I think it's been the one that's the loudest in the news as of late, and one we may have more information on and can have a halfway intelligent conversation about. But is it fair to the young lady who put in the hours and worked herself into that level of Riley Gaines? Riley Gaines didn't decide a year before she wanted to compete that she wanted to jump out and start swimming and competing at that level. It took years of early mornings and late nights, laps in the pool to condition her body and learn the techniques that's required to be able to compete at the level that she is. So, is it fair to a Riley Gaines? And let's go to Joe. Pancakes dropped out. I was going to go to him first, but y'all can let him know later that I did have him in mind. But go ahead, Joe.
Um, well, about Title IX came about in 1972 because I remember 2 years ago there were big like 50th anniversary celebrations of Title IX, and the thing is, I know what the trans athletes are going for in their argument that it's violating Title IX if they can't play. But the thing is the biological male athletes who are trans to female, they're not being denied access to sports. They're being denied access to women's sports. They are perfectly free to try out for any men's team, any co-ed team, anything that's not specifically designed for women. So they're not being like left out of anything. They're not being discriminated against and prevented from having equal access. So that's the part that keeps pissing me off when I hear about this stuff because I'm like, you're not no one's cutting off your access to it. It's in compliance with Title IX. And it just, it worries me. I mean, being a weightlifter, I would have never, I mean, the only thing that would have happened is I'd have gotten my ass kicked, but there would have been no physical contact. And I think one of the reasons swimming is such a big thing, because those girls, like I listen to Riley testify, and those girls, I mean, they are butt naked. It's like, taking a shower in a in the army. If you have a lot of people, I mean, they're just stark naked, stripping down, and those swimsuits they wear, the competitive ones, are like liquid rubber that they have to help each other get into and put on and get off. So if you've got a fully intact male standing in there when you're doing that, absolutely not. I'd have had a hard enough time in a situation in a gym for a weightlifting competition, let alone no. And that's my like biggest problem with it. And we know why trans men don't compete in men's sports. It's because they can't. They physically aren't able to. I'll land there.
I will tell you that I have lived a life that now we're having a conversation and describing a male as intact or not intact. I just want to make that little note there that
It's
that's a
wild.
it's a
It's
wild
wild, isn't
conversation
it?
to have.
It's
But
crazy.
counselor, let me push back on. Do you think the whole issue is modesty, or is it more like I watched an interview with Riley Gaines where she spoke about her and Leah Thompson tied, and they said, "Well, we've only got one trophy, so we're going to give it to Leah because Leah's the trans athlete." And then Leah got the photograph holding the trophy. Leah was the one, even though it was a tie, it was Leah Thompson that got the notoriety and the recognition for their performance that day. You don't think that maybe has a lot to do with it as well,
Oh,
as far as whether it be fair or not?
that absolutely does. I remember seeing that and then seeing the pictures, and Riley Gaines just looked absolutely defeated. And she should have. Like that was, but I'm just saying the reason swimming is why it seems like such a big deal there is because it doesn't have anything to do with modesty. One, it has to do with safety. I mean, like I said, these women, I listened to Riley explain how they get on their competition suits. And she's like, you've got 2 or 3 girls helping tuck things and push things. And she's like, to get into the suit and then to get out of it, it's the same. Someone's got to help with all that. And like, no one wants to help Leah because Leah isn't a woman. So, I mean, that's a big part of it there is I don't want to be naked. I mean, I was in the army and there were only 2 girls in my platoon, so we got to take shower, just the 2 of us, and we got the same time as the guys. But if one of the guys was like, no, I'm a woman now, I'm going to come in here, I'd have knocked his ass out. There is absolutely no way. And then the whole, well, the trans athlete's more special than you, so they get the trophy. The fuck out of here. That's so disrespectful and so disgusting. And I'm so glad that Riley has national and international like recognition now for what she's done and what she stood up for.
Yeah, I think it's set back women's rights 100 years. Like they fought for a long time to have female only sports, and really, it doesn't even come down to competitiveness, whether it's fair, even playing field. It comes down to truth. Like, can a man actually become a woman? And no, and that tie that back into Title IX, the gender, the trans ideology. They make very clear gender is not the same as sex, and I would argue that they conflate them very often, and they mix them back and forth to whatever benefits them. But if you look at Title IX, it says no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation. And so transgender, your gender identity, has nothing to do with your sex, so they claim. And therefore, I think you should have to compete with your sex. You can cut off the twig and berries, you're still a male. And
I
that
hadn't
won't.
even thought of it that way. I like that. That's fantastic. That they push the difference between sex and gender. And Title IX says specifically sex, which is the biological, like what's going on, not what's going on in your brain, what's physically on your body, in your body. I like that. That's great. Good job.
Well, let me throw another monkey wrench in the discussion because that's exactly where I wanted this to go, and that is that Leah Thompson is not a male transitioning to a female. Leah Thompson is a female. That's the argument, is that you don't have to mess with Title IX. Title IX is that the trans athlete participating in a female sport is not contrary to Title IX because they are female. If you listen to the promo coming in, there was a speaker on there that's basically, she said that that's the argument. If you believe that a trans woman is a woman, then a woman participates in women's athletics. If you don't believe that they're a woman, then obviously that's where things start to get sideways. But what does
Like,
everyone think about that? Is a
Well,
trans
there is
person transitioning?
there's a
Is
slight difference. You so they will often say a woman is your gender, female is your sex. So they will say, like, they just updated the, I believe it was Merriam dictionary, where they said a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman, which obviously is ridiculous. You can't define a term by using that word to define it. But they will say that women is your gender identity, female is your sex. So I don't think I've ever heard Leah Thomas referred to as a female. It's always been a woman.
Okay. So do we believe that a male transitioning into a female or a woman, is that a woman?
No, it's a
No.
trans woman. A trans woman is not a woman. They are a trans woman.
So you don't hold that belief, counselor, that transitioning makes them a woman.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
They still have the same chromosomes. They still have the same. They were born with the same genetic material, and whether they get their, twig and berries cut off and inverted, that doesn't make them a woman.
Well,
And
it's actually the most common transitioning. They don't have the twigs and berries, as you say, snipped. That is a very difficult surgery, maybe not quite perfected yet in some cases. So I think the majority of trans women still are intact, as you said.
then
Well,
they
yeah, they have
absolutely
children.
they're not even close. Then no, if you're going to do it, you either go all the way or shut up. Like do it or
Okay.
don't do it. Do or do. There is no try.
I want to go to our guest speaker, our panelist on this, Twink. What's your opinion on looking at it that way?
Well, I'm not sure how much pushback I'm going to get on this. I 100% am a believer that gender and sex are different, and I don't agree. I have seen some advocates say that whenever a trans woman transitions, that they should receive the designation of female. I don't agree with that. I think that sex and gender are incredibly different, and sex is very biological. It's very chromosomes. It's right gametes, things like that. Gender is a social, it's the social characteristics that surround what we commonly associate the two sexes as, right? Um, yeah, and I mean, I don't know how deep we want to get into this necessarily, but that's where I would draw it, right? When a trans woman transitions, they are taking on the social role of a woman, right? When a trans man transitions, they're taking on the social role of a man. They don't become a male or a female, right?
So,
Okay.
Twink, and I want to get to you, Crystal, but just real quick, Twink, what do you think about? So, because I believe they do conflate them quite often. Whenever I debate them, they're very clear that gender and sex are two different things, just as you very clearly, very well articulated. But then you'll see people like down in Florida, you saw them protesting because they couldn't change their sex on their driver's license. Your driver's license says sex, male or female, and they were protesting that they couldn't change that. How do you think they square that circle?
Well, I think that there's a lot. This is a huge topic on both sides. I think that there's a lot of activism for activism's sake, and I think there's a lot of anti-activism for anti-activism's sake. So I think that there's certain things like that that I probably wouldn't even really give attention to. If you want to advocate for something like having, gender and sex on a driver's license or some kind of identification, I might be willing to concede to that. But I wouldn't necessarily agree with that particular protest. No.
I wouldn't be totally against having gender and sex listed because that would at least be logically consistent. But
Right.
let's go
So
to Chris.
essentially, you're cool with pronouns on your driver's license. So, excuse me, let me see your driver's license. They, her, they.
Is he,
Well,
she, is them?
Well, why not? Because like otherwise you're either going to be because I care about the truth, and so I will. If you can legally change your name, I won't. I don't want to offend a trans person, so I'm not going to call them a man's name. You can legally change your name, so I'll call them by the name that they want. But I'm not going to call them she if it's a man. So I wouldn't be against saying, well, this is a man, but he wants to be like referred to as whatever, because at least that's logically consistent. You're not asking them to say that you are a woman, just that you prefer to be called that.
Sure.
But let's go to Crystal.
I believe that if you transition, you are a trans man or a trans woman. You're not a woman. You're not a female. You're not a male. You transitioned. So, and from as I understand it, you fought so hard for this recognition, and now you got it. So I don't think that's anything to be ashamed of. Like if that's what you did, I don't believe. I also don't believe in medically transitioned children. So like if that's what you did as an adult, then you are fine. But you are a trans man or you are a trans woman. And I wouldn't also be opposed to the driver's license thing, more so on the standpoint of like, say you get into an accident and you need help. The medical people need to know what you are biologically. Like that's important.
That
And
is a big issue,
yeah,
actually.
that's important. So yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that on your driver's license either. Just for as a safety issue, like I said, you get into an accident, you can't talk, then they need to know. Now I disagree with you not helping them because of that. That's wrong. But the medical staff do need to know what you are biologically so that they can treat you appropriately.
I would hold that there is not a trans person out there that's fooling medical staff. Just saying. I
Actually,
don't think
Joe,
we've reached that level yet.
Yeah, I got to push back on that. There actually have been cases, like Crystal laid out, where paramedics have overdosed the victim with certain drugs because they thought they were a woman and they gave them too much of a drug or something. Like there have been cases like that, like where they didn't remove the pants and they weren't certain. And but Crystal,
And also people making a fuss because like you have some trans women, not all, but some trans women that are suing like doctors because they want to go to a gynecologist, and it's like, no, you don't need a gynecologist, and they're trying to sue them for discrimination. So I do think it's kind of like important that it's understood what your biological sex is so that they can assist you appropriately.
Like who wants to go? Nobody wants to go to the gynecologist.
No, Joe. And they ain't figured out a better way to do that in years, but we can talk. That's a conversation for another time. But
right?
That's after parties conversation.
That is definitely an after party.
But
topic.
Yeah, I say you're either male, female, or you're a trans female, or you're a trans male. And I'm damn sure not calling nobody a they them. I don't care.
Okay, but back on sports, do we think that it's fair? That's kind of a basic question. Is it fair to the female athletes, not taking in consideration of the trans athlete, because that seems to be a hot topic as well, as whether it's fair that they can't compete in the gender that they prefer or that they want to be assigned, or however that movement is. Is it fair to the young athletes that are participating on a high school and collegiate level, that they put in the hard work to be competitive and to be relegated to second, third, or no place because
No,
of
it's not fair.
trans athletes?
No, it's not fair. Not at all.
And is that contrary to Title IX?
No, because they're not being discriminated against based on sex.
Is that your legal opinion, Lawyer Joe?
Title IX, like B. Wayne pointed it out, and it makes perfect sense that Title IX says sex. The trans activist people, what have you, constantly say, well, sex and gender are different. Sex and gender are different. Okay, well, then that defeats any claim they have for Title IX discrimination, because Title IX clearly says sex, and your sex is clearly what your physical biological body is. So I mean, if you've got male DNA, you are male, and that is your sex. So you're not denied access to sports based on your sex. I don't give legal opinions on here. I give my personal opinion.
So it's your personal opinion that it doesn't violate restricting trans participation in a female sport or women's sport or whatever gender, however you want to refer to it. You're saying that restricting them from participating in those organized sports is not a violation of Title IX, even though they say they are women.
It is absolutely not, because again, like B Wayne, you're a genius on this one, bud. It specifically says sex and gender are different to them. Their gender, it has nothing to do with Title IX. It's their sex. What your sexual, whatever's in your DNA, whatever chromosomes you have, whatever
I think the
genes
term is biological.
Yeah. I get so frustrated because I'm like B Wayne just made the argument so much easier for me now. Is it legally says sex. So if they say that they are legally female sex, that can be disproven with a blood test. That can be disproven. So no, it's not unfair at all. They still have access to sports. They have access to the sport of the same sex, not gender, sex.
I'll tell you what, Bruce doesn't get that very often.
I
Accolades
know.
on how well he
I'm enjoying
articulated an argument. That's
I'm really enjoying it. I love you, Joe.
I'm sure.
Lawyer.
I'm sure when we have our meetings, he's going to be pushing for more transgender topics.
Oh, there's a few things I'm passionate about.
Is there
All
a
right.
way to make his head bigger on his icon?
We'll get the FT. I'm sure they can accommodate that circle to fit his head that's going to grow after this. But let me throw a hand grenade into this in the last 7 minutes. Yeah, I've heard a lot, and it baffled me for some time when trans activists speak about genocide, that the society and laws and the government are committing genocide on trans people. Well, then you look for like, where's this happening at? And I won't say there's not violence against trans people, but I don't see a systemic genocide in it. But going back and doing research on this topic, it kind of dawned on me. I think I know what they're talking about. They're talking about not allowing children to go through puberty blockers at a young age, because once a child goes through puberty and then transitions, they're never going to be, if you want to be female, you're going to start having masculine characteristics at puberty. And the only way to avoid that is to block puberty and prevent that from happening, so that you stay more feminine looking, feminine frame, not the heavy laden muscles, not the production of testosterone that happens during puberty. That's what they speak of when they say you're killing trans, is that you won't allow them to, we as a society won't allow them to transition at younger ages. And remember, we talked about this earlier, and I agree with it. You're talking about children somewhere between 7 or 8 if you're actually going to stop them from going through puberty. But I know that conversation is going to go into the after party, but let's get it started. What's everyone's ideas on that? And I want to go to Twink first on this one.
Well, and just real quick, Joe, we got a celebrity in here. We got Scott Pressler.
I see the persistent there. Hey, Scott, thanks for joining us, brother. It's good to see you. I've seen some stuff on you here lately. You're making some waves out there. We like to see it.
But go ahead, Twink.
Okay.
I think that's what you said.
So about transitioning really early in life, that is an extremely dicey topic. And again, I said it before, I don't know if I am, I don't know if I can make that decision. I don't know if I can unilaterally tell everyone that, you can or you can't. I don't know. I think that again, it kind of has to be up to the child and the parents. If I had to decide one way or the other, that seems incredibly young. Um, I'm not even sure of any cases of children like actually transitioning from that age. I don't know of any. Most of the ones I've heard of happen in the high school years, and even that's kind of young. Um, so I don't know. I think you're correct about the summation of where the term transgenocide comes from. I think that is where the argument comes from on the other side. There's a couple of other things involving. We kind of touched on it whenever we were talking about trans people not getting the right care in the right situations in certain minute emergency situations when a doctor gets certain information wrong. And I think that those are more valid examples of that. And we can probably make very easy, deliberate changes to help divert those things. But about kids transitioning that young, I I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, so I just want to say there is I wouldn't say very common, but in terms of the trans population, it is fairly common for children to go on puberty blockers before puberty. The whole double mastectomy surgery type situation is far less common. You're right. It is usually around 16, still before the age of consent, but
Right.
it is less common. But the whole puberty blocker thing is becoming much
Well,
more common.
When you say more common, I think the last time I researched it in the last, I think this was last year. So from like 2013 to 2016, those 7 or so years, there were a few thousand cases maybe total that happened involving puberty blockers. I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're referencing when you say more common, or that if you can expound on that a
I
little.
was saying it's more common than the surgical procedures, like
Oh,
double.
100%, absolutely, yeah, yeah. I think the surgical procedures for prepubescent, I mean, I think that's like a double digits total. That happens so incredibly rare. That's
But I believe the argument is you don't need a double mastectomy if they allow the child to transition at such a young age that breast didn't
right.
develop. But
Well, and
let's
also
go
there's
to
just nothing to cut off at that age.
well,
But,
I think doing the and like I say, I'm not an expert at this all, but just doing the research on this topic, that seemed to be a reoccurring theme, and that kind of put it in perspective for me when they talk about genocide. I guess I kind of understand what they're talking about. I won't say that I agree with that, but I understand what they're talking about. Let's go to Crystal and then Spin, and we're gonna close this out and go to the after party.
So a couple of names. Chloe Cole, she had a double mastectomy at 14. She is a she's 18 or 19 now, and she does advocacy for she goes around and essentially speaks out among about children transitioning. She in Texas, there's a place where they were doing double mastectomies on children as young as 12. Um, Scott talked about it, and I watched another situation where they were talking about that. So, and of course, Jazz Jennings, we literally she started puberty blockers at 12. Um, she had her first surgery at she had her SRS at 17, and the puberty blockers essentially prevented her from developing a full penis, and so she had to have 5 surgeries, I believe, in order to make her whole. So they do say that it's better. Another reason why it's better to wait until they're older and have gone through their puberty of gender origin, because it is a little less invasive on them when they get older. But there's a couple of other younger people that had surgery. I mean, I consider the medicalization just as bad as the surgery, because ultimately we don't know what's one, they're becoming medicalized for life. They're telling them that these side effects are reversible, and they're not giving people full information. And then we got a lot of either self ID or like people literally going into meet with a psychiatrist 30 minutes and they coming out with people like, we just need to do better at the end of the day. But like I don't think, again, I don't think under 18 you should be getting anything medical. Social transition, without any medical intervention. But like the medical, I just don't think it's a good space to put a minor in a medical space, until they, I mean, even 18, I think it's early, but again, you're grown at that point. You can go if you can go into the military and die for your country, then who am I to tell you, what you can and cannot do? But the bottom line, I don't think children should medically transition. Period.
Hey, Spin, I see your hand up, but we're at the top of the hour. If we could let Joe give his closing monologue, if you would be kind enough to be willing to
Sure.
Yeah,
end
guys,
this
let's pick
party.
up this conversation in the after party. Give us 5 minutes after this ends. And Grego, I saw you, just brought you up as a speaker. We're going to close this space out. We have what's called an after party for those that don't normally come to our show. And we'll pick up this topic, and it's a little looser. We can move a little faster around in that space. So I encourage everyone to join us in the after party. And we're going to pick up right when we left off. But I do want to close it out with just my assessment on the research and listening to the conversation in here tonight. I feel a lot of the same sentiments that Crystal does. I feel like if we're going to be a free country, we can't dictate how people live their personal lives. I don't want the government. I don't want laws. I don't want a bureaucracy or, by God, an elected public official to tell me how to live my personal life or to tell someone else how to live their personal life. When it comes to trans athletes participating in female sports, I feel like we are bending our knee to less than 1% of the population, and even less of a percentage of that 1% that participates in these sports, at the sacrifice of our female athletes or our ladies that are participating, especially on the collegiate level. Recently, they've opened the way for college athletes to be able to catch endorsements. This could be life changing. This is what you get up at 4 a.m. and you swim the laps for. This is what you sacrifice for to be able to compete at that level. A collegiate swim team, even on a women's team, is not something that you're going to walk up there one day, throw your swimsuit on, put your swim cap on, and jump in and be competitive. These are young ladies that have been doing this since probably before puberty in a lot of cases, where they're hitting the gym. They're putting in the sacrifice to get it done so they can compete on a collegiate level, so they can compete on an Olympic level. I think when you interject a biological male into that, I think it's unfair competition. I'm not opposed to a third league. I'm not opposed to something else, but I think what we're doing now is not fair to the ladies or the women that are participating in that sport. I think it's an extremely complicated topic, and I want to give my hats off for Twink for having the courage to come into a room, because you don't know what you're getting into on this, and there's not many proponents on his side in here. So I want to commend you, Twink, for coming in, and I appreciate your conversation and your opinion on everything that we discussed tonight. For those that are new to the Night Court with Joe Lanu and my night crew, that's what we put these spaces together for. I want opposing views, but I want a respectful discussion. We don't talk over each other. In any personal attack, we'll have you removed, because it's essentially, I don't like to say safe space too much, but it is a safe space to have these discussions, whether you agree with the majority of the room or not. So, Twink, I want to appreciate you, and I also want to commend you on something that you said. You believe that, and I have adopted your opinion, by the way. You've convinced me on this for sure, that you believe there's a lot of activism for the sake of activism. I think that as long as we have people stirring up the waters and keeping it muddy, it's going to be very difficult for us, for a society, to find our way through a situation like this that's equitable for all. I think that more conversations like this need to be had, whether it's an uncomfortable conversation or not. Those are sometimes the most important conversations that you need to have. But folks, we're going to end it here, and I do this for some recording purposes. But we're going to pop open another show. We call it the Joe Lanu After Party.
With a summer fun warning. Memorial Day is on top of us, along with backyard party weather. Go see my friend Spa Guy 01 on X for all things water and backyard. Spa Guy is your Texas backyard connection, and we'll get you started with the best swimming pools, spas, saunas available. Not to mention patio furniture and outdoor kitchens. You know us Texans take our grilling very serious. You need advice on maintenance, best product selection, installation? Spa Guy is your Atlas Spas expert, with locations in Waco and Ennis, Texas. If you're not in the great state of Texas, don't worry. Spa Guy can ship parts and supplies and advice to any location in the continental United States. Hi, folks. Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, aka Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support. Good evening, folks. Welcome to Night Court with Joe Lanou and the Night Crew. Tonight we're going to have Carbon Mike. I think we're waiting on him. I've already confirmed he'll be here shortly, and we'll get started on some of the questioning. In the meantime, make sure you have a good beverage and some snacks. It's going to be entertaining. We're going to go over some stuff with Carbon Mike on his weapons research, something you might not know about him. Not only is he facing some harsh treatment by the state of New York, but he's and a computer engineer, but he's also a bit of a weapons engineer and has some interesting ideas on firearms. Folks that are requesting mics, hold off. We'll get you some mics up at about half hour through. The first half hour, I want to do some introductions, give Mike a chance to explain the basis on his research, and then we'll open up to questions on about the half hour mark, and I'll bring you guys up from Mike. I know everybody's going to have plenty of questions. I'll bring you up at that point, and we'll get started on some questioning. A little different episode tonight, or show tonight. Halfway through, Carbon Mike's got important business to attend to on the AM, so he's only going to be with us for about an hour and a half. And about the hour and a half mark, we're going to switch up, and we're going to go to Red Dead in a Blue State. He's going to talk to us about what it's like to live literally in Oakland, California, being a conservative. So should have some very interesting takes on that as well. I'm pretty excited about tonight's show. I think we get a little bit better every night. I just perfected a promo. I've posted that out. If you want to take a look at it, check it out on my timeline. I expect some better stuff coming. I anticipate some better stuff coming before the end of the week and the beginning of next week to really shape things up and try to make this more entertaining. But we're going to take just a real quick break here, about 2 minutes, and then let me get Carbon Mike up, and we'll get started. It's good enough time for a bathroom break if you hadn't done so already, or your beverage of your choice. 2 minutes.
To the foundation,
who he is and how he got to where he's at right now. And I think it'll change your mind no matter how you stand in view gun control, gun rights, 2A rights, or just honestly just being an American. So if Bruce Wayne, while we're doing that, or veteran, if y'all could put that in the pill for anybody that wants to get it, take a look at it. And I recommend sharing it. Most of us in here are proponents on getting Mike's story out. We think it's a story most Americans need to hear. And I'll say it again, no matter how you feel about firearms, 2A, Second Amendment rights, First Amendment rights, or any rights, as an American, you should care about this story, because take Dexter's name out of it and put your name in it, because that's how quick it could happen to you, is my opinion on that. But Carbon, do you want to give us a quick update? This show is going to be about your research and the engineering that you've done with firearms, and some of your ideas that you haven't gotten off the ground yet. But the elephant in the room is, how did today go?
sorry about that. I was looking for the I was looking for the button. Hang on a second. I'm gonna answer that question, but first I'm gonna put this in the pill. I'm posting a link to the Foundationist Society website. This is a page I added because I realized, like, my family and friends, people off Twitter, in fact, a lot of them were like, well, where's this interview? Where's that interview? I heard you were on this. And it's like, so I just put all my write-up and interview links on one page, and it's there on the Foundationist Society website. The Foundationist Society is my thing. I'm the first Foundationist, and so that's our thing. So that link is up and should be up in the purple pill now, so y'all can share that for convenience sake if you want to. So my story. I am a lifelong New Yorker. I grew up in a working class family in Queens, New York. I'm a 30-year veteran of the software industry. I taught myself how to code. Actually, I'm a college dropout / burnout. And when I went down to Baltimore, Maryland to go to college, I found myself a year or two later just kind of at odds and not knowing what I was going to do with my life. And I bounced around, did a lot of different jobs. I worked construction. I worked in restaurant kitchens. I taught science at a Quaker summer school. Did all kind of stuff. And eventually I got into computers. I made friends with someone who was like a computer hobbyist, and he kind of set me on that path. And then I taught myself to write C++ code, and I got my first job at a startup in New York, moved back up to New York, and that was the start of everything. This was 1994. So been in the software trade for 30 years, been a tech geek forever, always building my own stuff, messing around with circuits, messing around with all kinds of stuff. I've always been a tinkerer, a builder, a shade tree mechanic. I'm a licensed amateur radio operator, technician class. Up here in New York, I did all kinds of stuff. In addition to working in the software industry, I actually worked in the film industry for a little bit. At a certain point in the early 2000s, I kind of burnt out on software, and I started doing. I got work as a location sound mixer, freelance location sound mixer and recorder at on the indie film circuit. So I'd be the guy with like the mixer and recorder strapped to my chest and holding the boom, with the shotgun mic. That was me. And then I taught a little bit at New York Film Academy. I taught location sound recording and sound post-production, audio post-production to the 1-year film students and to the journalism students. Drove yellow cabs in New York for a while. Again, one of these episodes where I kind of burned out on the industry and I wanted to do something else. And there wasn't any good work for software guys, so I ended up driving cabs for a while. Fast forward to a few years ago when I got interested in gunsmithing. Again, making stuff has always been my thing. And at a certain point, I realized that you could buy legal parts online and do some machining and add some more parts and you have a finished firearm. I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. So I started doing that a few years ago. Started with Glock style pistols, polymer 80s, that kind of thing. And then I got into rifles and I made 8 very sexy AR rifles, one of which I made for my daughter. And I promised her we'd go to the woods of New Hampshire sometime. I'd buy a piece of land and I'd go build a gun lab and a gun range, and we'd go up there and I'd teach her how to shoot. So that happened. And in the course of doing that, as I started building all these weapons, I started thinking about how I could build a second career for myself. Because again, at the time I had been in software for almost 30 years. It's 30 years this year. And I was like, I could really make a second career out of this. Because I really liked the people I ran across in the 2A world. I really liked the fact that they were just into their stuff and into tinkering and building and experimenting and trying stuff. And I was like, hey, I could take my experience as a software engineer, as a circuits guy, right? And as a signals guy and bring that to weapons science. So, I started designing products and kind of frameworks and kind of platforms to kind of geek out on that side of things. And so, I'll be talking more about that tonight. But for those of you who don't know, of course, in April of 2022, like the state of New York put a big hitch in my plans. Basically, a SWAT team busted my door down in April 2022, arrested me, sent me off to Rikers, and I'm on the hook for multiple counts of felony weapons possession because, according to New York State, I should have asked New York State for permission before quietly exercising my 2A rights at home. This is, of course, without ever having, brandished weapons or made videos about weapons or talked about weapons or, lent weapons or transferred weapons or sold weapons or anything like that. This was a quiet, private hobby. I did not want to attract any kind of negative energy. But that's what I was doing. I should add, because it's important for people who are doing their due diligence, that I have a squeaky clean criminal record. Like in all my life, I'm 53 now. I have one arrest. This was for trespassing in Baltimore City over 30 years ago. Aside from that, my record is squeaky clean. Never any problems with the police. Never, cops having to come to my place. Nothing like that. And at the time I was raided, I was also a member in good standing of my local gun range, Westside Rifle and Pistol. And I had signed up for this online course called Rocket FFL, because I wanted to find out how to kind of file all the paperwork and do what I needed to do to, buy my piece of land and actually start doing this stuff legitimately for money. Okay, so, I'm fighting that case. We've been actually at trial. This is the second week of trial. Next week will almost certainly be the last week of trial. It probably probably won't extend all the way through next week, and we'll see. If the verdict goes my way, then you guys will hear from me again, and if not, it's going to be a while before you hear from me again, because if I get an adverse verdict, then I'll probably be locked up immediately to wait sentencing. So that's
let me touch on that real quick.
Yes, sir.
Carbon. You're currently under state charges. You have no federal charges.
No
there's no
federal
law
charges. No federal charges. Yes, the ATF drove the search warrant. They've been doing that around the country, kind of like getting customer lists from parts manufacturers and then going around to local police departments with hit lists. Basically, that's kind of what they did here. So they were at my house on the day of the raid, but they disappeared immediately thereafter, and we haven't heard hide nor hair since. So this is purely a state case. Yes.
So when I say if it goes the way that they convict you on the state charges, your next appeal process is essentially going to be in the federal court system. Where they have to apply
No. Well, you first have to climb up the appeals ladder in New York State. Then, if you get to the top of that ladder and you don't prevail, then you have to climb up the federal appeals ladder. That's how that works.
Well, my point is, though, it's the federal court system that has to apply the Bruin test, the historical documents.
No, it's actually all the court systems, quote unquote, have to apply the Bruin test. So far, there have been a few state courts that have started to act like they can read. Do you know what I'm saying? New York is one of the stragglers, right? There is even a New York State appellate judge who delivered a ruling that was 2A friendly. I can't remember what her name was, but I read about this or heard about this either from one of the 2A channels. Like, I don't think it was Armed Scholar. It might have been Langley Outdoors Academy, but you started to see some of these state courts finally straighten up and fly right, but at the appellate level. But at this level, they've pretty much got it sewn up. They want it so that you can't challenge the laws. It's very the game is rigged so that, for example, you can't just challenge these unconstitutional laws out of hand. Because remember, when the Bruin decision came down, the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, was very public about her intention not to follow the Second Amendment, not to follow Bruin. And they passed a whole tranche of legislation that flew in the face of Bruin, and that was even more restrictive. Okay, so none of these laws can be challenged out of hand. You have to be in the jackpot, and if you happen to be in the jackpot like I am in a state trial, in trial court, you can't mention the Second Amendment In other words, that you're not supposed to talk about constitutional issues at this level. So you then have to be convicted, according to them, go to prison, and then eventually get into the appeals process where you can finally start to talk about the Second Amendment. And their rationale, as power-hungry, lawless progressives, is very simple. No one's going to be crazy enough to challenge this, right? Of course, my problem is that I'm stupid. So I don't care. I didn't take the plea deal. They offered me, 8 years instead of 18. I turned that down. There was a kind of an informal plea offer, 5 years instead of 18. I turned that down because, as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to go to prison. I'm not some kind of hard case. But on the other hand, I'm not gonna relegate myself to second-class citizen status. That's nonsense. This is and especially not in a city where you see people doing all kinds of shit. People kicking the hell out of cops on camera and then walking away with no bail. People chasing people down the street with deadly weapons and no bail. People, tossing Molotov cocktails into police cars and getting off with like a year in prison. I definitely am just not inclined to just knuckle under and say, oh yeah, I did something wrong. I did nothing wrong. I'm a first-class citizen and the Constitution applies to me. So that's my stance.
No, and I understand your stance, and I think that's one of the things that draws me to you with some admiration is that you're willing to lose your freedom to see freedom for the rest of Americans and for your children, and for that I commend you. Let's get into the weapons because that's really what we're here for.
Sure.
Carbon approached me and he said he'd like to do a space. He'd like to tell folks about some of the research he's done and some of the things he's discovered about weapons and where he was going with his research with the firearms that he had built. So, Carbon, I'm gonna let you take it away because I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure I understand exactly what you were doing with it besides building firearms. I understand that part, but you took it to a new level that I don't quite understand. So I'm going to give you free reign on this. I do want to keep in mind we have some programming notes on this. We want to get this wrapped up and get to questions somewhere around 45 after.
Okay, I think we can. Yeah, I think we can definitely do that. Yeah.
So I know you can roll, my friend. Roll. We're sitting in the pews and we're going to wave our hands.
Okay. Thank you, brother. So the first thing I started to realize when I started building rifles, like AR style rifles, is that looking at GunTube, right, looking at YouTube and the 2A community on YouTube, and testing rifles and people building rifles and shooting them and what have you, is that semi-automatic rifles have an interesting interesting problem. They all have this kind of divided energy budget problem, right? Because you think about what a semi-automatic, or what a firearm is in general, right? It's this thing that turns potential energy, right, chemical energy in this case, the energy in your powder charge, right, into kinetic energy, into motion. Your car does the same thing. It turns chemical energy, right, the chemical energy stored in the gasoline in your tank, into motion. Except that with your car, it's your car that actually moves, and with a firearm, it's the projectile that actually moves. The projectile is like a cork stuffed into a bottle, that being the cartridge, that being your brass shell casing, and it's that chemical reaction, this mini either detonation or deflagration, that pops the cork off the bottle and sends it out the muzzle of the rifle. Now that energy that's unleashed when you smack the back of the primer, that's all the energy you'll ever have in the weapon, right? Now, with a regular bolt action rifle, and I built a couple of the rifles I built were bolt action, there's no problem, because basically you're going to chamber around, you're going to push, you're going to close the bolt with a round in the chamber, and you pull the trigger, firing pin smacks the cartridge, and all the energy really is devoted to sending the round out of the weapon. But with semi-automatic rifles, it's different, right? Because with semi-automatic rifles, of course, you're going to divert some of that expanding gas so that you can, unlock the bolt and send the bolt all the way back into recoil. and then the bolt's going to come back forward, because while it's in recoil, it's under spring tension. Then it's going to be driven back forward automatically. It's going to strip a new round off the cartridge, and it's going to chamber that round, and then you're ready to go. You're ready for another shot. Now, most of you who are AR guys, you guys know this. I'm just, it's just the basic thing. So my thing is this. I started to look at that as a circuit, as a mass flow circuit, right? So, you come home at night, you flick the lights on, that's an electrical circuit. It's a hot summer day, you turn the AC on, that's a mass flow circuit, right? You're basically circulating coolant around a loop, right, to transfer heat from, let's say, the inside of your house to the outside of your house. Okay, well, with a semi-automatic weapon, you're transferring energy around a loop. The energy goes down the barrel of the rifle. Then part of it is diverted up through your gas block, back through your gas tube, and pushes against inside the gas key, pushes against your bolt carrier group to unlock that bolt and send it back into recoil. And so what I started thinking was, how can you model this? Can you look at this as a circuit and apply some basic electrical engineering principles to this thing? So if you take this, so this framework that I started developing is called cyclic energy flow, CEF. The idea is that, well, the barrel between the chamber and your gas block, that's a wire in electrical engineering terms. Your gas tube, right, conducting the gas back into the upper receiver, that's a wire. Okay, the aperture between the barrel and the inside of the barrel and your gas block, that's a resistor, because that's a small hole. So now you're restricting the flow. So you have a wire, you have a resistor, you have another wire. The bolt carrier group in a semi-auto rifle, that is a resistor, because in electrical circuits, resistors resist the flow of electrons. In mass flow circuits, a mass, right, a weight, okay, resists acceleration. That's the law of inertia, right? And we all have an instinctive sense of how this operates, even though we don't know why, right? Things that have more mass are harder to get moving in the first place, right? It's easy. You can kick a skateboard with your foot, and you can push it, send it rolling on down the street. You can't really kick a Humvee that's in neutral with your foot and send it rolling on down the street, because it has more mass. It resists motion. So your bolt carrier group is a resistor. Your buffer weight is a resistor. It's another mass, and mass resists acceleration. And then your buffer spring is a capacitor. In electrical circuits, a capacitor is a device that stores a small amount of electrical charge. Okay, so the idea is that the idea behind cyclic energy flow was that if I could, in my gun lab that I was going to build somewhere in New Hampshire, if I could build a couple of universal receivers and tool them up with some sensors and fire off a few thousand rounds of different types, I could start to develop some algorithms that would tell that, just do some very simple math and write some software such that you'd have a calculator. And you can plug a few basic things into that calculator, right? Your projectile weight, your powder charge, maybe your powder type, because some powders are more brisant than others, and your barrel length, so on and so forth, gas system length, what have you, the weight of your bolt carrier group, and so on and so forth. You could plug these things in, and you could start to get. Actually, I'm sorry. You minus the weight of your bolt carrier. You'd plug in those basic variables, and you'd get the masses and the weights you would need in order to get a weapon that was roughly in tune. Because the catch is that sometimes you'll build a rifle and it doesn't cycle correctly. It fails to feed, or the bolt bounces when it comes back from being in recoil, and that's no good. So the idea is that you should have some kind of calculator where you can plug some basic values and it'll tell you, listen, your bolt carrier group should weigh between this and this. Your buffer spring should probably have this tension. Your buffer weight should probably be between this and this. Now, the big gun manufacturers probably have something like this in-house. They probably use that when they're designing weapons. My thing was, I wanted to write this software and open source it so that anyone could use it. And to me, that was something that could let the hobbyists have a lot more fun. A lot of guys who maybe they don't want to like waste money buying like multiple different BCGs and different buffer weights just to get the thing right. They want to be able to plug something in a calculator and say, okay, I know what to order from Brownells, right? So that's one. That's cyclic energy flow. Two, I was designing a system called Drift 360, a dry fire training program, 360. And the idea was that I noticed that a lot of guys were doing a lot of dry fire practice, and dry fire practice is very good. It's not a substitute for range time, but it's good to dry fire, provided you have a center fire, modern center fire weapon. And so I started thinking, well, the first time I bought some snap caps, and those for those of you who are not in the gun building hobby, a snap cap is a piece of simulated ammunition. It's a hollow piece of metal or plastic. It's got, where the primer is, there's just a piece of metal, there's just a piece of metal with a spring. So that's the thing that the firing pin will smack. So the firing pin can kind of smack that without you damaging the firing pin. And you use snap caps to test kind of basic weapon function. There's no fire, there's no powder, there's no charge. It's just it's built just like a real piece of ammunition. So you can load it into the weapon by hand, and you can dry fire it. You can rack your slide or pull back your charging handle, what have you. You can eject the round, and you can test basic weapons function. So when I saw like my first snap cap, I was like, I wonder what kind of chips I could put inside a snap cap. Could I put like a little sensor that could that would detect when a firing pin strikes it? What can I do if I can internally detect the strike of a firing pin on the back of a piece of simulated ammunition? Well, one thing you could do is you could have a firing range where all your weapons you could just do dry fire training, but it was as realistic as possible. So if you detect that signal of when you were supposed to have touched off a round, then what you could do is you could transmit a signal to a desktop computer somewhere that's hooked up to your PA system in the range, and you can literally play an audio sample of a gunshot going off. So for people who want to do like build ranges indoors or build a training course where people can get comfortable with dry firing, it's relatively safe because, again, no one's firing off live ammo, but you can get as much realism as possible. There are some special receivers that you can buy that actually have CO2 cartridges to simulate blowback. And I thought, if I could buy some of these systems and then add some wiring and add some software and kind of build this system that would let gun enthusiasts or professionals or police departments, for that matter, build ranges where they could have really kind of immersive dry fire training. And it would basically just by bolting some cheap electronics onto a gun platform. That's Drift 360. I'll pause. Go on.
Let me ask you this about that, Mike.
Yes, sir.
So it would give you feedback on when the primer strikes, when the firing pin strikes the
primer. Yes, sir.
primer.
Yes, sir.
Could you get also feedback on like point of aim and how steady you are at that point? Because that's the point
Sure.
that you need to be right, because that's the point it's going to launch. Would it give you that kind of feedback?
Well, it could. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I started developing. So first of all, some people have already developed laser aiming systems. You can basically, if you have a threaded barrel, you can screw a little battery powered laser into the thing. It's like a bore sight laser. And then if you have a smart target, then it can detect, where you're actually pointing the muzzle of the weapon, how much wobble there is. So I was very interested in getting some samples of those types of systems, building a couple of weapons and seeing what I could improve or what I could build on. The other thing is that in terms of like weapon stability, how stable is this weapon? Mantis exists and that's cool. But again, I was looking for what I could build and open source so that other people could buy some cheap hardware and run my software and get the same results. So I started to develop something called Osiris. It was an open shot registration system. And I did a kind of a little mini demo of part of this system the other night when I was on Kyle Serafin's show. And so Osiris is again, open shot registration. I got that idea because I was talking to Chris Lash, who's Dana Lash's husband. She was kind enough to give me an interview about my case. And he was talking about having this training system already on a phone or something like that, but he needed something to register a shot from an actual shot fired from a particular weapon. And he was talking about, well, could we profile the particular sound of gunshots from one weapon versus another? Because you can imagine in a range that's active, a lot of people are firing their weapons. So I said, well, I don't like that idea just because it seems like a big heavy lift to try to fingerprint the particular sound of a gun. That's a lot of research and development. So well, why don't I brute force the problem? So let me buy like a cheap single board computer and a little accelerometer on a chip. It's like, what, $10. And let me buy a little miniature microphone and hook them together to the single board computer so that the accelerometer would detect the recoil transient. It detect the kick that happens when you fire this weapon, and then the microphone would detect the sound of the weapon report. And then you'd have a little Wi-Fi chip so that you could beam that information to whatever shooting platform you had on hand, whatever analysis platform you had on hand, and then do what you want with it. So now coming back to your question, it should be possible to use that same system with a dry fire training system if it's got simulated blowback, right? So, and you can look this up. You've probably seen a few of these systems where, again, you've got like a CO2 cartridge and some kind of assembly, just riding on top of your Glock lower or whatever, right? And when you pull the trigger, it actually releases a spurt of CO2 gas to give you the blowback. It'll actually blow the slide back, and it's just more realistic training. So you can up that with a bore sight laser, with something that detects the kick of the weapon. And all of this electronics, by the way, you wouldn't have to build some special gun. This is like $50 worth of electronics that you can literally sew onto a glove or onto a sleeve. So you just put the sleeve on, pick up your weapon, and go to work. So that's what I've been working on. And I got the accelerometer working to where I'm detecting motion with that. My next step is to, who knows if I'll get to it in time before before the end of the trial, but my next thing is to hook up the microphone and detect and get some reading data from the microphone. And then it's just a matter of lining those things up in time. If you feel a kick from the weapon at the same time that you hear a sound, right? You're gonna hear a loud sound, then you know that you register a shot, and then you can do whatever, and then you can also register if you got a little bit of local memory in that single board computer, then the weapon, the quote unquote, the weapon knows how much you were wobbling, right? When you fired off that shot, how big your wobble was, because there's an accelerometer there. Yeah. So that's what that's my most recent thing that I've been working on. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
it absolutely makes sense. It's kind of ingenious. I'm surprised somebody hadn't thought of this before. But
Maybe someone has. I don't know.
I don't think so. As former law enforcement, I've never seen anything like that. It sounds like it would be something that would be useful for training.
I'll tell
So,
you what the killing joke was. Like, my big thing, like, before I got raided by the police, was, hey, this would be really cool to sell to police departments. Because y'all remember that around that time, like 21, 22, right? There was like this big ammo shortage and people were dying. They were like, I can't get ammo and this and that, and I'm buy some of this Russian ammo, and who's running steel ammo instead of brass? Does that work? Da, 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 da. So I was like, well, shit, if local police departments are the training budget is jacked up, they're trying to burn through less ammo, the more realistic your dry fire training can be, the better, right? So if you have simulated blowback, if you have shot registration, if you have metrics on the weapon, and again, it's just a time series of data. So you could get it to where you're detecting everything, because you've got an accelerometer, right? So you could theoretically detect everything from the moment of the draw, right? How smooth your draw is. You know, are you muzzling yourself when you draw? What's going on there? Yeah, so it's just ironic that I was thinking of some of my first clients being like the New Hampshire State Police Department.
Well, I'll be quite honest with you, as former law enforcement, I think that would be a benefit to any police budget, whether bullets are expensive or not.
Or
When it
not,
comes time to
correct.
training,
Correct.
the training budget has a lot to do with what you're able to do with that.
Yes,
A
sir.
lot of officers take it upon themselves and do the training. And firearms, our marksmanship is a perishable skill. For those of us that do it, we know all too well that it's
That's
a
right.
perishable skill.
That's right.
But
That's right. You
that's
got to shoot every day, you know? So yeah. And of course I was inspired. You guys have heard me talk about Bill Geisley, and I was inspired by the fact that he got his first contract building triggers for the US Army sharpshooting group. So I was literally thinking of, wow, I could, at the time I was working 2 jobs and money was easy. So I was like, oh, I could get an RV and like I could drive around and like go to, I could visit like army installations, and I could visit, state police barracks and what have you, and just have a road show where I'm like, hey, listen, give me 45 minutes. I'll demo this system for you. And you think it might be useful. Da, 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 da. I was totally geeking out on this shit because I thought I thought the same thing you did. Like, yeah, you just make your training budget go farther, right? Also, it's recently I've been talking to people like Carrie Sloan and Crystal, the pineapple pizza eater, who I don't see her in here, but she probably hiding somewhere. She thinks she's cute.
Are you talking about the names we shall not mention in my space?
Yes. I gotta call Crystal out, because if she's here or she listens,
is she here?
She gonna, I don't know, but she should be, because
Now I'm angry that she's not. Thanks, Mike. It was great. It was a great space up until right now that I realized that my comrade Crystal is not here.
I had that effect on spaces. It would show up like, oh shit. But yeah, she, like Carrie Sloan, for example, and Crystal, and other people in our circle, do a lot of stuff with like women, like training women, for example, in firearms. Some of the women are post-traumatic because they've had some difficulty. Maybe they got away from a violent ex-husband or what have you. And if they're first-time firearm users, like you want to dial them up to like more and more realistic dry fire training. Well, with Drift 360, right? Again, none of this is rocket science. It's all really simple parts just bolted together, because I'm a dumbass and I like that. But it like you could start with relatively soft shot reports. Again, you basically have an indoor shooting range that's got like a nice big PA system, so you can turn it up loud, and the sound of the simulated gunshots will be loud, but you could turn it down, and so they can get comfortable with the simulated blowback and with the sound of the report, and gradually you can dial it up louder and louder till they're not flinching anymore from anticipating the loud sound or what have you. So a lot of cool stuff you could do with that. And again, what I like about it most of all is that it's dirt simple. Like, it's just simple electronics, simple parts, and very simple software, right? No AI bullshit required, just very simple software that you can use to build these systems. So that was Drift 360 and Osiris, open shot registration system. The other thing, one of the other things that I was thinking about was something called Jesus Christ, now I'm blanking. Oh yeah, DACA, desktop ammunition QA. So some of you guys, if you're 2A people, you either do it yourself, or people who do hand loading, right? Now, where you make your own ammunition. I had actually bought an ammo press and some of the inserts and some brass and some projectiles and some powder and some primers, because I was fascinated with this thing of, whoa, you're manufacturing, ammunition. Now, if you think about what pistol or rifle ammunition is, it's essentially a small, very powerful bomb, or firecracker, going off like 6 inches in front of your face, right? Now, if you hand load your ammunition, and for example, if you have a defect in your brass that you didn't catch when you inspected your brass, that could be a very bad day for you. Because remember, You don't want these hot gases escaping in any other direction but down the muzzle, right? So, inspecting your brass is important. Okay. Now I noticed when I was before I got rated, I was looking at all these channels, and it's like a lot of the guys who didn't handle it were around my age, getting a little bit older. Your eyes aren't as good as they used to be when you were young, and it's like, and I started thinking right away, well, what could I do? Could I build something that would let people scan brass on the desktop, right? uh and maybe catch defects that the naked 50-year-old eye couldn't necessarily catch. Something simple. You've seen some of these elaborate ammo presses where they've got the hopper that lines up your brass and feeds it down. It's like, okay, I could buy one of those and then figure out how to bolt on an assembly that would take that brass into some kind of thing where it could spin it, shine a laser on it, and like a couple of dirt cheap video cameras and some software, and you have a desktop brass inspection system, DACA, desktop ammunition QA. That was something that I was really looking forward to building, because I think hand loading is really cool, and it would just make it safer. It would just make it safer for people to hand load, because they could. I mean, listen, it's still going to be dangerous, because you try to build a round that's too hot, you could fuck yourself up, what have you. But as far as brass defects causing bad days at the range, something like that would make those less likely. And I know for a fact, because I've seen some of the videos, that the big ammo manufacturers, they all have that, right? You look at their assembly line and you see like the little laser scanner that goes and scans the brass for defects and stuff. And it's like, I know for a fact that you can buy the components and put that together, and I know how to write the software to do that. So that was yet another idea in the hopper.
And that
I'll
would be
pause here because
and that
we're
would
about
be
getting late.
but that would
Sorry.
be available to your enthusiast versus like a factory would have something like, or I would
Yes,
assume
sir.
have something like that. But this would be something
Exactly.
you could do at home.
At home,
Affordable.
exactly right. Because your factories have a big, expensive system that's bolted, integrated into their whole assembly line. But this would be something for your enthusiasts, and the big challenge for me would be, hopefully will be, how to do it such that it's affordable for the hobbyist, right? Like, you don't want something that costs $5,000. You want to figure out how to do, like, get a single board computer, a couple of dirt cheap cameras or dirt cheap lasers, and some software and some mechanics, right, to scan that brass and kind of easily do that. So that's yet another one of the ideas I had brewing.
Man, I think those are all solid ideas. Go back to the non live round training.
Drift 360, yes, sir.
I'll tell you from my experiences training soldiers in the Army, especially on the basic training level, there's a lot of work done prior to them a trainee shooting a live round. And
yes, sir.
We do dime washer drills. We do the best we can, but a system like that, it would also help you keep yourself sharp at home. But Matt, let's get to some hands. I know these guys in the audience are dying to ask you questions, just like everybody else is in every space. Veteran B. Wayne, I see we've got I'm not a cultist with his hand up. Is he our first speaker for a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and anyone else send me a request, I'll bring you up.
Yep. Now, folks, we're going to do a little bit different tonight before you get started, the cultist. When you hit your, I need you to keep your questions down to somewhere between 40 and 60 seconds. When you hit 40 seconds, you're going to hear this. That's just a very polite way of saying that you need to find the airstrip and go ahead and land it. And the reason I do that is that there's a lot of folks in here. A lot of people have questions. A question will pop up. You'll have one in your mind, but it'll be 40 minutes before you get the chance to get to your hand up and you've forgotten what you've said. So try to make it a more pleasurable experience for everybody involved. We're going to try to keep it between 40 and 60 seconds. And I'm not a cultist. I'll start your time when you talk.
Okay, one second. Before Not a Cultist starts, do me a favor, Joe, or someone. Somewhere online, there's a picture of a picture from the Brooklyn DA's press release about my case. In that picture, in that article, there's a picture of like all my rifle, I think all my pistols and all my rifles save one on a table. if someone could pull that up and put it in the red pill, that'd be useful, because there's another design idea that I wanted to talk about before we end the space, whenever that is, and it'd be helpful for someone to look at the pictures of those rifles, so I could talk about what it is. But that's all. Go on, Cultus.
What was the news outlet that posted that?
More than one. I mean, I think it might be on the Daily News, New York Daily News website. It might also be on I don't know if the city. There's a local magazine called The City here in New York, and they did an article on my case. I don't remember if they posted a picture of my guns, but the picture of my guns is definitely
let's dig a little bit. I'm sure we can find it. Honestly, on your name, they can't. We know for a fact that they hadn't over-reported this.
Yeah.
Except for, the
Yes,
state.
Sir. Yes, sir.
The state over-reported a little bit. But let's go ahead and go to I'm Not a Cultist.
So, you knew I was going to have this question, right? So I got a lot of experience using or programming ESP32s and various other microcontrollers.
Yep.
So, which microcontroller did you land on?
For Osiris, I just used an Arduino Mini, like the mini USB, and the reason I used that, even though it seems a little bit like cheating, is that there's a company called Adafruit, ADA, Alpha Delta Alpha, and then Fruit, right? Okay, and they have this platform where it's all about sewable electronic, like wearable electronics. And so they have this thing called the Adafruit Flora, which, again, if you saw the thing with me and Kyle, it's this, I think it was Kyle. It's a little round thing, and it's got the it's basically a round circuit board, a circular circuit board, and it's got some connectors on it, what have you. Because I like the idea of being able to sew this having the prototype being, I could sew the whole thing onto a fabric sleeve, and that would be the prototype. And you can literally sell like stainless steel wire. You can stitch the wires into the sleeve and whatever. So that's what I use. It really doesn't matter what kind of single board computer you use, almost, right? It's like any halfway decent ARM processor, low power consumption, because it's not doing a lot of complex math or anything like that. All it's doing is it's just reading just polling a couple of sensors, polling a microphone and polling an accelerometer. That's it.
Yeah, the reason why I fall back on ESP32s is because they have built-in Bluetooth and Wi-Fi.
I didn't even know that they made ones with that actually would be very helpful, because then I wouldn't have to, because I actually ended up buying an external Wi-Fi chipset. But now that you told me that, if I don't go to prison next week, I'm gonna definitely look that up and see if I can set up the tool chain for that. Because that would be just better,
Yeah, like all my LoRa devices using Meshtastic are also all ESP32s.
Yeah, that's a great little platform, I have to say. Those of you who don't know, I'm also really into, among other things, electronic music. And so I'm sitting in my studio right now. Modular synthesizers, Eurorack synths have taken over like about half my control room. And a lot of these devices are really they're just ESP32 chips with some converters and some other electronics and stuff like that. So yeah, that's cool stuff. Thank you for that.
Thanks. I'm Not a Cultist. Let's go to Busybody. Busybody, same rules, my friend. 40 to 60 seconds. You'll hear a bell when you're getting close.
All right, it's all good. Hey, brother Carbon Mike, man, it's good to hear from you.
What's going on, baby?
All right, man. I've been trying to ease back on getting the word out and everything. But it's actually kind of hard because I really don't want to see you lose this, man.
Hey, thank you.
And this is a case that represents everybody, not just in New York, but everybody in general. And I just talked to someone else who's got a two-way case going on right now. But what makes yours unique is that out of very many that I've talked to, you're like one of the few that don't have a criminal record at all. And
yes, sir.
So Yeah, man. Question though. You said that is the judge like that order that where you can't mention the Second Amendment
Oh
in
no,
that?
I don't have any gag order. It's that the prosecution tried to get her to issue a gag order, and
Okay.
to her credit, she refused because it would have been really. I mean, again, she's definitely biased, but that would have looked too fishy, you know.
Oh, God.
So yeah, I'm free to talk about the case, you know, to my heart's content. Yeah.
All right, yeah. I know that you said that in that one post that you couldn't talk about the Second Amendment in the court.
My
You
bad.
couldn't.
Yeah. Basically,
Yeah.
my lawyer is not allowed to mention the Second Amendment, and she seemed to be saying to me that I will not allow you to. So what I think is, if I talk about the Second Amendment, she's probably gonna even without the prosecution objecting, she's gonna object because she's been doing that too. You know, like she'll jump in and like stop something even when the prosecution doesn't have a problem. So that's what I think. But you know, but hey, don't worry about that, man. We're gonna fight this thing. We've got our plan in place, and we'll see what happens. You know. So yeah.
Well, Godspeed, my brother, and I'm gonna if I have my scooter working, I'm gonna try to reach out and see you either Friday or Saturday.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just give me a DM, man. I should be around.
All right, cool.
All right, man. Easy.
All right, there we go. John's got a question. Go ahead, John.
Hey, Dexter. Quick question, and you may or may not be able to answer this, but what is it looking like? What is the outcome looking like?
Don't know.
With it being in New York.
Don't know. Like, have no idea. In other words, like the advantage is we have, despite the best efforts of the prosecution and the judge, we actually have a jury we like. I mean, I really like this jury, even though it's, I mean, let's be honest, like mostly women. It's like there's 3 guys on the jury, and everyone else is female. But it's a jury full of working class women, you know, and mostly Black and Latina, working class women. And that actually is very good for me, because you see, the people on this jury are New Yorkers. Yeah, they're working class New Yorkers. They have to ride the subway. You know what I'm saying? Like they watch the news every night. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they kind of may have a very good sense of like, wait a minute. I'm hearing about these guns. I'm hearing about your building. I'm not hearing about him shooting someone. I'm not hearing about him having a record. What the fuck is going on? You know what I'm saying? So I like this jury, but yeah, in terms of how good my chances are, I don't know. I give my chance. I set my chances at about a coin toss. That's which is optimistic compared to a couple weeks ago. A couple weeks ago, I thought I had slightly worse than a coin toss of getting acquitted. Now I think it's about 50-50. Who knows, brother? We'll see.
Yeah, I just didn't know like what the atmosphere is up there with all the other stuff going on, how that comes into play.
The atmosphere in New York in general, or in the courtroom? Well, New York.
In New York, and if it spills over into the courtroom.
Oh well, here's the fucked up thing, right? There is no atmosphere in New York because no one knows about this case. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like my family knows, my neighbors know, my upstairs neighbors know. They've been coming out and coming to court and showing support and stuff. But like New York doesn't know shit about this case. And you know, the New York Republicans I've reached out to have been as silent as the tomb, bro. Like no, like so there is no atmosphere in you. No one knows what's happening, really.
Wow.
You know, that's the problem. If listen, if we had some conservative, and of course I don't throw any shade at the people in my circles and the people who've passed me microphones, but most of the people who've passed me microphones don't have enormous platforms, and that's no fault of their own. It's just the nature. It's my grassroots people who have really been on side and who have stepped up and been righteous on this. The big platforms, the big names, the people who might have gotten me on the evening news here in New York City, nowhere, man, nowhere. And you know, I'm a little bit salty about that, but listen,
yeah,
whatever, man. Hey,
folks, I've got to
go
ahead and finish your thought, Carbon Mike. I got a hard break at the top of the hour.
Okay, I'll land it with this: His will be done. You see what I'm saying?
I got you.
Yes, sir.
Well, good luck. Good luck. We're behind you.
Thanks, brother.
Hey, folks, if you want to be behind him, his page with all of his articles on it, post and repost and encourage others to post and repost. It's honestly, it's the fastest. It's the only thing that Mike's really been able to get started on is some of the repost on X. His story does need to get out. I said it at the head of the show that everyone needs to hear it, regardless what your opinion is of 2A. It's your constitutional rights that you should be concerned with. It's the fact that Carbon Mike is the rest of us. Actually, some of us don't have a clean or history as Carbon Mike does. But he's facing a pretty stiff penalty, and I think that story needs to get out. So if you guys want to do anything for Carbon Mike, get that out. And he's not going to tell it, but I'm going to tell you, and he's going to cut me off, but you should go look anyway. His donation link is on his timeline. Go take a look at that. And here's the thing: it'll ruin you financially, even if you win. He didn't tell you that while legal immigrants got out on personal recognizance because they had ties to the community for a head stomping a police officer, this 50-year-old man who's never done anything but be a tax-paying, hard-working man, his mom and dad had to put up their house to get him out of the penitentiary or get him out of jail. Otherwise, in 2022, he'd still be sitting there getting his day in court now. So I'm not going to, Carbon Mike doesn't have to say anything. If you've got it in your heart, it's there. And Godspeed to you if you do it. Right now, we've got a deal. We've got to do the weather at the top of the hour. And we've got a contract with AccuGuesser. And their correspondent, Coco, is going to come up and give us the weather report. Coco, does Coco have a mic?
Shit.
Oh, well, it's contractual, Carbon. It's contractual. I've got to do it.
Now listen, Coco. Yeah, I know what the weather is. Coco gonna rain on some people. That's gonna be what it is. Coco the hurricane. Come on up here, Coco.
Well, welcome, Coco. Can you give us the AccuGuesser weather report?
I can, because I got it from Harry Sisson, and he always gives credible information because it's fed to him straight from the DNC. So are we all ready for what I was spoon-fed by the DNC?
Yep.
Well, what's the weather report, Coco? Just give that to us.
So the weather report, and this only covers, so now I'm going to start doing requests because tomorrow I'm going to do Antarctica because I'm really interested about that. So this is going to cover from April 10th through the 12th. Zulu time, by the way, which I fucking hate Zulu. It never made sense to me, but this is April 12th.
Okay, racist.
Zulu never made sense to me. I hate the math. The math doesn't math. Anyway,
No,
heavy
I got you.
rain, flash flooding, and severe weather threat associated with intensifying low pressure system will sweep across Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas region today, reaching into the interior South tonight. Low pressure system will bring expanded heavy rain and high wind threat into much of the eastern U.S. on Thursday, with severe weather threat across the southeast and upper Ohio Valley. High winds, along with widespread moderate to heavy rain, expected to impact the entire eastern seaboard into the Great Lakes Thursday night into Friday morning. Those of you checking into Great Lakes, go fuck yourself. Enjoy your little tunnel while you walk through and sing, because you will at least be dry. Low pressure system currently consolidating over south of Texas. Dynamic upper level through is getting ready to move off to northern Mexico. Clusters of strong thunderstorms that have already formed impacted the Gulf Western Gulf. States are just a precursor of what the system may produce later tomorrow, when the forecast to intensify rapidly with those thunderstorms erupting over, once again, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas region. These thunderstorms are expected to contain a very heavy rain, hail, and high winds, and the possibility of tornadoes. And if I'm wrong, go to your weather people, because I'm a weather guesser and that's my job. I just guess the shit, right? Low pressure system itself.
Well, Coco, that's the time we have in our segment. I want to thank you for the weather report and the advice.
Fun fact. Can I give my fun fact?
Go ahead with your fun fact.
Okay, so 63 Earths fit inside Uranus. 64 if you relax.
Damn. See,
Thank you, Coco.
That
We
was the best
God damn.
best segment I've
Well
heard
done.
You're
in a
And
while.
awesome,
and
Coco.
Carbon Mike, I
Awesome.
love you.
I
Thank
can
you,
live with
darling.
that whether recording on the regular.
we
I knew it was gonna be.
appreciate that, Coco. Folks, we're going to get back to questions. We've got about 26 minutes left with Carbon Mike. And Carbon, you're more than welcome to stick around.
Sure.
But I know that you got an early day tomorrow, and I was thinking of your time, and we've got Red Dad in a Blue State that we've got a good segment. That honestly you'll be great in. You can take us to church on the subject that he's going to bring up. But do we have any more hands about Carbon Mike's research and development in firearms and maybe what that could do?
Actually, do you hang on a second. Do you mind if I just jump in and point out, because I see some people posted some pictures of my weapons in the pill.
You bet. Go ahead. Let's do that.
Sure. So if you take the that picture, right, with the weapons on it, again, I didn't name any of my pistols, but I named all my rifles. So now if you start at the right side of the table, right, from farthest away from you, let's say you looking at the picture, farthest to closest, that would be the one with the weird stock that looks like it came out of the Halo video game. That's Scarab. The next one down is that's Wildcat. The one below that is Diana. That's the rifle I built for my daughter. And the one below that is Mars. That's like a takedown. It's like a foldable AR-10 hunting rifle with a detachable barrel. You'll notice if you zoom in, you'll see that there's this weird connector between the barrel shroud and the upper receiver. That's the Cry Havoc tactical takedown kit from Cry Havoc. Jim Lane down there in Florida is a mad cool motherfucker. Anyway, so that's the biggest rifle I built. And then on the other side, going the next line of rifles from farthest away to closest, I think that's what the hell. Oh yeah, that's Epoch, EPOC, and then below that is Alpha. That's like the first rifle I built, and then below that is no. I'm very sorry. That's now I can't. Actually, that might be Ranger. So those are wild. Yeah, that's Ranger. It's another bolt action rifle. Remember, I said I built 2 bolt actions. That's the other bolt action. Then Alpha in the middle with the red grip, and then down below that other one with the funny looking stock, that's Epoch, EPOC. Now, what EPOC was, that stands for Experimental Polymer Carbine. So I was trying to figure out how I could, and that's one of the only, I think that's the only AR that I built that had a polymer lower. You see the lower is that gray like, and then the green, the looked like an OD green stock. So and the barrel shroud, by the way, is a carbon fiber shroud because I was feeling cheeky. But the idea is I was interested in I knew that while I was building rifles, I knew that like a lot of these polymer lowers would develop stress fractures between the rear extension, right, and the body of the lower. And so I saw these stocks, these Hera Arms stocks, and I was thinking, well, what if? I was like, well, you know, if you look at the stock, you'll see that it's kind of like a triangle, and it's got a lot of material like toward the rear of that rear apex of the triangle. And I thought, well, maybe that is a kind of a stock that, aside from looking like a video game thing, would actually give you a rifle that had more strength, that was less likely to develop those stress cracks between, again, the buffer extension, the rear extension, and the body of the lower. And those of you who've done a little bit of engineering, you look at it and you see right away, you see why. Because basically it's got that built-in reinforcement just from the way the stock it's built. It's kind of reinforced by the rest of the body of the lower because the thing comes down, it's connected to the grip. So experimental polymer carbine, my idea there was just to, when I got my gun lab up, to set up a test rig and see how many polymer receivers I could break, and see if this stock design actually gave you better results, actually, gave you polymer AR lowers that were more durable. So that's it. Go ahead.
Let me ask something about the photo that we looked at there, and
Yes,
I
sir.
know everyone in this room knows the difference, but just because it's recorded and we don't know who else may listen to it, I want to be very clear that there are no automatic rifles. There's no machine guns on that table.
Correct.
Everything there is either a bolt action or a
Semi-automatic.
Semi-automatic, which means it just repeats every time you pull the trigger.
Yes, sir.
Nothing unlawful in of itself of these firearms.
Yes, sir.
They don't violate any NFA regulations, no federal regulations, obviously, or you'd have federal charges, but they violate no federal regulations. These are lawful firearms to possess.
Correct. Oh, and by the way,
I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Oh, by the way, another fun fact is that little gray, they have the Glocks set up on the pistols on the other side. That little gray subminiature Glock, that's the Glock I built for my daughter. And my idea was that, one day, I'd be able to teach her how to shoot, not just with Diana, which is the rifle I built for, but also that little Glock pistol. And then one day in a free state, she could, carry her little pistol around and so that she could, participate in her own self-defense and the defense of her family when she starts to have a family. So anyway, that's it. We can go back to the questions now. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, you are the coolest nerd that I know. But you're a nerd. But you're the coolest nerd that I know. I've never talked to anyone that looked at firearms the way you did and saw circuits. And I kind of know a little bit of electricity, not a lot, but I understand what a conductor and I understand what you're saying.
Yes,
and
sir.
I just think that's a very unique way of looking at it. I was between military and law enforcement. I've carried a weapon most of my life, and I've never looked at it that way. It's a gas tube. Gas comes down and it works, and that's all I do. But it's amazing how you looked at that. But let's get to, if you can go over to respond, but I'm going to the spin next.
But Dex, how much of your case is resting on what you just communicated here in this room regarding your guns?
When you say resting on, I don't know what you mean.
As far as what you're covering in your case.
Well, remember that in my case, I'm not disputing the actual weapons. I mean, we spent the last, ever since we kicked off the case and we did opening arguments, the prosecution has been making this case that I built these weapons and were these the weapons recovered from his house and how did you test the ballistics and and then with the chain of custody, whatever. And it's like, again, fine, because we don't dispute any of those things. We didn't stipulate to it because they're trying to put me away, so let them do the work. But the state claims those are my guns, and so do I. All of them. I made them all, including the one they missed, by the way. One of the things that pissed me off about this case is until today they didn't even show Switchblade, and I'm pissed off about that. So we've got again, going from back to the front, we've got Scarab, we've got Wildcat, Diana, Mars, and on the other side we got Ranger, Alpha, and Epic. And then the one you don't see is Switchblade. Switchblade is an AR, but it's got a 22 LR upper, so you can use dirt cheap ammo to train with it. I got the upper from, was it Beaver Creek or Badger Creek, whatever. They make these 22 LR AR upper. So that was basically an AR 22, you could say, but they don't show that here. And
but they do have it.
I'm not. Oh no, it's here. We saw it in evidence today in court. It's just they didn't show it in this picture.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, you don't have to worry about me undermining my case because it's like, of course I made these weapons. Like that's not an issue. So don't worry about it.
I'm not worried.
Okay.
You've got a photographic memory, and I'm going to stay positive about this and pray on it.
Thank you, my dear. I appreciate it. I need all the prayers I can get. Shit.
I know you do, honey.
All right, I think it's John Cox and then FTF.
Hey, if you can say, how did we get here? Like, what spawned this?
Oh, and if you're talking about this particular case against me, it's the ATF. The ATF went around and essentially extorted, you could say, customer lists from parts manufacturers.
Oh, okay.
And then went around to local police departments and said, and with a hit list. That's how we got here.
Okay. And I apologize. You said that earlier, but I had forgot. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. And and by the way, that question can be read two ways, right? So how do we get here in general to where this is possible? Because we conservatives took our eyes off the fucking prize. That's what happened. We conservatives failed to tend the garden. We failed to defend against the long march through the institutions. We let it be a march and not a running battle. And we got caught up with all the regular old human sins that we all know about, idolatry and the worship of mammon and satanic pride and all that shit. And we allowed, and we forgot the rabbi's question 2,000 years ago on the Mount, which is, who is my neighbor? Yeah, we forgot that. And so we allowed progressives to take over our beautiful American cities and run them into the fucking ground. And then, as progressives do, when their stupid fucked up plans didn't work, they're like, oh, we have to do it harder, And then, of course, we also, conservatives also signed on to this destruction by allowing us to kind of destroy our industrial heritage, to move our American industry offshore, and destroy the kind of the engine of American progress, in the name of usury, in the name of elevating a bunch of eggheads with spreadsheets playing games with money instead of industry, instead of what you call Yankee ingenuity, American ingenuity, creating things for the good of the world, and for the good of American citizens. We forgot what the fucking economy was for, because having lost our theology, we forgot what people were for. And that's how we got here in the larger sense. And by the way, we all gonna get here, if conservatives don't get on the fucking stick and stand to like men and defend our American civilization. And that's something that we don't need. We don't need to seat the correct president in order to do that. The first thing we have to do is ask ourselves that question: who is my neighbor? Am I going to sit back and laugh when shit happens in New York because, quote unquote, they got what they voted for? Or am I going to realize that we are all siblings in this American experiment and that we will not escape the common fate? That's a choice. That's a choice, and like everything else in Christianity, it's a choice and it's a challenge. I ain't say it was going to be easy. The master told you to love your neighbor. He didn't say your neighbor was going to be lovable all the time. He didn't see that. He didn't ask you all that. He said, love your neighbor. So that's my rant on that. But thank you for the question, brother. I appreciate it.
Well, is it because of the number of parts that was used? Because, and I may be off on the number, but I think the way the statute reads is as long as it's no more than 20 parts that you purchase.
I don't know anything about that. First of all, you have the right to manufacture as many firearms as you want. And you only have to serialize them if you make them with the intent of selling them or otherwise transferring them. I built them with no such intent. And the state knows this, by the way, because they seized my phone, cloned it, never returned it. They seized my computers and they subpoenaed my email records. So they know that, one, I don't go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? My ass is always in the house. They know that I've never talked about guns online. And they know that I never even so much as hinted at gunsmithing services for sale. They also should know that I passed a criminal background check because I was a member in good standing of my local gun range at the time I was raided. So I don't think it's any numerical thing. It's that the governor of New York decided that she could get away with defying the Constitution because no one would care. And I have to say, she wasn't completely she wasn't right about that, but she wasn't completely wrong about that either. Because as far as I'm concerned, too few conservatives with big microphones care about this. I mean, my grassroots peoples, my crew here in this space and what have you, they're always going to be righteous. But I mean, like, the big mics and the big platforms, they don't give a fuck. So it is what it is.
Damn. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I told you, Mike could take you to church. Should have brought your Bibles. And it's funny to think that I'm not saying Mike's ever been a wallflower, but it's only been recently that he's been beating a drum for himself, so to speak. Pretty impressive guy. If you guys aren't following him, you probably should. If you hadn't looked into his story, I encourage you to do so. I think it'll give you a different look, no matter how you think about firearms or a cursory look at Carbon's case. Because the states had the headlines. They've called them ghost guns. They've called them scary things. Basically, this man was doing scary things.
Right.
And injustice must prevail.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the state story on that. But let's go to FT French. I have no idea where this is going, Carbon. You know as well as I do, but he is a contributor to our show, Night Court. He's part of the Blue Crew or the Night Crew. So let's go to FT French.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to apologize. I had a really rough day, so I kind of slept through the beginning hour. Given that, and then also given, I guess, my training as an electrical engineer, I'm curious if you could give a really high-level overview of your analogy comparing the mass flow to a circuit.
Sure. The battery is the battery, that is where your energy is stored, is the projectile, right? And the amount of energy you have stored in order to send the bullet itself downrange, and B, operate the weapon, that amount of energy is some function of your powder charge and your powder type, right? Okay. That energy is transmitted around a loop, right? It's transmitted through a wire. The first wire is the barrel, right? Downstream from the muzzlewood from the chamber. The gas tube. I mean, FTF. I don't know how much you know about semi-automatic firearms.
I know a decent amount, and then I also know a decent amount about computer engineering and electrical engineering. So
Okay.
I was just curious of is this like an RLC circuit?
Oh, I see what you mean. No, it's not. That's a very good question. No, it's not a resonant circuit in that sense. Now, if it were fully automatic, you'd be looking at something that was very much like an RLC circuit. Yes. In other words, it's a tank. That's actually very good. It would in a fully automatic fight, it would be like a tank circuit. That's right. You see, but it's not. It's like a tank. It would be like a tank circuit, and actually, it would be like a tank circuit with a crystal. Because the crystal would be injecting energy into the circuit at regular intervals, but in this case, it would be you'd be essentially loading a new crystal each time a new round was loaded in the chamber, because that round is then touched off, and then you get this burst of energy that again travels around the circuit in the same way. But for semi-automatic rifles of the type I built, you're not really thinking of it as constant flow. You're just thinking about it in terms of what are the component values, right, that I would need to get this circuit to operate correctly. That's the thing. That is, what resistor value do I need? For example, let's say that you build an AR-15 style rifle and you get bolt bounce, right? What's happening when you get bolt bounce? What happens is, you fire the round goes down the tube and out the muzzle. Some gas gets redirected back through the gas tube into the upper receiver. Kicks the bolt back. The bolt rushes all the way back and takes the buffer spring to maximum tension. That now the bolt is in recoil. Okay, now we're going slow, and we're in bullet time. Now we're going slow time. So at the point where the bolt is as far back as it's going to go, because it's been blown back by this gas, right? Now all the energy in that circuit is now stored in the buffer spring. That's your capacitor. Now the buffer spring is going to release its energy back into the circuit and drive the bolt carrier group forward into battery, where it's going to close. It's going to strip the round off the mag, and it's going to hit, and it's going to lock the bolt, right? and now you're ready, and now the circuit is dead because now there's no more energy. You see what I'm saying? That now everything is just cooling down to whatever. And then you have to press the trigger again. But the thing is, bolt bounce, if there is too much energy stored in the capacitor, then when the spring enlarges itself and pushes the bolt forward, it pushes it forward too hard, and the bolt actually bounces off the breech face, and that's a problem. Okay, so you can see right away that, well, the problem is that I was storing too much energy in the spring, in the capacitor. So now what does that mean? Well, I need to remove some energy from this circuit. So I'm not storing so much potential energy in this spring, so that when the spring pushes the bolt back forward, it doesn't push it back as hard. What do I do in order to store less energy in the spring? I put a larger value resistor between my wire and the capacitor. In other words, I get a heavier bolt carrier group, and or I get a heavier buffer weight. That's how you should think about this analogy.
I see.
Mike, could you use that technology? I'm sorry, FT. Could you use that technology to tune a weapon?
Well, that's the point. That's exactly the point.
To maximize it?
That's
what you're talking
exactly
about?
it.
Okay.
You should be able to. My hypothesis, and again, it's only a hypothesis until I've actually made it work in real matter, right? So I make no claim as to whether or not this is factually true. I'm just saying this is something I envisioned. The work has yet to be done to actually see whether my vision is bullshit or not, right? But yes, if this theory holds true, then yes, you should be able to plug in some values, say I'm using this many grains of this.
I'm sorry, Garden Mike. I was trying to accept your request.
Oh, sorry, brother. No worries, no worries. Yeah, to your point, Joe. Yes, you should be able to say I'm using this many grains of this kind of powder. I have, my projectile weight is so and so many grains, and my barrel length is thus and so. And with those numbers, you should be able to say, well, therefore, I need a bolt carrier group that's between this weight and this weight. I need a buffer weight that's a buffer that's between this weight and this weight, and I need a spring that is that has such and such a tension in newtons per linear inch or whatever, however it's measured. That's exactly right.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kenai, Alaska. I'll come back to you, FT French. We're closing in on the final 3 minutes, and I've got to get Red Dead Blue State up for his segment. So I'm going to finish out the hands. And Kenai, Alaska, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Hey. So I just keyed in on one thing, and I've been listening off and on. But Mike had said something that got my attention, and it irks me every time. And it's nothing against Mike, and I think he probably feels the same way I do about it. Is people will fall back to New York voted for what they got.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe they did vote for what they got.
God bless you, brother. Exactly. Correct.
Right. They didn't, did they?
No, they didn't.
And that's, man, how far across this country has that happened?
Yes, sir.
I believe it happened in my own state of Alaska.
Yes, sir.
We have a lot of money floating around here.
Mm-hmm.
It's very scary.
Yeah, and Kenai, and that's one you've heard me say it, and I think others will echo the same sentiment I do. Is that's why it's so important. These little his articles, where his interviews are, so people can hear the real story. I think there's a large sentiment in those of us that follow Mike pretty close. I know it's Mike's opinion because I've heard it many times. Is that he says will tell you that's his home. It's New York. When people say, well, you should leave New York, he's like, that's why I'm raised here. My people are here. Why do I have to leave when people there are just as conservative as anywhere else? They just need to hear the story and have a movement. And there's a whole nother space we can do on what the conservatives how the conservatives have ignored the conservative Americans in the cities in New York in particular. But we'll have to move on, guys. I've got 1 minute to finish it up. So I'm going to give Grizz the last question. Go ahead, Grizz.
Can anybody hear Grizzly?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
My button, I got some kind of, I don't know what it is. I got buttons overlapping down there. When I try to hit the mic, then it brings up like special effects.
It's your bear paw hands.
Well, there's a little bit of that too. Yeah, I got fat finger syndrome. So, okay. So no comments, only questions. So on the bolt blowback.
Yes, sir.
So the issue is we have too much gas, which means that we have too much powder. So you could reduce the powder, but then you're changing your shot. And if you're like me, you're reloading and your powder is adjusted. You use a specific powder and a specific measure of the powder that makes it most accurate. So you don't want to adjust that.
You don't want to change the powder. Exactly. Right.
And you don't, well, really, ideally, you don't want to have to change the bolt carrier group because that's a fixed change, right? So a year down the road, if I want to change my load for my shot, maybe I'm shooting something small, a smaller critter, or I'm shooting a longer range, you don't want to have to change your bolt carrier group again. So what about like a variable valve, right?
Oh, yeah.
It only allows a certain quantity of cubic inches of gas, just enough to get the bolt back where you need it, so it seats and then reseats properly, and the rest is released.
You're talking about an adjustable gas block, and you got to check my man Kevin at Rifle Speed. In fact, so yes, that's another what you call it, that's another fix for this kind of thing. In fact, if you look at that picture again, the picture of all my guns, again, the second column of rifles from the right, the middle one is Alpha, the one with the lava red grip. That rifle has and you can't see it. In reality, it just peeks out past the end of the barrel shroud. But that rifle has an adjustable gas block from Rifle Speed. That's a brother named Kevin from Tennessee, I think. That's where he's from. And so yeah, that is the way. An adjustable gas block is a way of dealing with a lot of these things. And there, you don't need any kind of theoretical framework. You just kind of tweak it in or what have you. So again,
so I wasn't as smart as I thought. Somebody else is already on top of that.
Yeah. Someone, I mean, you may be as smart as you thought, but someone else is on top of it. Yes. But again, I still am of the belief that the major weapons manufacturers have some kind of internal system for roughly arriving at a set of weights and masses and lengths and whatever that's going to give them a weapon that's roughly in tune in the first place. Because most of those guys do not ship weapons with adjustable gas blocks, right? And they don't, it makes sense, right? That they're not going to be fucking around and trying 9 and 10 different bolt carrier groups. They've got an Excel spreadsheet or a piece of custom software they wrote, and they're plugging some values in and be, okay, we're going to make a 19-inch rifle, blah, 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 blah. And when they're going to do these weights and tensions. And so my thing is not like I invented that. It's just, I just want to figure that out from first principles, write the software and open source it so you can, so hobbyists like us can take advantage of that. But you were exactly right. Adjustable gas block solves that problem. It brute forces that problem. And by the way, if you don't have enough time for FTF, bro, just DM me if you want to talk more about that thing, because I see where you're going, and it's cool that you're kind of like thinking about it in terms of your EE classes. So I'm down to answer whatever questions you have.
You know what, Carbon? I tell you what. Let's take these last two hands. Red Dad said that he was a little flexible on time, but I do want to be respectful of his time.
Okay.
But let's go ahead and let's go to.
I'm perfectly fine on the time, so just whatever you guys got to do.
We appreciate you, Red Dad. We do want to get to your story. I'm interested in that, and I think others will be as well. Cool. Let's go to. I'm not a cultist.
So I love what you're doing with this, because I've had some ideas to like actually have a completely electronically fired weapon. Yeah, I've got some ideas. I'm trying to find linear actuators that are have enough power to set off a round that are small. Yeah, yeah.
That's
Now you know where we're going
interesting.
with
And
this.
so in other words, in other words, the fire instead of being spring actuated, the firing pin would be solenoid actuated.
Yes.
Okay, what would be the advantage? I mean, that just sounds cool because I'm a fucking nerd, just like you. But what would be the advantage of that?
I don't know if there would be advantage or not.
Build the
It's just one of
fucker
those shit.
anyway.
You think I want to
Build the
build it.
motherfucker anyway. I don't care. That just sounds cool
Right?
as fuck. Yeah. See,
So yeah, I was thinking about that.
I sorry to cut
Go
you off,
ahead.
brother. See, this is what I love about the 2A community, bro. For real. Like this is one of the few places where I can be my full nerdy self, and like there's cats who are into it and who are like, actually, what if we did this? Yeah, brother, build that shit, bro.
Thanks, I'm not a cultist. Let's go FT French.
Yeah. So I just want to ask Carbon Mike, and for sure we can definitely discuss it in more detail.
Sure.
Have you like formulated your thoughts into like a preliminary paper or something like that, so that people can go with that analogy and do some sort of research around that, or and then two. I'm very curious what you would think of new camera sensing technology in terms of event-based sensors. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but it basically allows you to use a camera to study frequency and vibration. Um, and I think that could potentially be used to help in the tuning process and like a feedback and control loop where you could have, let's say, a testing rig and you have a firearm and you're firing rounds and you can observe the vibration of different components and then use that in the calculations to adjust and tweak potentially like the gas block or different things like that.
So what I would say to that is this. You'll never get a no out of me when it comes to like building a universal receiver and sticking a bunch of sensors in it, because that's just like you start to be able to think. Just doing that is gonna give you all kinds of ideas as to what kind of things you could measure and what kind of things you could tweak and improve. I will say that I don't know that visual sensors or let me back up a second. Here's the thing. The resonance, there's only I think, and again, this is just my opinion, so it's worth what you paid for it, but it's my opinion that resonance is only going to tell you so. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. The place where resonance really matters is in the barrel. That's the thing. So in other words, I don't think that circuit. In other words, let's say the length of barrel between the chamber and the gas block, and then your gas tube and whatever. I don't think that resonance matters in terms of figuring out how to tune that weapon to get it to operate correctly and reliably. That is to operate. Now, on the other hand, barrel resonance is a real fucking thing. And I know that there's guys who are interested in that and who are doing high-speed cameras, and basically they take off the barrel shroud and they'll tape some fiducials to the barrel and use a high-speed camera to see what your barrel that's a whole thing, because actually that shit is like magic, because you think about it, the barrel is elastic, it will wobble always. And the thing is that what you want to do now, we're talking about weapon tuning to affect not the operation cycle, but but weapon precision and accuracy. And the thing is, the barrel, that when it makes that wave, when you touch off that round, and you inject a bunch of kinetic energy into the barrel itself through the round, then you're going to send a wave down the barrel. And the question is, where is the tip of the barrel? The tip of the barrel is going to deflect up and down a certain amount, independent of your hold. If you lock it into a vise, it's the barrel itself that is wobbling. And so then the question is, well, can you get it so that the barrel, so that the round exits the muzzle right when the barrel um is on the actual line to the target? That is a fascinating fucking question, bro. Like, yeah, like fucking hell yeah. That would be an awesome thing to do with high-speed cameras and software. Because I'm betting, again, I don't know, I'm talking out of my ass right now, but I'm betting that there's some math you could run to figure that out and to kind of start to make some inferences about, again, how much energy you're injecting into the barrel. That is how hot your round is, and then how much the barrel is wobbling. But the trick here is that it's not just the powder charge you got to worry about. It's also the fact that a more massive projectile, okay, will damp some of that mass. You have to take that into account, and then different barrel materials will have different wobble profiles, right? They will vibrate like a tuning fork at different rates. But that is, I'm pretty sure that there's some insights we can get, right, by profiling different barrels and materials and powder charges and so on. That is a fascinating, an absolutely fucking fascinating line of, bro. Like, yes.
The sensors are called event-based sensors. I'm using them for work, and I can use them to quickly detect frequencies and look at resonant frequencies. I did an experiment for a woofer that's a waterproof woofer. You put water on it, you can see the frequency of the woofer vibrating because
Yep, yep,
creating a
yep.
sound, and then I can see the resonant frequency of the water in the channel, and
That's
it's
right.
exactly half.
Yep.
And it's pretty accurate because these cameras are high speed. They don't have
Yes.
any frame rate because it's event based. So the second there's a change in brightness, that pixel value gets updated. So it's real time
Right.
data.
Right. Yeah. So in terms of we have to talk about this because I think because I know about when I thought about measuring barrel wobble, it was like, okay, you could just literally wrap a fiducial around the end of the barrel and you just take a million pictures and see the up and down deflection. But I want to talk to you more about the event-based sensors because there may be wait, wait a minute, just wait. You know something? Yes, because instead of using a fiducial, think about this a second. The end of what you want to okay, you want to measure this thing more or less at the muzzle. Let's say if you might have a threaded barrel, you could neglect that last half inch of barrel, okay? But now think about it. The barrel is round. So if you bounce a laser, if you mount a laser somewhere off to the side of the weapon, again, the weapon is clamped into a mount. Okay. Now you bounce the laser off a point on the barrel that's exactly at the midpoint, right? Because this is round barrel. Now, if the barrel deflects upward, that means that the amount of laser light being reflected back toward your detector is going to decrease. So that's an upward excursion. And then the barrel is going to wobble in the downward direction because again, it's vibrating. So then what's going to happen is the amount of laser light in the detector is going to increase, and then start decreasing again because, again, the barrel is round. Do you see where I'm going with this, FTF?
Yeah, exactly. And you won't have
Yeah,
that issue with an event-based sensor because it's passive in terms
it's
of it's just
passive.
reading photons
That's right.
and values instead of projecting light.
In other words, it's not taking pictures. All it's doing is reading intensity. So what you get is a time series of intensity readings from, bro, this is fucking yes. Listen, whether or not I go to prison, you need to fucking chase this idea down because this is totally. I get it. Yeah. You're onto something. Yes.
I tell you what, fellas, we are almost 15 minutes behind, so I need to move on to Red
I'm
Dead,
sorry,
Blue
brother.
Dead.
Yeah.
Carbon, awesome. I knew better than to split yours. didn't think you'd want to be up till midnight.
Yeah, you
and
should
I
have
don't know
just
if
gave
I'd
him the
fill
whole time, my guy.
I should
mean,
have just gave him the whole time.
He's
It's-
got
it's-
so much things to talk about, and it's really fascinating, I might add.
Yeah, it's Carbon's great, and Carbon, I think I can have you back anytime. Anytime you want to come on, you're always welcome in any space I've got, and you know that you get free wheels on some mics.
Well, remember, everything after the middle of next week is a question mark. But I'm always glad to come on a space with you, brother. It's all good. Yeah.
Well, I'd love to have you any night that you're available. And also, folks, we have the Joe Lanou or the night court after party after this space, because I shut this down at midnight direct on Eastern time. But we have the after party. We can go with that. It's a much more informal format. We can get into some questions. And if Carbon Mike is up, he's absolutely welcome to come in there, and y'all can nerd out all you like. But I'd like to take just a second here. If everybody could retweet the space, help us with the algorithm, and see if we can't generate a few more views and people listening to what our views are. In the meantime, I'm going to introduce Red Dead Blue State. I met this gentleman in a space with Shelly and Moni. And I don't know if it was the topic of discussion in this space, but the topic came up of conservative or Republican, or I'll say conservative Americans that live in places like California. And we've heard Mike's story of living, he's conservative, obviously, living in New York, living in a blue state, and what that's like. It's led to some direct messaging between Red Dad and I, and we thought it was a good idea to maybe put on a space and see what it's like for a guy like Red Dad to live. And I believe he lives in Oakland. I may be off on that. It may be someone else that said
about 30 minutes from Oakland.
Okay, so close enough to Oakland. So give you an idea where he's at and how blue we perceive that to be. I'm in Texas, so I perceive it to be extremely blue. Like I perceive New York to be extremely blue. But I want to get him to kind of give his narrative on the things that he sees, or maybe even difficulties that he's encountered or frustrations he encounters. But I also like to turn this conversation into what we can do outside the state to maybe help him. Because and the same thing with Carbon Mike's story, I'm kind of looking for an anchor in New York that can help us with whatever, whether it's donations or phone calls, sending postcards, or what we can do outside of your states, maybe try to help you out to take yours back. But go ahead, Red Dad, give us an introduction of yourself and kind of just an overview of your story.
Okay, first off, I want to start by saying, can everyone hear me correctly? Is the gain correctly? You guys can correctly hear what I'm saying, right? I don't have any background noise.
You're coming in loud and clear.
All right, perfect. So yeah, we'll start with thanks for having me on. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. For the introduction, you can just call me Red. I know people call me Red Dad. It's too long of a name, so just stick with Red. I'm a conservative living in Blue, California. I do live about 30 minutes, maybe 20 minutes from Oakland, 40 minutes from San Francisco. From here on the ground, California is plagued with some of the most cancerous Democrats I think I've ever met. Anything you think of California with how bad it is, times that by 100. I've had people try to rob me in front of my own house. Just think about that for a second. I used to work for Amazon, and I used to get up at about 2-3 in the morning, and the guy pulled out a gun right as I was starting my car, letting it warm up. The guy pulled out a gun in front of me, and I did the correct thing, and I plowed his ass with my car. Just thought that was kind of funny. Completely hit him with my car. What else are you supposed to do? Now, I posted in the kind of the comments of the space some bullet points that I'll be going over. So with some videos, just so you guys can kind of read along, kind of stick to the points. Now, with Carbon Mike, he was saying that Republicans in New York aren't helping him. And I completely can see the same thing here in California. Now, back about a year ago, I was going to run for state assembly here in California. I reached out to multiple Republicans, not conservatives. I'll be clear. California has no conservatives in office. They're all weak-minded, spineless Republicans. That's one of the major problems I believe we have here in California, is that there's no good conservative people to vote for. What's the point of voting if you're just going to get
a Republican a Republican that's dressed basically as a Democrat. I mean, they share the same values here. There's no difference. This is why I've spoken to people on the ground here, and that's their main concern, is that there's no good conservatives running. Now, I tried to change that. I put my name in. I went through the process, getting the bank account, everything set up, and I started reaching out to people. Nothing. I got crickets, and I feel like that's what Carbon Mike was also experiencing. Now, I did share an example. I wanted to go through 3 major problems that I see in California, which is the crime, the garbage, and the homelessness. Now, I shared a video of each just to give you guys some example, but just for the crime example, you can't go to Oakland at night. I mean, you can if you're packing or if you're a part of that crowd. But me personally, I won't take my family anywhere near Oakland. You won't get off the freeway. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You will get robbed. You will hear gunshots. It will happen. It's not an if. It's not it's a matter of when. When it gets to about right now, it's 8 o'clock. I wouldn't dare go out there. Wouldn't dare. The amount of crime I've noticed, because before it used to just be you didn't go to Oakland, you didn't go to San Francisco, you didn't go to the major cities, and you were okay. Again, I live about 30 minutes from each of them, and the town's pretty small compared to those, and it's leaking out. Again, for example, I got attempted robbery right in front of my house. I don't live in that kind of area in what you would call the ghetto. I live in a pretty upstanding neighborhood. Now, my father, on the other hand, he lives in a high class area. He lives almost an hour from San Francisco. Now, he's a die-hard. I want to emphasis on die-hard Trump supporter. He has he puts signs out. He custom makes signs with his own different, I guess, quotes that he thinks up. And for the first few years, I think he's been doing stealing any signs, no vandalism, until I would say about a year or so ago. The first thing that happened was a rock got thrown through his windshield. I mean, not through his windshield. A rock got thrown through his window, his front window, which used to be my bedroom when I lived there. Now, that immediately was alarming to him because, I mean, it just happened out of nowhere. No indication that people around him were going to start getting aggressive. And it only went worse from there. We started getting hate mail. We started getting eggings. People were throwing tomatoes. I had one gentleman who said he was going to burn the house down. I mean, when I was there, these people
in red. Go back. You believe this is because of your father's support of Donald Trump and the flags and signs and stuff?
They make it very apparent in the hate mail. They make it when in their obscenities towards the house. Yes, they 100%. That's the reason. He has custom made neon Trump like a logo that he made himself. It's some bright lights. Assortment of flags. I believe the Epoch Times or Epic Times? Epic Times. They did a whole article on his house because they were so shocked. They said it was quite brave of him to do so. I don't see it as bravery. I see it as the right thing to do. Now, Carbon, did you want to? You unmuted. Did you want to say something? No. Okay.
No, I don't think I raised my hand. No.
Oh, sorry, because you unmuted. I was sorry. I just was making sure that you didn't have anything.
Go ahead, Red.
Okay. Now, what was I? I lost train of thought. As for the vandalisms, the past 3 weeks, maybe actually about a month now, we've had the same group of like 4 or 5 gentlemen rather steal signs, vandalize the house. I had actually mentioned in our little group chat that they had attempted to break in to the house. I don't know if you guys remember that. And I was asking for some advice on how to more secure the house.
But this is something that happened like in the last few days.
Yes, that did happen. I guess me and Time are a little I don't keep track of time all that well. But yeah, I guess it's been the last few days. The police have come out almost every single time, and they could care less. Let me tell you right now, the police in this area, they do not care. I will make this very clear. They do not care about your safety. They do not respond. They might show up and do a report, maybe. Now, on to, I think I've covered crime as best as I can. Any questions on the crime so far? I mean,
now, I tell you what, let's get through essentially your monologue, and then we'll open it up. I'm sure that'll generate some questions, and we'll get some dialogue going at that.
Okay,
point.
yeah, sorry, guys, my first space, so I'm trying to do the best I can.
You're doing great, and this is our third show, kind of a pilot program we're working on, so bear with us as well. But,
that's phenomenal.
Go ahead, and then we'll open it up.
I'm very proud to be a part of that. I will tell you, Joe. I do really appreciate it. Okay. As for the garbage, now you cannot go down any street at this point. Honestly, I'm being complete. I mean this as literal as I can. You cannot go down any street, whether it's wealthy, poor, doesn't matter. There is garbage everywhere. And again, I shared an example of Oakland because Oakland's it's a way more apparent in Oakland compared to, like, I visit my mother in Nevada. That's where she lives. And you can tell as soon as you cross into Nevada that the streets are clean, at least clean compared to here. And the garbage is everywhere. Oakland smells like a landfill. San Francisco smells like a landfill. I don't know if you've been to a landfill and what that keen.
Hey, I just lost Red Dad.
You lost me? Am I not?
Well, okay. we lost you for a second, but you're back.
Yeah, you said I lost you right after Keen, and then you went silent. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. What I was saying, there's a keen smell at landfill. I don't know what happened. This is a new setup, so I'm, maybe it disconnected somehow. Yeah, there's a keen smell in landfills. I don't know if you guys have ever smelled it before.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah, and it's.
I wish I didn't.
I wish I didn't either. To the point to where there are certain streets that you turn the cab circulation on. You cannot have outside air coming in. It's that smell of mind my French, but the smell of piss. That's really what it is. Smell of. It's a smell that is just heinous. And what the shocking thing is, there's kind of a saying where there's a whole, I don't know the exact saying, but there's a whole group of people and they're looking at a king and the king's naked, but nobody talks about the fact that the king is sitting there naked in front of you. Nobody here wants to talk about the fact that there's garbage and disgust everywhere. Now, I will say there are a lot of positive mail that we get at the house. There's a lot of positive things. I do talk to people, but they all have kind of, in my opinion, lost a lot of hope. Because again, there's no good conservatives to vote for. There's no one that's actually coming out and saying, I am going to stop this, stop the garbage, stop the homeless, stop the garbage, the crime. There's no one saying that. They're all giving these upstanding speeches that in my opinion, it feels like everything's okay. And it's quite frustrating. Again, I tried to do something about it, but it's so expensive. California has made it. There's so much money in even small elections around here. The guy that I would have run against had millions upon millions of dollars in backings, and this was just a small state assembly position that the population wasn't that high. I wasn't running in Oakland. I was going to run outside of it to try to get my kind of feet wet, get in the game. So now, as for, I'm going to go to the homelessness, and then after that, I've that's my three main gripes with California.
That sounds good.
Okay. As for the homelessness, now Oakland was a couple years back had already started to fester with the homeless crisis. They were getting to the point now that they are setting cars on fire. Again, I shared a video if you guys want to take a look, where you see burned down cars, I believe it's in that video, where they burn the cars down to where they won't take them away, and they use the structure of the car, the burned down vehicle, to set up their tents and other things to live in. And it's starting to leak out into the smaller cities, like the town Martinez. It's probably 15, 40 minutes away. Every underpass has a whole camp. I mean, I don't know if you guys have the same kind of experiences. I've never been. The farthest I've been is Arizona. I've never really left. And I really believe that things have to change here, but nobody wants them to, or nobody wants to put in the effort. And I, for example, am trying to. This is just one of my starting examples. Now I'm pretty much done. I don't have anything else to really say as far as the monologue goes.
Actually, that was very good. Thank you, Red. We're at the top of the hour. I want to take the time to explain that this is a new space series that myself and my co-host and FT French, the guys with the blue ring, we were associated with X Live Talk, but we ended that after one episode. Our directions just don't match up. But as soon as X approves their removal of those rings, you'll see us come back with our own rings, and we're going to do this every night. Our goal is to have a good discussion. Typically, I like opposing views. We got some great shows coming tomorrow. We've got a state senator, running for our Washington senator for Congress out of New Jersey. His name is Arthur. I'm sorry, I'm missing this guy's name, of Albert Hershaw. Great guy, military vet. He'll be on with us tomorrow night, and it's kind of going to take on the same vein. He's running Republican, so he's red in a blue state. Another example of what Red's talking about tonight. And then Friday's going to be our first epic episode. We're going to have Snark Queen Bee. She's an influencer and I believe an associate to Act Blue for gun control, debating with our in-house Pro 2A advocates. Carbon, you're welcome in on that one as well. But Carl, if Carl is still in here, Carl is a good follow. If you're not following, he'll be kind of leading our crew to do a debate. But we're going to do a 3-hour debate on Friday. It should be a knockdown, drag out. She's promoting it well. So we should have a full house of folks with opposing views and be able to have a good discussion. But I'm going to come back to you, Red. It sounds to me what you're describing is a total failure in government. We pay taxes for our toilets to flush. We pay taxes in cities. We pay taxes for our trash to be picked up, and we pay taxes to have law enforcement to enforce laws and city ordinances in the area that we're in. But it sounds like the major ones where you're at are just failed in your neighbors and your other folks that live in these areas that are suffering the same way. They think this is okay, or what's the sentiment with just other people on the street?
Let's see. I can make sure you guys can hear me again. Sentiment. It's not, maybe it's not quite, I might have used the wrong phrase, that it's okay. They've kind of just accepted it. It's kind of like, this is how life is. This is just the way California is. And I just want to also say that I shared an article, and it was talking about a group had put together all of California's deficits, all their debts, and the total, I'm just going off of their numbers, I haven't done the numbers myself, that between local government, state government, and everything, the total debt was at $1.6 trillion with a budget deficit of $222 billion. And I feel like we pay one of the highest taxes in the country. Why are we in such massive amounts of debt? I wanted to go back to that. That shows further the absolute failure of the state government. And that would be.
I think your city streets smelling like a landfill is a good indicator of what a failed government is, because that's a basic service. That's a basic service. Mike, do you experience anything like that in New York, or do you have like just a general basic failure of city services?
Well, I would say that I don't think it's as bad in New York as it is in California. Even though it's plenty bad in New York, don't get me wrong. Anywhere where progressives manage to take hold, it's pretty bad. I mean, what I've noticed is that the how can I put this? The decay is unevenly distributed, right? You know, a lot of people, when they think about New York, they think the whole thing is like Escape from New York. So the moment you land in New York, there's feral children running around in the streets and fires burning in trash cans and whatever, and Snake Plissken, getting involved in shootouts with, hordes of zombies or whatever. It's not really like that. There are some parts that are very bad. There's some parts that are not as bad. There's some parts that are positively good. I happen to live in a neighborhood in Bushwick, Brooklyn, where people really care about their places. They really keep up. And again, I know a lot of my neighbors. They maintain their houses. They care about the neighborhood. When I go to Home Depot, I see a lot of Black folks buying lumber and sheetrock and building supplies and what have you, which tells me that there's a lot of property ownership and people are actually invested in maintaining their properties. You see what I'm saying? That's kind of how I gauge it. But I think California is worse. And I think that there's probably a few reasons for that, but I won't get into all that. I'll just say that at the end of the day, what the brother said about conservatives, again, progressives want to run everything because they have this program, they have this belief that human society can be perfected by administrative means. And of course, it doesn't work like that. But when it doesn't work like that, they don't think, hey, maybe our ideas are bullshit. What they think is, yeah, we didn't do it well enough, so we got to do it more. And it's really conservative. Let's put it this way: somebody needs to oppose them, and the problem is the people who should be opposing them are not opposing them. There seems to be a gentleman's agreement between a lot of these progressives and the conservatives who should be fighting them to pretty much, we'll just let the progressives have whatever. We won't make too much noise. We won't upset the apple cart, and we'll just let things go on. And that's a big problem. And that's one reason why, for example, I haven't run the numbers on Oakland, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if most of the eligible voters in Oakland did not vote at all. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, because that's in every other place I've run the numbers. That's how it's been.
That does seem to be a theme, and I think Red Dead, you said that people have just resided themselves. This is just the way it is, so they're not pushing protesting in the streets to change it.
And by the way, part of the reason for that is sometimes, for example, in New York, we actually at one point got a supposedly conservative mayor. People remember, a lot of conservatives still line up to kiss Rudolph Giuliani's robe. But the problem is that Giuliani didn't govern like a conservative. He governed like a statist. And one of the things that is meant in New York, is that as far as policing is concerned, we ended the Giuliani regime with he got his stats, he got his numbers, right? But we ended up with an instrument, namely the NYPD, that was unable to be an effective crime deterrent and was unable to investigate low-level crimes competently. They could get into gunfights and win gunfights, sure. And they could roll up on corners and jump out and stuff people into the back of police vans. But in terms of the kind of police department where you can make a call and say, hey, someone's been vandalizing cars on my street, and somebody would show up and actually take an interest, we don't have any of that. And that's a problem. So progressives, progressive governance, the worst. But again, we come back down and we have to have an instrument to oppose that mode of governance. And if conservatives are not on the stick, and if conservatives are just like laying in the cut, being like, well, it is what it is, then we're going to get the same stuff again and again and again. And then, as you said, people in the rest of the country be like, oh, you guys voted for that. Motherfucker, you got an open southern border right now on the back of the Biden administration's policy. Did you vote for Biden? Well, there he is in the fucking White House. So there you go.
No, without a doubt. We're going to go to questions now. Red Dad, anybody that's got a question, if you don't have a mic, ask for one. We'll get you one. Raise your hand and I'll get to you. We're going to go to the Spin first. Go ahead, Spin.
Hi, Red. I've been involved in politics and in California for a very long time. And finally, in 2014, I got so fed up with it, I left the state. The thing that's going on with California is that it's a test state for the progressives. They
100%.
figure if they can push through something through California, they can flip it through every other state out there. And with that said, you're you're right about all the taxes being extremely high because they were the first state to get hit with carbon tax. And then they started adding on all these other tax. And again, it was a test. Then you've got a billionaire by the name of Charles Munger Jr. He claims to be a conservative. I'm learning to really hate that name. I cringe when I start to hear the word conservative because to me now it's so watered down. It has no real meaning. And he is, if you were to do a dossier on him, you'd see that his father was liberal, his sister is a lawyer with the ACLU, and and then he's a conservative, and he controls the RNC chair of the state. So with that being said, he controls just about everything that goes on with the Republicans in the state.
Go ahead.
I'll
What was the actual question?
I'm just giving you a heads up on why things have just turned to crap, but I'm just blown away that the cops won't do anything.
Yeah. So the cops won't do anything. They are willfully turning a blind eye to crime. Again, in Oakland, for example, they are not just willing, they are being told top to bottom, you see something, ignore it. Not you see something, you do something. You see something, ignore it. Because they use the blanket of don't want to be a racist, don't want to be progressive, but it's far worse than just that. It's I don't know. I'm trying to think of the word of what's worse, but I don't got it.
Let me reframe it and ask you this question: Is it because of on the police department, on the officer level, they turn a blind eye out of disgust or whatever reason they may have, or is it a situation where you have prosecutors say, "Hey, you can arrest them, but we're not going to prosecute it, so why would you arrest them?" I mean, is it lack of prosecution on an elected DA's level, or is it down on the individual officer level?
I understand your question. It was at first, I would believe it was on the charging end. It was on the DA side. And over time, the police just said, well, they're not going to charge them. Why even bother? So I believe that would be the answer to that question. Is it was, the charging came first, because again, remember they've in a sense legalized theft. I believe it's
they did in San Francisco, right? Like
it's not just San Francisco anymore.
No, I know. I'm saying like they did in San
Francisco. Yes, correct.
Right.
Correct. Yes, they have across the board. I see it when I go to Walmart, the local Walmart. I see people steal constantly, and they walk out with a full shopping cart, and they just walk out the door.
And that's because they have a threshold of a dollar amount before the DA's office will prosecute. Is that right? Is that
correct? And I believe that it's worse than that now. That I've seen people steal. In my opinion, what I would say would be $1,000 worth of product, whether it be brand new TVs, groceries, the whole works, and they still don't do nothing. So I believe it's just we will not prosecute.
Well, of course, because think about it. How would you like if you're introducing it, it's a binary thing to say, hey, did you see this person steal something? Yeah, check the camera. Oh yeah, they walked in and walked out, they didn't pay. Okay. But the moment you introduce that, I mean, this is like some classic dumbass progressive shit. The moment there's a monetary threshold, now what? Now the burden is on you, the retailer, to show that the retail value of what they stole crosses the threshold. So as opposed to just being able to say, yeah, that's the guy, now you got to do it like now every time someone boosts some shit from your store, you basically got to do an inventory thing where it's like, okay, well, what's this worth? What's this worth? Now you have to take a test, right? In order to get someone prosecuted for shoplifting. It's no wonder that people don't bother. And they just, and after a while, to your point, not only do the cops not bother arresting, people don't bother reporting. Because
Exactly.
people have shit to do. You know what I'm saying? Like people, if you run in a store, bro, you got shit to do. You got to take time out, go file a report, and like go and itemize a bunch of shit that someone walked out your store with. Fuck out of here.
Nobody has the time for that these days.
No one has the time for that bullshit. Right.
It's complete and utter crap. Honestly,
that's some very good points. Go ahead, Red. I didn't mean to cut you off. And
no. I was just saying that's complete and utter. The fact that they have legalized theft and have pushed people to such a level of just turn a blind eye is almost infuriating to me. I don't know about you guys, but because you can be upset about something, but since a lot of you, I don't think any of you live here in California, right? I believe so. Does anyone here still live? Am I the only one? Am I the outsider?
I do not. I do not.
Well, I know you live in Texas, but
so I grew up in Northern California, and I transferred.
Northern California is what part would you consider northern?
Hold up, folks. We got guys with hands up. Let's go
Oh,
with the
yep.
hands, and we'll
Of
work
course.
it back around.
Sorry, I
I'm gonna
apologize.
go.
Sonoma County.
I forget the order.
Sonoma County.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I forget the order. I think it's Kev and then Steve, Sofa, and Geneva. So let's go in that order. Go ahead, Kev.
No, you guys are good. We're kind of dancing around, but we're good. Yeah, Mike, you're talking about like giving a damn. Why should cops give a damn in this system? If you're a criminal, an actual criminal, you're not going to get prosecuted, and if you're somebody that actually commits like a traffic violation or somebody else and has to use a public defender, like I did 5 years ago for some bullshit that got dropped. I used a public defender, and I didn't even get my say, pre-trial. And my little dipshit public defender was like, well, what do you want me to do? The cops, the judge is a dick. So here you are for 4 more days in jail. That's the way it goes. But the spin zone was talking about California. Like they're absolutely copying and pasting the same legislation as far as gun control across the U.S. here. Like they're doing the same thing in Colorado right now. And the Colorado communists, the Democrats, have a complete grip on power. They don't care. They're tweeting out stuff every day. They don't answer to the people whatsoever. They don't care at all. Like there's nothing. They call Twitter a cesspool full of like right wing Trump and maggots, and they're actually representatives in the Colorado legislature. And they go and vote. They listen to 6 hours of testimony against what they're about to vote on, and like an hour of testimony in support of it, and they vote on it. They're trying to enact gun ownership liability insurance in Colorado here. They're copying and pasting the same legislature, and it's going to happen across the U.S. It's going from west to east, and they're going to do it wherever they have the stronghold.
I completely agree. If we allow them, that's really what it comes down to. Is if
we have to get involved. There's no other way.
100%.
Lowest seat you can find. And if it's filled, attach yourself to the hip of that person and go to the meetings and get involved, because these spaces are a waste of time if we don't do it. They're an absolute waste of time. Like we can all bitch to each other about, what's going on left and right, because these people they turn off comments. There's I think her handle is like Imam of Colorado. She's like a representative somewhere in the districts here. And she's the one sponsoring the gun owner liability insurance bill, which is a constitutional right. They're trying to tax a constitutional right under the guise of insurance and responsible gun ownership. And she has her comments turned off, right? So we, the faces in this group, like scroll up and down, look who you are, friend each other, become contacts, We have to get involved. Like, this is pointless to just bitch into the
Well,
wind.
see,
We have to get involved.
here's what I would say on the importance of these spaces. These liberal representatives, they're never going to listen to us. Not once, not today, not tomorrow. They don't care. They could not care. They see us as a bug on their boot. Okay. Now, what we have to do is go past them, ignore them. We have to get to the voter, your neighbor, your neighbor's neighbor, your brother, your sister, your cousin, your grandmother, whoever. You have to speak to your family, your friends, and your neighbors, and get them to change their mind. Get them out of office. Get these liberal nut jobs out of office. They're never going to listen. That's why I've never seen the point of even talking to them, because it's like talking to a wall. It's a waste of time.
I don't disagree with you, Red, and I don't disagree with you either, Kev. We're going to cover that in the last part of the space. Is what can I do in Texas to help my brother in California, or my brother in New York, or my brother in Colorado that can't seem to get traction to get a movement moving. I guess even when there's garbage in the streets. But I agree with you, Kevin. I think I don't think we're going to solve it, but I want to address it. Let's go to New York, Steve.
Thank you, Joe. Keep in mind, in New York, we had the Bruin decision, and within 2 weeks of the Bruin decision, we had 10 new laws passed by the state legislature, signed by the governor. Within 2 weeks of that, it was said that the governor said, well, whatever is left standing after, the court decides on these cases years down the road, so be it. Carbon Mike, I have a question for you as a fellow New Yorker. How many of your cases are state charges versus the city charges, having been domiciled both in Manhattan and upstate New York? I know that the laws are very different.
Mike, were you able to hear New York, Steve?
Hold up a second. I just jumped away from the phone for a bit. What did you ask me?
Of your charges, I've been following your case very closely.
Yes, sir.
As a New Yorker, how many of your charges are based on New York state law versus New York City law? I know New York City.
There are no New York City. There aren't only municipal felonies, so it's all New York State.
Okay, thank you. It was one of the questions that I had. I've been following your case very closely, being a New Yorker. And Godspeed. Good luck.
Yeah, I just want to comment on Carbon Mike's case. I feel like me being from California, his case, because I've been following it as best I can, his case could have such an effect on California, and the rest of the state, rest of the country at least. But I feel like specifically here in California. So I just want to emphasize that you are in my prayers, and I really, really hope you kick the shit out of the state government.
But what needs to be understood, in New York City, there are municipal laws that dictate registration of long guns.
California, same thing.
And yet there is no charges against Carbon Mike because he did have long guns that are brought against him. So
well, Steve, what you'll find is, like, when it depends on the size of the elected official, depending on the weight of the law. Municipal city ordinances is usually what they're called. They could be called laws, but they're always almost punishable by Class C misdemeanor only. In other words, a citation. The only time you go to jail is if you don't pay the fine or show up to court. So I don't know if they could have charged him with city ordinances, but why would you when they hit him with all the state felonies? So I think that's probably more reality in Carbon Mike's case in New York.
Well, exactly. Like, they don't, as it is. Remember, what is their objective? Their objective is to send a message. The message is don't try to upset the apple cart with respect to our gun control regime. So state law is the best instrument for that, because it's like, it's a big fucking deal. It's like 18 years. There's nothing.
That's something. I can't even believe.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, a municipal fine wouldn't be a big deal when you're
wouldn't be a
facing
big deal.
18. Yeah.
Correct.
It wouldn't send the
Exactly.
proper message. Yep.
It wouldn't send the proper. Correct. It wouldn't send the proper message. That's exactly. It would almost just act as a regressive tax, but it wouldn't be right. A regressive tax on people who care about the Second
I mean,
Amendment, but it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be the same as like you're going away for 2 decades. Yeah.
yeah, they're trying to publicly stone you. That's what they're doing. They're trying
You're
to
right.
parade you around, saying if somebody else does this, this is the result.
Correct. Exactly. And they're nervous now because it's like, well, and this is why the prosecution tried to get the judge to issue a gag order, because they don't like the fact that this I'm talking about this on social media. He tried twice to get her to issue a gag order. And so now you can start to see why I get so salty with conservatives, because I'm like, listen, we've got a chance to give Kathy Hochul an enormous black eye over this. And that's good for everybody. It's good for the other governors who think they can get away with similar bullshit to see that they'll pay a political price. Again, you don't have to. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to give a fuck about me, right? I'm like, you could give a black eye to all these fucking gun grabbers, and this is New York State here, right? But again, high profile conservatives, these fucking PayPal conservatives, they are nowhere. Because Charlie Kirk thinks, I mean, not that I want the attention of Charlie Kirk, but I'm just saying cats with that level of profile think it's more important to be talking about some bullshit or posting pictures of crime porn than actually focusing on something that could actually move the needle for all of us. All of us.
They don't want the needle moved. It's
They don't,
more profitable. There you go. There it
there you
is,
go.
isn't it? Yeah, they don't want
There
the
it
needle
is.
moved. They
Correct.
make a
There's
lot of
gentleman's
money.
agreement. Correct. There's a gentleman's agreement where you conservatives will keep fucking up the cities, and I'm sorry, you progressives will keep fucking up the cities, and we conservatives will keep flapping our lips about it, right? And we'll go and do talks on college campuses and do events or what have you, and like get these speaker fees and get that whole thing and work these conservative quote unquote news networks. But we're never going to actually fucking do something about it because there's no percentage in actually doing something about it.
Make no
if you
money.
decide
Yeah.
to do something, you have to take some risks, right? If you want to clean up Oakland, right, as a conservative, you got to take some risks, bro. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
an understatement.
You got to try some shit, right?
Yeah, I mean,
no percentage in it. Yeah.
Well, would either of you disagree that the easiest thing we can do is be vocal about it?
100%.
Tell our friends about it, repost it, the articles on Carbon Mike. And I'll tell you that I've done many spaces with Carbon Mike, and I say the same thing, and I'll come out of it and I'll see the repost like 10 or 15, and I've had 50, 60, or 100 in a space. And I don't know if it's maybe you don't feel that way about Carbon Mike, and that's fine if you don't. But the importance of that repost kind of boosts everybody's. It's like a rising tide raises all ships. When we kind of do it in quick succession like that, it helps with the algorithm, and it gets out to people that aren't in our circle that have seen the story already.
Correct.
Guys, let me get back to Hands, and we'll come back to
Let
you.
me let me go one step further on real quick on what you just said. It's not just so Carbon Mike was saying, and I was also saying that these high level I don't call them conservatives, they're Republicans. These speakers that go out to college campuses and whatnot, they're never going to use their platform for what we want them to. They're never going to actually use them for what they're supposed to. So when you repost, when you do these spaces, DM between each other, and you're getting views, you're creating the platform that we can use to actually create some change. That's why I don't remember who said about the spaces. I agree, some spaces are useless. I will 100%. I've listened to a few of them. But these spaces, they can be used to get people together, to repost, to actually get the message moving forward. And so that's all I wanted to say.
100% correct.
We agree with you. I'm going to go to Sofa King. Guys, we're going to be back on the 40-second shot clock. We've got a lot of hands up, and we've got a gentleman here with the precinct strategy, and I do want to get to him. And I'll tell you, Precinct, that you're really going to come in here in about 3 minutes because I do want to hear what you got to say. I've heard you before. I want everybody else to hear what you've got to say because I think it's an excellent strategy to pursue. Go ahead, Sofa King. You're on the clock.
Jesus, you guys gave me so much shit that I want to talk about, and now I got a clock. Thanks, but anyway, so I'm gonna use off-label a term that Joe used earlier today in another space, where states kind of have a dome around them. Here in Texas, so I'm down south of San Antonio, and we are cleaning house. We are getting rid of all our rhinos. Hopefully, we shall see after the runoffs. There's already, I think, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, 6 rhinos that have been kicked out, and there's like another 9 more that are in runoffs. And
I believe you're right about that.
And we are cleaning house. And so I really feel for California, but I don't know shit about California's Congress, state congressman, because you got to start local. You got to start local and build up. And I'm sure this guy Precinct Strategy is going to talk more about this, but I am all in. I'm going to the state convention this year here in San Antonio. Joe, I hope I see you there. But yeah, it's because I'm a delegate. I don't know. I've got 64. I've got 64 vote strength.
Watch Colorado. It's happening right now. They're copying and pasting California shit. Watch Google or not Google. Search on Twitter, Colorado representatives. They are doing it right now. It's happening day by day by day by day by day. They are ignoring people that are coming to testify against these bills that they're passing, and they're openly defying them on Twitter. Watch Colorado. It's coming to Texas. It's copying and pasting. Trust me, it's coming to your fucking state.
Yeah,
Trust me.
Yeah, I remember.
But that's exactly what I'm talking about. We are voting these people because Texas has had that since the early 2000s. We have had a majority Republican House that was run by Democrats.
You're gonna lose it. You're gonna lose whatever power you had. Trust me, it's coming.
We had no power.
Can I just jump? Can I jump in here?
Can I reclaim my time? What the hell?
Yeah, sure. You can reclaim your time. I just want to jump in and say this.
I tell you what, guys, Sophie, you're right on the tail end of yours. Go ahead and get to a landing point, and I'll come back to you guys. But if we don't move fast, then we don't get the back and forth that I'd like to have. So go ahead and finish up, Sophie King.
Yeah, we are cleaning house here in Texas, and it would. I feel for people in Colorado and California and New York. It's just we are focused. We are laser focused on getting our house clean first, and then we can focus on the other states.
Look, I think that's wonderful, and I'm a huge fan of people doing just that. Local politics. You're going to hear from I'm guessing that's Dan Schultz, but the precinct strategy, which is wonderful. But I will just say this: I don't take anything away from that. I don't take anything away from the precinct strategy and other grassroots strategies. All those are vital. All I'm saying is, look, there are things that conservatives in the online world, with any size microphone, can do right now to start to rehabilitate the shitty reputation of conservatism in cities like mine. And that is to stop fucking talking shit about cities.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Listen, no one wants to hear from fucking Republicans on a street like mine where half the motherfuckers own their houses and care about property taxes and want smaller government. And that's because Republicans are shit at outreach.
Oh, we're the worst.
I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Can you come to me and talk to me about smaller government without using the word plantation? Can you do that? Is it possible? Or has your vocabulary shrunk so far that you don't know how to come and reason with me like a fucking human being? We don't need to elect anyone. And you don't need to move your focus off your local state or city or county or whatever to just not be a cunt online. Okay? That's it. You can start there. Conservatism has a shitty reputation among America's staunchest conservatives. That's a problem, and it's our problem. It's not the Democrats didn't brainwash anybody. It's your fault. Stop doing it. Jesus, stop it. You don't have to move to my city. You got your families, you got whatever, you got roots where you are. God bless you and God bless your families. But just understand that I have roots and I have a family. And you know, even today, I was reading some jackass on Twitter talking about, oh, New York's been a shithole and it's always a shithole and I don't know. It's like, hey, listen, you know something? You have the sovereign right to say whatever you want to say. But I'm telling you, you're being tested. Every one of us. My MAGA friends, you know, are part of a populist conservative movement. That's very exciting to me. Even though I'm not MAGA, I think that is a genuinely exciting and promising political development. A real populist conservative party in America. That's awesome. Okay, but here's the catch, though. You have to behave like an actual fucking populist. You can't just hashtag your way through that shit and then turn around and shit talk me and my people in my neighborhoods and my family and my neighbors, yeah? Every chance you get. Just stop doing it.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, again, I told you, people here are ready to hear. Jesus Christ, my friend in Bed-Stuy, she's a homeowner. She keeps her place immaculate. She was fined $15,000 by the city for doing Airbnb. You think she's not ready to hear about smaller government? But here's the problem. What does she hear from Republicans? What does she hear? Your home is a shithole. That's what she hears.
Yeah. So what are they? What are we, right? Are we MAGA conservatives, and what are they representing us?
Well, I don't know who is who. I know that I hear that kind of rhetoric from Republicans. I hear it from MAGA. I hear it from rhinos. I hear it from everybody.
Right.
And what
so
I'm
what
saying
are
is,
we?
what are we? Well, I don't know what you are. I describe myself as a foundationist.
Kevin, I call myself a constitutionalist, and I don't prescribe to either party.
Yeah, it's a question. It's a question to all of us, right? What are we in this room, right?
I don't
what
think
are,
it,
what
I
are
don't.
they, the representatives, versus what are we? That's what
I
I'm
don't.
saying.
I mean,
Mike's right.
I'll leave
Joe,
it.
you're
I'm
right.
gonna be out the space in a second, so I don't think it matters that much. I think look. If you're a conservative, right? I mean, for example, Sonny Johnson calls herself a Frederick Douglass conservative. I like that, but that doesn't have to be the only thing. Pick what you like. I don't care. The point is that when someone says I'm a conservative, right? If a critical mass of conservatives, right, get into the habit of talking about other human beings as if they are human beings, things will change. If a critical mass of conservatives, right, decide to take up and take seriously 1/10 of what Jesus Christ, if a critical mass of us decide to take up the least little portion of what the master showed us 2,000 years ago, things will change. That just, I mean, I don't know how you can look at the history of Christianity and not see how powerful that is. To just do what he told you to do. He didn't say anything about electing the right person. I want to remind you of that. He didn't say anything about make sure you did it and elect. No, what he said is love your neighbor. He made it very clear. He didn't say measure your neighbor's IQ and determine statistically whether da 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 da. He didn't say all that shit. He said love your neighbor.
Not even Christian. Yeah. The message is the message, right?
The message is the fucking
But
message.
you know what? Let me interject this. I don't think you need to be Christian. I think we need to select
No, you don't.
I think we need to select our representatives by our own values instead of a color. The Republican Party doesn't hold my values. I hold my values, not the
Right.
Republican parties. I may agree with some things in the Republican Party. I may agree with some things in the Democrat Party. But we need to
Yes,
start
but
picking our candidates by it don't make a damn what color's behind their name. What are you? And if the Democrat honestly is better, you should vote for him.
well, yeah, I don't, and like this is why I don't. Like, again, I don't simp. You're quite right. I don't simp for parties. I'm in favor of the principles. Now, I will say this: in my opinion, conservative principles are the correct foundation to rebuild our republic. It's conservative principles. But my thing is, we have to be. If we're going to be conservative, we got to go all the way. We got to be real about it. We've got to be, for example, we got to stop being selective about the Constitution. If you believe in the Bill of Rights, you need to understand the Bill of Rights is the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. All of them. All of them. And you see, when Rudolph Giuliani was mayor of New York, conservatives really made a rod for their own back by simping for statists who came after our constitutional rights. You didn't care what it was happening to us. When the FBI was weaponized against the civil rights movement, we were talking about it. Y'all didn't care because it was happening to us. That I'm not saying it's a color thing. I'm saying it was a test from God. He said, oh, yeah, you can love your neighbor? Really? Let's see. Let's see. I want to see if you can do what the fuck I told you to do. It's very simple. You know, and like all this complex shit about statistics and race and IQ. Hey, I'm a low IQ software engineer from Brooklyn. I like to keep it simple. Love thy neighbor. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I'm not interested in your stats about who invented what 200 years ago and whether the Northern Europeans are better than the Mediterraneans and whether, because as far as I'm concerned, bro, you are just like me. Yeah? And to dust you will return, yes? And be swept away by the wind. Unless you agree to be made into something more. But you got to take up that challenge. And if you're up to it, great. If you're not, great. But either way, like, hey, do something. Fish or cut bait. Box or throw rocks. Because these progressives here, I'm telling you right now, they are playing for real. They poisoned your children and looked at you in your face like, what? What the fuck you gonna do about it? Yeah, I poisoned your kids. What? Anyway, I got to be out of here because I got court tomorrow. But listen, man, like listen to the precinct strategy because Dan Schultz is the man. You know what I'm saying? And do all the things. But at the end of the day, again, what is upstream of all of that, all politics, all economics, all culture, all art, all everything is your theology, is your fundamental understanding of things. And what the citizen is and what the citizen is for and what the state is and what the state is for and what boundaries must not be transgressed and what we owe each other in this American civilization. There is not going to be an Atlas Shrugged moment. You are going to earn your bread in the sweat of your face just like me. And at the end of your life, you're going to go back to the dust just like me. So fucking get it together. Because time is of the motherfucking essence. I'm out. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it.
Mike, love you, brother. Keep your head up, and we're all
Love
thinking
you
about you.
I love you. I love all my peoples on here, man. Y'all are
100%.
amazing. And you know something? It's like if we grassroots people get our shit together, these fucking PayPal conservatives will have about 15 minutes to either get their shit together or hit the bricks because we outnumber them. So just keep that in mind. But remember, it's like we are stuck with each other. This is us. This is not some of us. This is not some zip codes. It's not whatever. Something's happening to your babies over there, Joe. I'm gonna take that shit to heart. Something's happening to Red Dad, his family, or Coco, or Crystal, or Kev, or whoever, or Grizzly, the Sofa King. Yo, those are my babies out there. You know, I take that shit to heart. That's what that means to love each other. and we are going to love each other or die. That's it.
Well, we're all in the same boat, you know.
Thank you. Get it together. Y'all
All
better
right.
get it
hey,
together. All right.
Carbon.
Take care,
All
y'all.
right.
Love you. Good night.
All right,
Carbon
Lego.
Mike.
You know something?
Everything is
Wait,
awesome.
wait a minute.
Wait.
Who let
Carbon
Crystal
Mike.
into space? Who let Joe? I
Well,
blame you for this.
well,
Joe,
no,
I'm gonna
I
harbor
got
this for a long while.
my co-host failed. They had strict instructions. I don't know what happened. Fell asleep in the
Joe,
car.
Joe, take responsibility.
You know
I'm gonna
you
harbor
love.
this for a long,
We
long
are
while.
putting
I
together.
own
You
it. I own it.
know you love me. Cut it out.
We do love
I'm
you.
gonna
We do
remember
love
this
you.
for a long time.
You know you love. Cut it out.
God don't. Hey, Joe. God don't like ugly. See how you just let a bunch of degenerate pizza,
That's why.
pineapple pizza
Well,
eating
well, I tell you what. In
Hey,
all
you have a
fairness,
co-host.
in all fairness, no, Mike, they needed to go to church, and I was doing it for the
All right.
souls, and you
All right.
delivered. We love you, brother. Thank you.
All right. Hey,
I
Mike.
love you, brother. Take
Carbon
care,
Mike.
sweetheart. I
Hey,
love
Mike.
you.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
In the words of the great Paul Mooney, we either gonna hang separately or we gonna hang together, but we gonna hang.
You know it. You know it. All right, sweetheart. Take
All
care.
right. Love you, man.
All
Thanks,
right.
Mike.
Bye. Yep.
Hey, guys, I actually we have a guest in here. The precinct strategy is Dan Schultz, and I've heard him speak before in some other spaces, and he's got a. For those of us that want to do something, he's got a strategy, and he's not wrong with it. So I want to welcome Dan to the speaker mic, and Dan, I'm gonna let you have it till 5 till, and we can do question and answering on that, or you can talk the whole time because I've heard you do it. So it's up to you, my friend, and I appreciate you, and I'm honored that you stopped by our space.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name's Dan Schultz. I'm the precinctstrategy.com guy. And I came onto the space because I've been here before. I love Carbon Mike. I ask everybody, pray for Carbon Mike. Look what he's going through. Say a prayer tonight for Carbon Mike. And say a prayer for everybody else on this space. And I loved everything that he had to say. We're in this together. I didn't think I'd ever get to this point. I'm 68, okay? I grew up in an idyllic little town in Wisconsin on the Mississippi River. I knew what communism was growing up. I went into the military. I was lucky enough to be a counterintelligence guy and a human intelligence guy in the Army. And then I got out to go to law school. And then when things started to fall apart, when I got over to Arizona in 2000 and it was about 2007. I decided I had to do something. I had to do something more than what I was doing. And then I remembered, the thing that my civics teacher told us in 1968 and 1969 when I was in 7th grade in Wisconsin when they were still teaching civics, is that what you have to do if the government is failing us and we're electing bad people, we have to elect better people. And what you have to do is you have to, and I heard people saying it on this space tonight, we got to do something. We got to get beyond talk. We got to do something. And that's what the precinct strategy is. It's a simple, basic American civic strategy to get involved where you live. And Sofa from Texas was on, and he was explaining, well, look, he's going to be a delegate at this Texas State Convention. It's a volunteer position. But see, they don't teach this anymore, and the RNC hopes you never figure this out. They don't want you to know about this stuff, the establishment Republicans. So you got to learn how to do it. You can learn how to do it at my site, precinctstrategy.com. So politics is all about numbers, and I just want to run through some numbers real quick. New York, in 2021, there was an election for mayor. Eric Adams won. You know what the turnout was of all eligible New York City voters? 21%. Think about that. Only 21% of eligible voters turned out. Now, not too many years in the past, Rudy Giuliani had been the Republican mayor of New York City. What happened? Well, I don't know, but something happened. Apathy, I guess. In Arizona in 2020, in my precinct, working with my fellow precinct committeemen, we got over 90% of Republicans to vote in the presidential election. The average in precinct had only 72% of Republicans turn out and only 68% of all eligible voters. What if we had gotten over 90% in every other precinct? Well, why didn't we? It was because only about half of the precinct committeeman slots were filled. But in my precinct, all of them were filled. Hang on, I'm gonna mute myself while I blow my nose. I have a little bit of a cold. Okay, now I just moved from Arizona back here to Wisconsin. Right now, we're only going to fill 40% of the Republican Party precinct committeeman slots of the Arizona Republican Party. That is a recipe for disaster. We have got to get organized and united politically where we are. It's a 3-hour a month commitment. I explained that means going to a meeting a month. It's about a 3-hour meeting. Actually, it's about a 2-hour meeting. So half hour to drive to the meeting or get to the meeting, 2-hour meeting, half hour to get home, 3 hours a month. Who comes to the meetings? Candidates. And then you can walk right up to them and point your finger at their chest and say, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Why aren't you for this? Why aren't you for that? You can do that at those meetings. They come to those meetings because they need precinct committeemen to win. And a lot of them are fake Republicans, and you can smoke them out. And I've done that at my meetings. I used to do it to John McCain, for crying out loud, when I was in Arizona, and to John Kyle. So we need to become voting members of our respective local committees. That's my message to you. And yes, love your neighbor. Your way to love your neighbor, become a precinct committeeman for your neighbor, and then talk to your neighbors and recruit them to become precinct committeemen too. There's 400,000 of these slots in the Republican Party nationwide. Less than half are filled. Like I said, in Maricopa County, ground zero for election stealing. Where are all the conservatives? Why aren't they filling up these slots? And see, if all the slots are filled in any given state, that means that about 1 out of 125 Republicans are in the ball game, the real ball game of politics. They're a voting member of their local committee. Right now in Arizona, we're going to have, if things don't change, there's still until 5 p.m. on April 15th. That's the deadline to run as a write-in. You only have to fill out one piece of paper to run as a write-in. Will we get beyond 40%? I doubt it. And it's a travesty. It's awful. But we who learn this precinct committeeman strategy, we've got to all become PCs and then become recruiting machines. Love your neighbor, become a PC. Love your neighbor, recruit your neighbor to become a PC. Teach your neighbor to become a precinct committeeman recruiting machine like you should be. One of two things is going to happen in 2024. We're either going to reelect Joe Biden or not. If we reelect Joe Biden, you might as well get used to socialism because it's coming hard. We can save the republic peacefully if, instead of just talking on spaces, don't get me wrong, this space is valuable because we're talking about solutions now. We've got to like tell one another, we've got to take action. And the way to take action is to light a fire under your rear end and get your rear end once a month to these local Republican committee meetings. It's all explained how to do it at my website, precinctstrategy.com. And then do it and take everybody else that you know along with you. Learn how to do this stuff. They don't teach Robert's rules anymore in public school. They used to. You got to bone up. There's all sorts of cheat sheets for that. You got to learn the basics of that. Then you got to get the bylaws of your state committee and your local committee and read and study them. They used to teach this in civics, like I was taught in 7th grade way back in 1968 and 1969. They don't teach it anymore. in the public schools. The progressives succeeded in getting that out of the schools. Teach yourself, teach your kids, teach your cohorts, get them all. And to go with you, we've got to get organized and united politically where we live. That's the answer. And it starts with your voting precinct and your local Republican committee. So thanks for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan, for stopping in and giving that to us. I got a real quick question. The way I understand it is that in the Republican Party, I can occupy these chair, or I can be a committee member, and I'll be in a district inside of the state of Texas. And these districts make up this state delegate, which is the statewide delegate. But is that not also where the Republican platform comes from? Isn't that voted on every 4 years on a presidential year to ratify or change the Republican platform?
Yes, it is, but it hasn't been changed since 2016. It happens at the national convention, which is going to take place in Milwaukee this election cycle. But they haven't changed it since 2016. It's way too long. It's a good platform. You take our platform and you take the Democrat platform and you compare them. Our platform is essentially about capitalism and liberty. And what is the Democrat platform about? It's about socialism and regimentation, top-down totalitarianism.
No, but my point is that if
a stark difference,
absolutely, there is a stark difference between the Republican and Democrat Party on their platforms. But my point is that if people in this room felt so compelled, you actually have a say or get a chance to vote in, and whether it be through your state delegates to go to the national convention, but you still have a way to play in to what the Republican platform is all about. And folks, I've got to round this out. I've got to stop this at the top of the hour. We do have an after party after space immediately after this. Everyone is welcome to come there. We can continue the conversation, but for some production purposes, I've got to stop this at the top of the hour. So I'm going to get some closing statements from my co-host and thank my co-host Bruce Wayne and FT French and a veteran who had to skip out a little bit earlier. I want you to thank these guys and also look around in here. Everyone in here is a good follow. If you even agree with 1/10 of what you've heard here tonight, everyone here is a good follow. Give each other a follow. Let's try to keep the momentum going or try to build some momentum. But go ahead, Bruce. Real quick, you and FT French, you've got some closing statements. Give them to us.
Fantastic space. Really appreciate everyone joining. Yeah, like Joe said, give everyone a follow. Definitely give Joe a follow. He is really, really great at what he's doing, and you don't want to miss a space. Honestly, it's always going to be different. He gets a lot of people from this space. It was a lot of people agreeing. Friday, we've got some people coming up who it'll definitely be a little bit different, pretty heated, differing opinions, and we do try to get people with differing opinions on here. Yeah, great space. Precinct, thank you for sharing your strategies. Red Dad, Blue State, really sorry about the situation that you're living in. I think California is probably one of the most beautiful states in the union, and it is a tragedy seeing how bad policies can ruin a state like that. And yeah, did you have a question, Red Dad?
No, I just wanted to comment on the beauty of this state. We actually have all 6 major biomes here in California. That was one of my notes that I was going to do, but we ran, we have all 6 of them, which I don't think any other state has. I mean, I might be wrong, but just want to throw that in there.
You've got the 7th one also, which is the odor. That
yes, the odor. Yes, yeah, that's a whole different biome on its own. You're right.
All right.
Well, you guys are missing a rainforest, which Washington State does have. But anyways, no, you're right though. It is beautiful, and you guys can go surfing one day, or surfing and skiing in the same day. It's really one of a kind. So I hope we can win that state back.
I was gonna say Arizona has 6 biomes too.
Oh my goodness! Let's
go
to FT
son
French.
of a bitch.
I got 2 minutes to close this out. Go FT French real quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, thank you, Joe, for having this space. Again, I love how we can get together and have these conversations, um, and really just take what Carbon Mike said to heart in terms of, you know, the Republicans need to stop shooting themselves in the foot when it comes to just, you know, providing a different, true alternative to the Democrats because people are fed up. A lot of people aren't voting, but they don't because they have no party to vote for. They're politically homeless. We need to provide them a home, open the doormat, welcome them. And I'll
Thanks,
land
FT.
there.
Thank you, sir. Well, we went a broad spectrum tonight. We started with firearms technology and future technology and training technology with Carbon Mike. Of course, we heard a little bit of his story and where he's at in his legal battles. Then we heard from Red Dad. He honestly paints a pretty bleak picture of California on the emotional sense of it, but on the logical sense, you're just looking at a failed government. That's what happens when the administrative state can't administrate to get your trash picked up. If they can't pick your trash up, how do you think how healthy is it further up on the things that you don't see every day, or what you should see maybe twice a week? I'm not MAGA. I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat. I'm a constitutionalist, and I try to weigh everything out on how free is that, because I think that's what's most important. And it's not ours to give away. It belongs to our children and our grandchildren and the people that live 200 years from now. It's not ours to give away, because once you give it away, it never comes back. I think the precinct strategy is a great idea. I think we talked about call to action. There's a call to action for you. Another call to action is reach out to Red Dad if he's running for office. Maybe pitch $5, $10 to him. It costs money to run for office. He explained to you how expensive it was, and it's pretty much what's pushed him out of being more political. But you're going to have people that live in these districts that are willing to stand up and take it to the chin to be our representatives that are truly representatives. And I think we get back to having a representative government, the rest of our problems will fix. Guys, it's been a wonderful space. I appreciate everyone's participation. I'm going to kick off a Joe Lanu, or excuse me, my new name, Night Court after party, and we can continue this conversation. And I hope, Dan, if you have an opportunity to stop in there, we got plenty more questions. Thanks, everyone. Wonderful show, and good night. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching a live broadcast of Night Court with Joe Lanu. And we have a interview coming up with Colin Noor. Just check it out right after these words right here.
Hi, folks. Joe Lanu here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, a.k.a. Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
The future of streaming. We the People Live. Night Court with Joe Lanu. Collaboration with Kingdom Radio Live.
I can tell you is you got to be free. Come together. Listen to my shit. No, you don't, cause I don't even know. I just know it's fucking loads. Every city that I go, they be whipping out the phones, wanting pictures.
Join today.
And now you see me on the road to riches and you
We the People Live.
We live in a world full of experts, where politicians use fear to generate power for themselves.
We've already had over 290 mass shootings this year. That's more mass shootings than days in the year.
Where our media feeds us with misinformation.
And according to the CDC, the #1 cause of death for children ages 1 to 19 in this country is gun-related violence.
Tropes,
where it will literally tear out the inside of the body.
where those who make the rules seem to know the very least. Scary terms used.
Firearm known as a ghost gun because it skirts most federal gun laws.
Don't be like this guy. Listen to the Range Minded podcast and free your mind.
Judge had the audacity to tell an attorney during trial, when he brought up the Second Amendment during his opening statement, mind you, do not bring the Second Amendment into this courtroom. It doesn't exist here. So you can't argue Second Amendment. This is New York.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Ma'am, it's New York, a state in America with a constitution, not Sparta, where you can just Leonidas front kick amendments you don't like out of the Constitution. This is Sparta! But this is indeed what a judge in the United States of America said to the attorney of a man who was on trial for building guns in his own home under the Constitution. That man's name is Dexter Taylor.
Yeah, okay. So some time ago, I became interested in gunsmithing. Ever since I was a kid, I really, like most kind of red-blooded American kids, I was interested in guns and, tanks and fighter planes and that because it was cool, And so, but maybe 3-4 years ago, maybe I became really interested in gunsmithing, and I thought this would be a really cool thing to do, really traditional and really kind of and possibly even leading to a second career. I've been a software developer forever, but I also make stuff, and so anyway, fast forward a bit. I started actually building weapons. I started building firearms. So, I learned from guys like Marine Gun Builder, right, who builds pistols, 80% pistols. It's like I found out that, you can actually legally buy a receiver and you can machine that receiver to completion, and you buy your parts and you put together, and you've got a pistol or a rifle. And once I saw that, I was hooked. I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. This is the most cool thing you could possibly do in your machine shop, because I have a machine shop in my basement. And so I make furniture and I make different stuff, and that's a whole other story. But anyway, I started doing that, and there was no subterfuge. It's like I bought them on my credit cards under my name because they were my weapons that I built. And at a certain point, the state of New York took an interest, and in April of 2022, a joint SWAT ATF task force raided my house, like broke down my door and everything. And it was. I remember it's like April 6th, was it? Yeah. And I'd gone to bed listening to an audiobook, woke up, and I heard voices that were not the audiobook, and then I heard a bang. And then I heard, where my police don't warm it, that kind of sound, and I saw weapon lights flickering under the door of my bedroom. So first thing I did was I said, hello. I thought they had the wrong place, because it never occurred to me that someone quietly sitting at home manufacturing rifles or pistols or whatever would be a problem that New York State was like, we've got to go and get this. It just never occurred to me that anyone would come up in my house like that. Like, I have a clean criminal record. Unfortunately, the jury in Taylor's case was just as delulu as the judge, because they found him guilty, and now he's in jail on Rikers Island.
Rikers Island, New York's massive jail complex, just a few miles from Midtown Manhattan, and scene of a humanitarian crisis.
What are some words you'd use to describe Rikers Island?
Hell. Plain and simple.
How would you describe the conditions at Rikers Island?
The conditions at Rikers Island have been inhumane.
Waiting to be sentenced in the court of the same judge who, during the trial, told Taylor's attorney that the Second Amendment doesn't exist here. That judge is Abina Darka, or however you say her name. I'm just going to call her Abracadabra, since she thinks she can magically eliminate whole constitutional amendments. If you ask me, the person that needs to be in jail is the judge. Imagine a judge in a First Amendment case saying, don't bring the First Amendment into this courtroom. It doesn't exist here. People would lose their mind. Yet a judge says these exact words about the Second Amendment and no one says anything. What's truly pathetic and disheartening is that actual criminals in New York treat the legal system like a revolving door.
We're arresting the same people over and over again. We identified 716 people who are responsible for 30% of the shooting incidents last year. And frustratingly, we see many of them get arrested, released, arrested, released.
So Lil Junebug can go out and shoot at his ops and then be back on the streets the next day. But when a 52-year-old software engineer makes guns in his home from legal parts as a hobby, they try to throw him in jail for 10 to 18 years. What's crazy is that on a federal level, making your own gun is legal. People have been making their own guns for hundreds of years. The Gun Control Act of 1968 allows an unlicensed individual, a regular civilian that doesn't hold a federal firearms license or FFL, to make a non-NFA firearm for personal use, but not for sale or distribution. Taylor was not selling these guns. For crying out loud, he never even shot them. But when Lil AstroTurf goes and actually shoots someone, they treat him like a fucking folk hero. Hell, they do it on social media. If my black ass makes a video about responsible gun ownership, I get shadow banned. But a group of underage kids waving around Glocks with switches on it, talking about shooting at their ops, viral. And then we wonder why there's so much violence in certain communities. You glorify the shit and vilify responsible gun owners. You have more contempt for legal gun owners who are contributing members to society than you do degenerates actually killing people. What kind of message do you think that sends to young people? Be a law-abiding, productive member of society and go to jail, or be a degenerate up and walk the streets with immunity. This is why I say gun control is not about saving lives, it's about control. They need the chaos of violence to justify their continued push for gun control, because they can't sell you gun control if there is no gun violence. So they passively, if not actively, facilitate the gun violence in certain areas, then use those stats to scare suburban housewives into voting for more gun control, and then make an example out of any law-abiding gun owner who dares search their rights under the Second Amendment, which is why this judge had the unmitigated gall to fix her mouth to say, do not bring the Second Amendment into this courtroom. It doesn't exist here. Like, what the f***? That is the language of a tyrant, not a judge. Saying shit like that should have you tried for treason. But that is where we are in this country, a country where a judge in a state can unilaterally eliminate a constitutional right. Thankfully, we have a legal system where you can appeal your case to higher courts and overturn unconstitutional decisions. But doing this isn't cheap, which is why I put a link to Dexter Taylor's 2A legal fund in the description section of this video. Now, keep in mind, this isn't just about Dexter Taylor. This is about all of our rights under the Second Amendment, because if this case can get to the Supreme Court, not only will this overturn Taylor's conviction, it will set a new legal precedent, thus making it extremely hard for states like New York and judges like Abracadabra, or whatever her name is, from prosecuting law-abiding citizens for exercising their constitutional rights. Guns aren't political. That's why I need your help getting this message to spread on YouTube by clicking the thumbs up button, leaving a comment to let me know what you think of the video, then subscribing to the channel. But most importantly, click that bell symbol. For products featured in this video, click the links in the description.
Familiar with the name.
Let's bring in Kyle Seraphin. He's the FBI whistleblower who helped expose government censorship of our First Amendment rights. Now, we only have this memo because a recently suspended FBI agent called Kyle Seraphin brought it to the public. We're grateful that he did. Kyle, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
He's the host of something that strangely is called the Kyle Seraphin Show.
Kyle Seraphin, I can't thank you enough for speaking out. I knew you guys were out there, and I knew it was just a matter of time. You got a lot of guts putting your face and your name to this. You're doing a service on behalf of the American people, and from the bottom of my cracked and broken heart sometimes, thank you very much.
Take a look behind the curtain with a real whistleblower and American patriot. Prepare to embrace the uncomfortable truth because this program has no time for comforting lies. Here is civil liberties enthusiast, Second Amendment defender, and recovering FBI agent Kyle Seraphin.
Well, hello, my friends, and welcome to the Kyle Seraphin Show for an evening edition. We don't normally do this kind of thing on a Saturday night, but here we are. We dim the lights a little bit, and we're doing a Saturday night special. A little play on words there for you guys. It is Saturday, April the 6th, 2024, and we're rolling live right now on rumble.com/Kyle Seraphin. If you guys want to join us, if you are hanging out over on X, and if you saw it over here on Twitter, you want to say, hey, I want to jump into the chat with all these crazies. They're already talking. You might as well get over here. Jump on into rumble.com/Kyle Seraphin. Make sure you give us a like, a follow while you are there. Okay. If you guys are familiar with this program, what you know is we always talk about that I'm a constitutional extremist, and it says that I'm a Second Amendment defender. You may not know that I actually got tossed out of the FBI over Second Amendment affairs. We're going to probably talk about that just a little bit, but I really want to bring on and highlight a story of a gentleman that I've come to know through playing around on Twitter, because that's where I spend a bunch of time, like I probably shouldn't. And his name is Dexter Taylor. He's been on a couple of major programs, but not nearly enough. His story is the story of all of us, and he's made me change my mind about one thing in particular, that we should just ignore the ceded territories in America. And those ceded territories are captured places like New York and California. And for all of you who live north of Virginia on the eastern seaboard that look like you're losing your Second Amendment rights, and you sort of just said it's over, this man is in the fight for it right now. His court case is relevant to all of us, and I want to make sure that we bring him on and have that chat. So without any further ado, without any sponsorship reads or anything else, we're going to just start talking to my new friend, Dexter Taylor. There he is. How you doing, sir? Good evening.
How's it going, brother? It's good to see you.
It's going well. Okay, so we should probably put this up front. It is possible, because I don't censor anybody, men who are facing persecution by the government sometimes have saltier language than men who are not. And I've had I had one of the guys from the Whitmer case come in here, and he got framed up pretty good by the federal government, and he had some aggressive language. So if it gets aggressive, we're gonna let people know right up front that if you got little kids in the room, it's bedtime. Put them to bed. That's what needs to happen, because some men are going to be talking about some things that are difficult and uncomfortable. But without any further ado, let's get into your story. But I want to start from the very beginning, if you don't mind. I'd like to give people a lens of where you're coming from and who you are as a person. Will you tell people where you grew up?
Sure. I grew up in New York. I was born in Queens, New York. I grew up there, Hollis, Queens. And lived in New York all my life, except for 7 years where I lived in Baltimore. And, I went down there to go to school, and then I dropped out and bounced around for a little while trying to get myself together. And then I got into computers. I taught myself C++. And got my first job in the industry in 1994. Moved back to New York to work for a startup, and I've been working in the software industry ever since. And I still write code every day. So,
and you still write code every day. That's your bread and butter.
Every day. Yes, sir.
And
although I'm not working now,
yeah, understood. I think we're going to get there.
Yeah.
And you live in New York forever. Are you a guy that gets into trouble in New York? Do you go out there looking for fights, looking for altercations on the street? What kind of guy are you?
I keep my black ass home.
I told you guys it was going to get spicy right away.
Listen, ain't like nothing good happens outside the club at 1 a.m. You know what I'm saying? So I'm home in my studio. You see I'm sitting in the control room of the switching yard. This is the third recording studio I built. And so I'm usually, messing around in the studio or working on code or something like that. In fact, we'll get to that later, but I have a software demo I want to show for you.
Okay. I'm up for it.
But no, never any trouble with the law. Squeaky clean criminal record. I have one arrest for trespassing that happened in Baltimore, something like 30 years ago. Other than that, squeaky clean. No like police coming to my house, nothing like that. And as you know, I'm a conservative, so I'm not out here, talking the crazy stuff.
You're already on the radar for that.
They're watching. I mean, we'll get to that. But yeah, they're watching my social media, and I'm delighted that they are.
Oh, for sure. Hopefully we red pill some of these clowns that are out there looking at it. And bias. I just mean I want them to see the truth. I'm not asking anybody to change a political party.
That's right.
The reason I bring that up, and it's interesting that you mentioned you got one arrest for a trespassing. I also have one little blemish in my record, and I still managed to have a top secret clearance to work for the FBI. There's something funny about having a conversation with somebody, knowing what it's like to spend a night in jail, knowing what it's like to be on the other side of things, to find yourself in trouble, having to face the wall and put your hands through the bars and all that kind of thing, which I got to do when I was in the military. It was stupid, but it happens. And there's a certain amount of empathy that you develop for knowing that there's another human being there with a whole story that they don't know anything about, that you don't know anything about when you're on the cuffing side of it. So I always thought I thought that was actually an important thing, that a lot of people don't have that experience in law enforcement.
That's right.
In any case, but a trespassing charge 30 years ago is negligible. That's a nothing. You're not a troublemaker. You're not a man. And yet you find yourself looking down the barrel of a pretty significant prison sentence if things go sideways, if the state of New York gets the way that they are arguing right now. Do you want to lay out the specifics of your case now that we kind of briefly touched who you are?
Sure. So, aside from being an online conservative, some years ago, I got disgusted with the left and started something called foundationism, and we can talk about that later. I make stuff. Like, I love making stuff. I love building stuff. I make my own furniture. I have a workshop in my basement. I taught myself how to weld. I learned carpentry from my old man. I saw him when we bought our first house. It was a handyman special, and I saw him gut and renovate that house from the inside out, room by room. So I've always loved making stuff. And when I was a kid, I always loved weapons, tanks, planes, rifles, this, that. I just loved it all, like any red-blooded American kid. A few years ago, I got into gunsmithing. I found out that there were people who were buying legal parts, what they called 80% receivers, machining them to completion, adding parts, and coming up with finished weapons. And I was hooked. So I went and I started buying legal parts online under my own name, shipped to my house. And I started building weapons. I started out with Glock-style pistols, and then I built 8 very sweet AR-style rifles. At the time, I thought, this is great. This is going to be my second career. I'm getting kind of old in this business. But the two-way people I'd come across were really cool people. And there was this kind of whole DIY atmosphere to the two-way community that I really liked. And you and I talked before about people like Bill Geisley, who I really looked up to, who got his first contract building triggers for the U.S. Army sharpshooting team. Like, I love that guy. Kevin,
and let's just dig into Bill. Let's just talk Bill Geisley for 1 second, because his background is not like, he's not like a guy that grew up doing firearms. He was a mechanical engineer, and he approached it from a different way, in the same way that you have that software background and sort of that problem solving through code, which is very logic based. Bill Geisley came at it and was like, hey, I know material science. Why are you guys using the materials you use? Why aren't you using these processes? And so he came at it from a different way. I just, the explosion of interest in, as you said, the sort of DIY atmosphere, but also sort of that that injection of new backgrounds and looking at existing problems and saying, why do we assume that it has to be a Remington 700 platform? Why can't we just start from scratch and build something with a bolt? If we're going to manually feed a gun, then why don't we do it the way that we might do from scratch? So this attitude is very new. Exactly. It's in my lifetime. It's in your lifetime that people have started doing this. It's very cool. So anyway, I think that's something that's happening in the gun world right now. And guys like you are, and Bill Geisley is maybe further back down the line, but we're getting there where people are just bringing novel ideas and backgrounds to the gun world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's that guy up in New Hampshire, Kevin, I want to say Brittingham from Q Firearms.
I got some Qs.
He got a contract with Special Forces. Yeah. I'm like, this is the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. I'm making I'm making American firearms in the traditional way, which is in an American home.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I got into doing this stuff. All the time I was doing it, I never brandished, I never took pictures, I never took videos, I never talked about it online. I never, because that wasn't the kind of energy I was interested in. I kept it quiet and private. And while I was doing it, I was doing my prep work. I applied for membership in my local gun range, passed the criminal background check at my local gun range, West Side Rifle and Pistol in Manhattan. Took their beginning training course. Took their training course for the Utah concealed carry permit. Got my fingerprinting done. All that stuff. Subscribed to a service called Rocket FFL to learn about the different kinds of FFLs and what I would need to apply for, what the process would be in order to do this thing legitimately for money.
Yep.
And I had all these plans. I was going to buy a piece of land in southern New Hampshire, and set up a gun lab there and develop some of these products and systems that I've talked with you about before. And we can talk about that tonight if you want. And then in April of 2022, I got raided by a joint NYPD ATF task force. Basically, SWAT team broke my door down, arrested me, hauled me off to Rikers Island, where I spent a week. My bail was almost $250,000. My family had to put their house up to get me out. And the state of New York has charged me with several counts of felony weapons possession. And if they get their way, I'm looking at 18 years in prison.
Let's talk about the raid for starters, because I don't want to walk past that. I think that's a real thing that exists in the fear in the hearts of some people, and it should be something that people can internalize. Where were you when the knock happened?
There was no knock.
Perfect. Where were you when there was no knock?
It was a no-knock warrant.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you know about those. I was in bed. I had gone to sleep the night before listening to an audiobook, and I woke up hearing voices that were not the audiobook. And violence of action, police search warrant, blah, blah. And the first thing I said was, hello, my name is Dexter Taylor. I live here. Who are you guys looking for? Because I thought they had the wrong house, right? It never occurred to me that the state of New York would be like, we have to get this guy. Do you know what I'm saying? Anyway, played it cool, got arrested like a professional. No harsh words or anything like that.
Hold on, like you were a gentleman. You weren't getting arrested like a professional. Professionals get arrested all the time. We got to be specific.
That's true.
I've seen people who get arrested like professionals. They're like, "Hey, man, what's up? Hey, I saw you before."
No problem.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be arrested like a professional. You want to be arrested like a gentleman. And
like a gentleman, yeah.
Okay, and so you went peacefully and you didn't resist anything. No problems with that.
Nope. Had a nice conversation with the officers in the car on the way to the 83rd or the 84th or whatever that was.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, right. Yeah. One of the guys, I think his cousin does Python programming. So it's like we talked about.
They're like, oh, you're into code. Like, cool. Like, why are we at your house? Like, how did that happen? And what's also worth knowing for people who haven't experienced this, and you're going to have a lot more insight than most. But a lot of times the people that are doing the search warrant or doing an arrest warrant have very little to do with the case. They got a quick brief. This guy's got a bunch of guns. We're going after the Brooklyn Arsenal. This is what's happening next. We're kicking the door. He's super dangerous. And then they go, oh, he's actually like a really nice guy. And he sounds like a computer programmer. He's got some pretty cool stuff in that house. And looks like he's doing some recording. That's weird. And then they go back to their jobs and they never think about it again.
Never think of exactly.
And your life, meanwhile, is in wreckage.
Is in wreckage. That's right. It's like one funny thing I just thought of was one of the cops at the precinct, when I was in the holding cell, and every now and then someone would come back and let me go to the bathroom, whatever, and get a drink of water. The guy, I forget his name, but he said, we went, it's like we had some back and forth, and he said, well, everyone says you're a nice guy, so I'm going to try to figure out what's going on. Do you know what I'm saying?
There's always one guy that wants to white knight the situation, right? He's like, maybe we did get the wrong guy.
God bless him. Listen.
Yeah. There should be more of that.
But felony weapons possession. Hang on a second. I'm just pouring some more beer.
This is the right move right now. I almost poured myself a beer, but if I drank a beer with you, I'd be going to sleep in the middle of this, and I don't want to do that. I want to stay sharp, so I got water. Let's talk about how it came to be that a man who ordered things off the internet legally in his own name was suddenly on the radar of the NYPD, who had no otherwise probable cause to believe that something was going on in a place that you're not advertising these weapons. Let's talk about the specifics of how that goes down.
Sure. So ATF has been going around the country to various parts manufacturers and more or less demanding customer lists. And some of those manufacturers, some of those online retailers complied. And then ATF would take that list of people and go around to local police departments and say, get this guy, get this guy, get this guy. And of course, it depends on which jurisdiction, because, for example, if I lived in Texas, this wouldn't have been a problem. I mean, in fact, if I lived in Texas, I probably would have been doing side work, like helping the sheriff's deputies maintain their hunting weapons. Or, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, they would have probably had come to some of my barbecues or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But like, just being New York, that's how it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's how it happened. NYPD, as a matter of fact, has a dedicated unit to liaise with ATF for just that purpose, right? So when they have like an ATF, they call it, I think they actually call it a ghost gun unit.
Oh, perfect.
So yeah.
Now those are the ones that can shoot the 30 caliber magazine clips.
Don't start. Don't start with this.
It's so bad. How is it the people that know the least about the thing that we love and like and get excited about are the ones that are the most interested in telling you how dangerous it is?
I saw that. I think we all saw that video of the ATF guy like trying to field strip a Glock, like literally the possibly the simplest pistol that you could possibly field strip. And
That's
it was
it.
like he couldn't do it.
Did you see the Grand Thumb answer to that?
No, I didn't.
So you know who Grand Thumb is, right?
Yeah,
he's a
yeah.
gun tuber.
Awesome
If you guys
guy.
don't know who he is, they call him, Flannel Daddy. And so he's a former Air Force guy, and he has this gun channel. It's a big channel. They do a lot of fun stuff. They've got a good sense of humor. It's very similar to the kind of sense of humor of the guys that I worked with when I was in the military.
Yeah.
And so he lines up maybe 12 or 13 Glock pattern firearms.
I did see that, and he like field stripped.
And he was like, let's see how many I can do before the ATF
Before the
head
ATF
of weapons
field
does.
strips their one little Glock, right?
So he goes through them and he's like, field strip, to strip, and he's just dropping them because he doesn't give a shit because he's got probably all the money in the world and all the guns in the world too. So he's dropping all these things that you and I would not be dropping. And when he gets finished with doing it, he's like, it's like 12 of them. I'm out of Glocks. Get fucked, ATF. And he's just so mad. But it's the same way that I felt in my heart too, watching this guy. I'm like, who is this scumbag that is in charge of our weapon program? What should get back to doing tax stamps, dude? How about you stamp out all the tax stamps and make sure that people get their suppressors they paid their own money for, and they're willing to give the government $200 just for the right to possess their own property? I get real passionate about this stuff. I like people don't want to see me offline. I get heated. I hate capital. I let the ATF own me a little bit with the hatred that I have for them. Like I gave them the right to make me angry, and I don't like to be that way. And I'm angry for your case too. So they've got a ghost gun unit, and they've liaised with these guys. And even though there's no good reason why the NYPD specifically would be able to know anything about it because of the federal overlap.
Correct.
We are now dealing with the NYPD is now in a place where they are lawfully was ATF wasn't even on your search warrant, were they?
I don't know if they were on. I don't think they were on the search warrant.
You didn't see anybody with like ATF police written on their chest.
On the day of the raid, they were there. I saw two people with ATF windbreakers.
Okay,
and they vanished immediately thereafter. Like we never saw ATF again. So
do you know why they had to be there?
I don't know. No.
Because they were there. They were the probable cause to get in. Gotcha. I'm sure of it, right?
Gotcha.
So the ATF was the one that generated that. So they want to make sure that they're there. And now that the task force that's with them is part of that search, now they're in a position legally to be able to see things that are against state law, even though they're not federal.
Right.
But the original issue was whether or not, like, I don't know, you were making machine guns or something, like whatever ATF jurisdiction is. So people need to understand how egregious this is. This is not like, oh, these guys got together and they're trying to do this task force because they're interested in looking for bad guns. Something like 50% or 57%, I think Gun Owners of America put this out today on Twitter. 57% of the investigations that the ATF is involved in are people who have sold less than 5 guns. That's what they're calling illegal gun dealers. Yeah. And that's how you get wrapped up in stuff like this, because they're justifying a paycheck instead of doing their damn job and looking for, drug dealers or whatever.
Right. And of course, the thing about me is I wasn't even selling guns. It's like and they know I wasn't, because They seized my phone, cloned my phone, never returned it. They seized my computers. They subpoenaed my email records, right? So they know for a fact that I was not here talking any crazy shit. And two, I wasn't transferring weapons, hinting at transferring weapons, offering gunsmithing services, hinting at gunsmithing, like nothing.
There's no
They
money
know
involved.
for
This
a
is
fact.
literally a passion project, a hobbyist thing that Americans have done for hundreds of years.
Correct. And I was trying to develop legit products and systems. You know, we've talked about cyclic energy flow.
Yeah, let's go to that. Blow some people's minds a little bit. Let's talk about, because this is why it's worth knowing that when people who come from different backgrounds look at things, they see the problem differently. And the problem is always the same. You have a round, the round goes in the chamber, it goes down the barrel, there's some gas that's exploded. We got to do something with the gas, we got to do something with the harmonics on the metal. So all these things, they look different to different people. To you, what did it look like?
It looked like a circuit. You know, because I've always been a circuits guy. You know, I used to haunt Radio Shack when I was a kid.
I love
Radio
Shack.
And mess around with electronics and what have you. And so it you know, after I started doing, especially after I started building AR rifles, and I started looking at people online who were talking about the problems they'd have, you know, I realized that, you don't just build an AR and expect it to be operable. It has to be tuned. It has to be properly tuned. And understanding the way that you know, you touch off that round and then the hot gas pushes the barrel out the muzzle, but then some of the gas is redirected in order to kick the bolt back and literally operate the weapon. It was like, there's a whole, all that whole dance has to happen correctly. And a lot of things can go wrong. You know, you can get failure to feed, you can get bolt bounce, you can get this, that.
Too much gas, not enough gas.
Too much gas,
yeah,
overgassed, undergassed. You know, how's your round? How's your brass ejecting from the weapon? What's the angle? Where's it going? Thus and so.
And people, just while you're saying that, people who want to tune like those Glock handguns you made, those polymer 80s, because I've done this. You'll set up a camera behind you and you'll watch the angle of the brass. And if it's consistent, you know it's feeding properly. And if you're having problems and it's all over the place, you go, well, maybe I've got too much spring or not enough spring. Maybe I got a hot enough bullet or not a hot enough load. Like there's all these games playing. And I'll tell you my first failure that I ever had with an AR, which I bought in a gun show in Kansas.
Yeah.
It wasn't seated. The gas block wasn't seated. So it walked. And at some point I had a bolt action AR and I was going like, that's not really what I wanted out of this. I didn't know anything about the gun though. And if you don't know, you're like, why is this not working? The gremlins aren't doing their job in there. And then you realize, I got to seat the gas block right where it needs to be. The gas block has to be the right size, not too big, not too small, all this kind of stuff.
That's right. Well, it's funny you say that because I remember, I think it's been a long time, but I think the barrels that I got had a little nub on the opposite side of the journal bearing, so that you could tighten the grub screw, and it was more likely that it wouldn't walk because it would there was a little recess to take the screw so that it would seat properly. Anyway, so yeah, I was like, this is a circuit, right? And the different components in the weapon can be likened to circuit components. So the barrel is actually a wire because it's a mass flow circuit, right? And as opposed to the circuit that has these lights on, for example, which is you're moving electrons around a path. You're moving mass around a path. And so the barrel in that sense is a wire, right? And then you could look at the hole in your the hole leading up to your gas block, that's a resistor. Because that's constricting your flow. Your gas tube is another wire, right? The bolt carrier group is a resistor, because in physics, that's what masses do. They resist movement, right? They resist acceleration, the law of inertia. And your buffer weight is also a resistor, and your buffer spring is a capacitor, right? And so I started thinking, well, what if you could apply electrical engineering principles to this thing? And if you could kind of build a universal receiver and fire off a few hundred or a few thousand rounds, different loads and what have you, then if you know a few basics up front, if you know your projectile mass and maybe your powder type and maybe your powder weight, your grain weight of your powder charge, then you should be able to plug in everything else, right? Like the length of your gas system and so, and your dwell time, whatever, and the mass of your, well, you should be able to plug in some numbers and come up with a weapon that's roughly in, or come up with the masses and weights, right? That would give you a weapon that is roughly in tune. Right. And now I will say, I don't think I invented this. I think that the big manufacturers have done this.
They probably have, right?
It's proprietary. it's internal, right?
It's not
so what
open
I want
source.
to write some software and open source it. So I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, well, and the thing is this, like this already exists for ballistics. People can already take an existing rifle with an existing barrel length. You plug in the length of the barrel, you get a chronograph of your average speed. If you know what your speed is, you know what your projectile is, you can find out how far that bolt's going to go if you have the right coefficients of drag and so on.
Right.
So there are programs on the outside of the gun.
On the outside, correct.
But if you're building your own weapon system and you personally want to tune it because you're a hobbyist, you're looking for bringing that ballistics principles and say, hey, what's the algorithmic sort of thing where I just move a couple of variables around and get this gun into tune?
Right.
Which is a thing that would be interesting to a hobby gun maker who's out there making one-offs and saying, I want to do this interesting thing. I want to make a monolithic receiver, or I want to make something that has a modular barrel swap. Like, I don't know.
Correct. Right.
All these kind of fun things.
Exactly. So instead of these hobbyists having to be like, oh, I bought this bolt carrier group, but that's too heavy, I got to buy a different one, or I have to mess around with my buffer weights and my springs and their trial and error. I just thought it would be a lot more fun for hobbyists if they could have a piece of software that said, okay, this is my barrel length, this is my whatever, and I'm using this powder, and this is my grain weight, and this is my grain weight of propellant, grain weight of projectile. Okay, you need to use roughly these weights,
for your buffer weights, or you may need to screw around with upping your spring tension.
Cool.
So simple thing. Right. Wherever the easiest and cheapest way to tinker with it, you might want to play that.
That's exactly right. So I was developing that. And
well, thank God New York stopped you from that, because God forbid. I mean, right? The thing I love is that you have
horror.
You got a good sense of humor about how stupid all this is.
Horror and moral terror.
Mm-hmm. Let's zoom back out again for a minute, if you will.
Yeah.
What's going on with New York and the fear of guns? Why is it like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think I don't think there's a broad-based fear of guns in the New York population. I mean, I think there's the fear of people of being brutalized or terrorized by wicked people with guns. But I don't think most ordinary kind of working class New Yorkers, and working class New Yorkers definitely outnumber the elites, right? Mm-hmm. I don't think there's some broad fear of guns among them. I think that New York has been, as you say, captured by progressives. And what do we know about progressives? Well, we know that they believe in the perfectibility of human society through administrative means, right? So if that's what you believe in, and that's your program, we're going to perfect human society using the instrument of the administrative state. You can't have people defending themselves. Like, no, what are you talking about?
Right. You need reliance.
For that matter, you can't have like tight-knit families and tight, close-knit communities and all these and these old loyalties and the faith of your fathers and all these traditions. You can't have all that, because we have this program. And you have to get with the program. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we're trying to perfect society here, and you're in the way. So you got to go, and whatever you hold dear, that's got to go. And if you have a constitution that says you have a right to do this because you're a human being, and that right, you have that natural right that adheres to you, and we can't interfere with that. Well, that's got to go.
Self-reliance is not part of their program. They probably don't like gardens on the roof either. I'm guessing.
Probably not.
No, we got to regulate that too.
Got to regulate that. Yeah.
Before we got going today, one of the things that I laughed about is that I don't do Saturday night shows in general. So we've got folks that are joining us for the first time on a Saturday night. And I said it's a Saturday night special, which has a kind of a double entendre. It's kind of a double meaning. You want to kind of tell people what that is, and then maybe we'll unpack that a bit, because there's some fun about that.
Well, this was back in the 70s. I remember when they talked about Saturday night specials. And of course, in the news, they talk. A Saturday night special is a revolver. It's a low cost revolver, essentially, right? I think it's a relatively shorter intermediate length barrel revolver. And in the 70s, when we started hearing about this, it was in the context of robberies. People are doing all these robberies with these Saturday night specials, and this is a problem. But it turns out, and I think I might have learned this from you, is that it was really about this a wave of kind of affordable personal firearms, that became available, right? That people could buy to defend themselves. And of course, wicked people got their hands on them and used them to attack the decent. But there was nothing, in retrospect, there was nothing particularly wicked about the Saturday night special. It was just that that was what our betters in the media decided we needed to hear about, that kind of weapon. Like, be afraid of these weapons. Yeah.
Well, and the legacy of the Saturday night special, of these inexpensive, usually imported, semi-low quality but functional handguns, was that black people were using them to do crimes. This is where it really came down to it. And this is one of many, many, many instances of race-tinged gun control, which we don't necessarily have to dwell on it too much. But I put something out there the other day on Twitter, and I just said, gun control is racist. Changed my mind. And everybody goes, well, no. Anybody that knows the history of gun control and weapons control in general knows that it goes back pre-U.S. Constitution. There are parts and codes that existed all the way back into the 1600s on this continent that were trying to restrict black people from having knives. That's the earliest one that I'm aware of, was in New Orleans. And it was about blades, because that's what people carried. And it was about, how do we make sure that we handle this problem? And then some of our major gun control issues, and particularly the Gun Control Act of 1968, was specifically right after race riots that started happening. And they went, well, we're going to use this fear that we've got right there, this moment, and we're going to get some control. And I don't think it has to do with whether they were scared of black people or even racism, but they certainly drummed it up. And they used that as kind of the specter of it. And Saturday night specials were primarily, were outlawed during that time. And the story is that if you listen to people that are pro-gun like me, it's like, well, that's what people who don't have a lot of money would get to defend their home. Because if you don't have a lot of money, but you got $50 and you can buy yourself a $50 revolver, you show me anybody that wants to run through the door when there's a $50 revolver on the other side of it, I'm going to show you a liar. It's like people say, what's the best caliber? It's like whatever caliber you have that you can point at
whatever
somebody.
You're carrying. When the trouble jumps off, right?
I knew a guy that would run around with a 22 Derringer. It's like, you want to screw with that guy? He's got a 22 Derringer. He'll shoot you, and it'll still suck. Nobody wants that.
Exactly.
So it's very interesting.
Stopping knockdown power is a myth. It's like, don't get shot with a 22.
Just don't get shot. Most people are not going to try to take that risk. If it looks like you're serious about pulling a trigger, then that's the whole story about the sound of the 12 gauge shotgun. It's not that people think they're going to get hit with a shotgun; it's that they don't get hit with anything, and they can hear the shotgun. It's just loud.
Correct. Right.
In any case, but the just the kind of the amusing, like you said, don't get mystical on me, is what you sent me this text. But the idea that we're doing this Saturday night special, we're talking about this. There is this weird fear, and I always wondered whether it was race based, whether it's just because people are in close proximity in New York. Is that some of it, or if it really is that progressive small number of people steering the ship and just running off liberty?
I think it's the small number of people steering the ship. I really do. And I should add that there are right-wing progressives as well.
Let's talk about
part
it.
That's part of the problem, right? It's like I don't know if you're familiar with Sonny Johnson. You might be. I think you were in one or two of her spaces, maybe. But Sonny Johnson is a black conservative, and she's one of the real ones. I always say that I probably don't have a bigger profile because I don't talk like Larry Elder or Candace Owens or Jason Whitlock. Right.
What is their style that caught on to people, do you think? Looking from the outside and diagnosing that.
Talking shit about black people. That's their style.
That's their style. Okay. I did tell Larry Elder when I saw him at Freedom Fest in Memphis that I didn't think it was a good idea to hang out with him. I didn't want him around me because having recently been thrown out of the FBI, I thought being seen with the blackface of white supremacy was not a good look for me. And he did laugh about it. He's got a good sense of humor. So, but also they're like, everybody was there kind of kissing his ass, and because he's kind of a big name in the area.
Yeah.
And like, I'm like, I don't know. He's just a dude who's got 2 different color shoes on. I don't know if that's a thing that he does. It was amusing to me. I just wanted to see if I could catch him off guard. He laughed, to his credit. He laughed about that. So
yeah, I mean, one of the problems with look, if you've been in my spaces or heard my content, you know that what I'm always saying is that, and I've been saying this for a long time, is that Black Americans are actually staunchly conservative. That's just a fact. I was telling people this. I'm getting into arguments about it. Back when I was still on the left, I was saying this because people were trying to come up with all these reasons why. Well, it's like why aren't there more Black Republicans? And I'm like, well, your attitude is one of sneer and contempt. That's why. Like it's not attractive. What do you mean? You want to come at me and you want your pitch to be a noun, a verb, and plantation. Well, I'm sorry. That's not that's a terrible pitch. That's a terrible pitch.
That's selling a negative. That's not selling an opportunity.
It's not just that. I mean, selling a negative, you could sell, like, I'm a problem solver. So you could actually sell me a negative and I'll be like, oh, a problem? Sure, let's solve it. But the problem is, like, I'm very suspicious of when people seem to be trying to get me to switch off my critical thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start every conversation by trying to shock me with this specter of chattel slavery, like right away, my bullshit detector goes into overdrive. I'm like, why are you trying to shock me with this word? In other words, make your point and move on. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this, plantation.
Like that could be a starting point, but that shouldn't be the ending point. That shouldn't be the mic drop.
It shouldn't even be a starting point because the fact is,
there's some simple minds out there.
Look. It's like, make your case, make a conservative case. That's it.
Okay.
And as far as I'm concerned, in New York City, for example, there are plenty of people, plenty of Black people specifically, who are property owners, who own brownstones, who own whatever, who have businesses,
Sure.
right? And they're ready to hear a message about smaller government. The problem is that a lot of conservatives, when they bother to come talk to us, they never talk about that. They want to talk about crime and welfare. Well, listen, we know about crime, and most of us actually have serious problems with the welfare system. I remember my parents and all their friends, when I'd hear them talking politics when I was a kid, they'd be complaining about the welfare system. They'd be complaining about the fact that, well, hang on a second, how come I got to, drag my ass out of the house every morning? I got to walk past people who are waiting to get a check, and they're having all these babies that they can't afford to raise themselves. So we have to raise them? What's up with that? Okay?
Yeah.
But
that urban people living in urban areas that are Black are not like me. That's what that's the thought.
Exactly.
They're like, oh, they're
Correct.
different than me. It's like, why?
Correct. Well,
that's never been my
And look,
experience, but it's weird.
You could say they're different people, but I mean, they have the same kind of interests. It's like if you own property,
yep,
you're trying to protect what you have from the overreaching state. You want a good life for your children, what have you. So progressives have captured New York. Conservatives have decided that New York and cities like it are not worth saving.
Yes.
Because very many conservatives, I'm sorry to say, don't know how to do math. They are numerically illiterate. They can't look at an election turnout graph and do basic calculations.
Well, I think you're assuming that they're looking at that. I think you're assuming they look at that graph. Guys like me who look and go, I can't ever live in the state of New York ever, because all the things I got a closet full of felonies over there. I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
And I basically move based on where I can keep the things that I already own.
Well, sure.
But
I'm not.
But I've never looked at them. I've never looked at an election graph and thought, wouldn't it be worth trying to flip that sucker? Because there's only a small fraction of people that are showing up for each election. And I've never done that. I've never done it. It's never even occurred to me. And that's why I've enjoyed talking to you, because some of the things you've said is, why do you consider it ceded territory? And I was like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like we can win because they keep losing. But
right.
Maybe
and
change.
Well, yeah, it's that's exactly right. It's like, look, if you look at the turnout graph, and in very many quote unquote blue cities, right, what you find is that the turnout is very low among Black people. Let's say, I mean, I did this for Boston and a couple other cities, and it was like these turnout numbers were like less than 50% in many cases. So you have like the majority of Black voters who are eligible to vote not voting, right? And then you say, well, Democrats have a stranglehold. What stranglehold? In other words, 90% of the 30% of Black voters who do vote, let's say, or the 40% who do, 90% of those vote for Democrats.
Yep.
But you have a whole 50, 60% who are just sitting at home. Is anyone talking to them? If not, why not? What's the matter with you? Right?
Yeah.
And so this idea that, well, we're just not going to go for it's not worth it to us. Really, it's not worth it. Okay, fine.
And that's crazy, because states like California, which is solidly blue because of the urban areas, that's why the cities vote blue. A lot of them are like really bad idea people in your business who vote for things and vote away their own rights as best they can, which is weird, on some misplaced sort of social compassion maybe. But but there are more Republicans, and I'm not a Republican. I know you're not a Republican, but there's more Republicans in California than in any other state. There's just also more Democrats, it turns out. So they lose.
Well, correct. Well, correct. And also in San Francisco, I'd be willing to bet that the working class people in San Fran outnumber the Silicon Valley kids.
They got to, right?
So they got to. So again, the question is, why can't you talk to these people? And it's this weird kind of diabolic pride. Like, no, like my approach is perfect. And if my approach isn't working, the problem is with someone else. Well, I mean, I like that. I also kind of viscerally reject that. Right. In my career, one of the things I've learned, by the way, I've learned this partly, sidebar, like thinking about military people and how like military people do things, and their attitude toward information, and their attitude toward responsibility, and their kind of proprietary attitude to things they're responsible for. That was a big influence on my career. Like, I decided to look at these people and say, how can I use what they do and their kind of way of looking at the world to become a better software engineer? And so one thing was, you take responsibility. Like this is my problem. This is my problem. Right. But what do I see from so-called conservatives? The problem is with somebody else. It's not my problem. It's like my bad outreach. No, that's someone else's problem. No, they're brainwashed over there. That's the problem. They're not capable of reason, because my way of reasoning is so, recondite that they can't possibly. It's like, no, like your outreach sucks, dude. It's terrible. And I mean, it's manifestly terrible. Look, didn't a bunch of conservatives, so-called PayPal conservatives, didn't a bunch of them get up on their hind legs when Trump got a mugshot, when he went to Georgia to get his mugshot taken? And they were like, oh, he's got a mugshot. Black people are going to love him now. It's like, what are you talking about, stupid? No less a person than Dinesh D'Souza said, literally said in writing, Trump is the gangster for Black America. First of all, stupid, we hate gangsters. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, we're family people. Like, we don't like gangsters and gangbangers and drive-by shooters. Like, we hate those people because they're a threat to us and to our families. Dumbass. What's the matter with you?
That makes perfect sense. Here's the thing that I've been trying to it occurred back to me when I talk to people that are young. Because I got into this discussion with a couple of young people, and I brought it up the other day, and I actually did a whole show on this, and the show was entitled "Conservatives, What Are You Conserving?" We did a big space on it, and all I want to do is I want to ask people that simple question, and it goes to the heart of what you're talking about. Also, anybody who's ever been an instructor, and I know that when you're a coder, you're always learning, but you're also always teaching because that's what debugging is about. You got to go through, and you're teaching yourself, and other people are teaching you what you. Okay, if you are not properly delivering information to someone, there are two parts to every equation, right? There's the transmission and there's the reception, TX and RX. That happens in radio. It happens in a lot of network traffic. If we are not getting information across, the failure is in one of the two. It might be that the receiver is not doing the job, but it may be that you are not transmitting a receivable information. And so I constantly have 6 different metaphors, 6 different imagery, 6 different ways that we can talk about something. When I talk about guns, it's like, okay, let's talk about this. Okay, think about a throttle. Oh, you don't like a throttle? Like, let's think about this. Let's think about this different thing. We got to look at a gradual weight. I will give you different images because if it doesn't resonate with you, if you've never driven a 5-speed and you don't know how to use a clutch, that's not going to be useful to you. So I will move on from that and I will give you. So the question was, what are you conserving? And what I was not shocked to learn, but maybe I raised surprise, like a little like, ooh, I had a young gal. I said, what are you conserving? She's part of a young conservatives organization, a young GOP group. And she said, well, you know, like the Constitution stuff and the 2A. And I said, you're going to tell me hashtags? Is that what you're going to, that's what you're conserving, are hashtags? It's like, hun, I'm not trying to be mean to you. What I'm trying to have you do is do critical thinking.
Yes.
It's so important to me that you actually know the things that you are trying to conserve. And once you do, then you know how to connect with other people that want to conserve those.
Right.
And you know how to communicate why those things are worth conserving.
That's right.
And also why we've lost most of those things. And we got to probably actually not conserve them, but go get them because we got to be progressive about getting those things back at this point.
Well, I mean, look, thinking about it's funny because when I hear my MAGA brethren speak, like I'm not MAGA, but I have a lot of MAGA people in my circle. And when I hear them speak, they talk about rhinos, Republicans in name only, so on and so forth. And it's like all these people up on the hill, and there's a swamp up on Capitol Hill. Well, here's what's interesting, right? How come all these Republicans have been in office for so long?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, if I'm supposed to be on a plantation, right, and I'm supposed to be some benighted savage who just doesn't understand his own best interests, right? Then it's like, well, okay, you tell me
that
why.
Might be the quote of the night.
Bro, listen to me. Mitch McConnell is so old, right? Dirt gives him mad respect. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
I call it the geriocracy. People are like, they're like, well, what about Chuck Grassley? He's great. I'm like, Chuck Grassley is 1,000. Like, I want Chuck Grassley out 25 years ago. I want Mitch McConnell gone. I think if you're over the age of like 65, like if you're too old to do regular jobs, if you would have normally left because you're not there, why on earth are you trying to die on the floor of the Senate?
But look,
I agree with you on this.
But let's take that off the table a second. Okay. Forget about age limits. It's just like they're not delivering. You're complaining about them. You're complaining about the terrible things they keep voting for and they keep, right? So then why have they been there for this long? Don't tell me that's because of the magical brainwashing machine that the Democratic Party has, because that's in your house. You see, so
have you ever seen those surveys? You talked about numbers earlier. I want to ask you this. Have you ever seen the surveys, the popularity or the what do they call it? The approval rating of Congress? Have you ever
Congress,
seen?
Yeah.
It's like toilet bowl low, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit higher than syphilis.
Right. Essentially.
Yeah.
Like moderately higher, but like slightly less than chocolate covered dog shit.
It depends on who's hot this weekend. It's like syphilis.
Syphilis is trending. It's looking good. No, like chocolate covered dog shit. Then there's Congress. Then there's syphilis. I think that's the 3 levels. Okay. So people are like, well, there's chocolate in it. It may be dog shit. Okay. That's where. God. Okay. So that's Congress. But here's the thing. People's individual congressperson always rate quite high. And this has been a game going on since I was a kid. I remember hearing about it even when I was in high school. They said the reason why is every single congressperson comes home and says this: Congress is a bunch of crooks. They're a bunch of evildoers. Look what they're doing to this country. You got to send me back there to fight them. I've been fighting them for 50 years. Keep sending me back. I'm doing a great job of not fighting them. And everybody just goes like, oh, well, he said he's fighting them. So pull the lever. There's that. There's some of that, right?
Right.
It's just failure to look and see. We love politicians, but we don't equate them with results.
Right.
I love zero politicians. I only care about outcomes.
Right. And here's the thing. I wouldn't be so salty about that in particular, except that the same people who keep sending the Chuck Grassleys and the Mitch McConnells back to do the same terrible job, right, want to look at me and say, like, well, you people keep voting for people who are doing you no good.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi's your fault then. Chuck Schumer's your fault.
Right, exactly. And it's like, but what again? So Mitch McConnell's your fault then. And that aside, the other thing again is that people look. Let me back up a second. Some backstory. When I stopped when I left the left, right, I didn't jump to the right. I didn't go to the Republicans because, again, I thought that, well, how can I put this? Like, look, I'm a black dude. I don't worship my own skin because that's idolatry, but I love my people, right? And I love my tribe. And I just didn't like that, again, that whole sneering contempt that I seemed to hear from Republicans all the time. So I started my own thing called Foundationism. And I have a manifesto. I wrote the Foundationist Manifesto. And the first point in the Foundationist Manifesto is see deeply. The second point in the manifesto is listen closely. The third is reason honestly. So, I think, and I wrote that manifesto and I designed this system because I wanted us to, I didn't think that we were going to solve all our problems if we just got rid of the lefties. I thought that a good first step to solving our problems was enabling us to have higher quality arguments about the things that are wrong with our republic, with our systems. Yeah. So it's like everyone, I remember I was inspired by this, by many things, but there was an interview that I think Norman Mailer did, where he said that the world would be a better place if the cops were the best cops that they could be and the robbers were the best robbers they could be.
Oh.
Yeah, he said that the world would be better if the robbers were like awesome and the cops were awesome. You know what I'm saying?
That sounds like my
that
kind
was cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Right. So
that's like a real contrarian kind of thing, because people will go like, why do you want the robbers to be good? Because I want everyone to be really good at what they're good at, even if it's being bad.
Even if it's being bad, exactly.
Because that makes the good people have to be better.
Well, if a person knows that he's like a second story man, he's like, no, I'm not going to shoot anybody. I don't shoot people. I'm not some killer. I'm a second story man. I creep. That's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? He's not a half-ass.
Okay, I got to pause.
The half-ass is that.
I got to tell you the story now.
Yeah, you got.
I'm at the FBI Academy.
Okay.
And we got this girl. We got a lot of girls there that I'm not sure they've ever been outside, like outside of a building. I think they've just lived indoors. Like a lot of indoor dogs. And I'm not mad at them because they're real sweet people. You know what I mean? Like there's people that are too nice to be mad at them. But you're looking at them going like, how are you in the same job that I'm at? So we've got this legal instructor. And his name was Mike. Was that his name? His name was Bulzomi. That was his name. The Bull Bulzomi. And he was really loud and he was really excited and he would yell things. And so he would walk around and he would ask these questions and he would just get real like amped up. And he goes, Teresa. I'm using real names here, by the way, because that's how I roll. He goes, Teresa. He goes, we're going to break into this house because we're cat burglars and we've got a pillowcase. What's the pillowcase for? And she goes, the cats.
What?
And
Jesus Christ.
He stops in his tracks. He stops in his tracks. And he's never heard anything like this before. And he goes, what? And she goes, the pillowcase is for the cats that we're going to steal.
What?
And he said, I'm going to step outside for a minute.
Wow.
Somebody help your classmate out here and explain what a cat burglar is. And it was like, these are the people, like she has a badge and a gun still. She's a real sweetheart. Like I'm fond of her as a human being. I'm terrified that, like you said, a second story man, I heard you explain it. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I get it. Yeah. This is someone who's he's using sophistication. He's not using overt violence. That would have confused my dear friend who is an FBI agent. I just thought you had to know that that's the caliber that we're up against.
I'm not surprised in the least.
You should be scared.
I'm beyond fear at this point. I'm just
that's
like
fair.
I'm just grimly resolute. But I mean, yeah, I thought that's what we needed, was to have better quality arguments, about what was wrong. It's like, no, we're not going to get rid of the lefties. Just like, let's have decent arguments about stuff. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What I see is that these arguments are poisoned by like a handful of very specific sins. And one of them is pridefulness, right? Diabolic pride. You can have symbolic pride. Symbolic pride is fine. Symbolic means.
Can you define those two for me and everybody?
Pride is, symbolic pride is that which unites. Diabolic pride is that which divides.
Okay.
So symbolic pride is fine. You know, you're a military guy. You're proud of your regiment, no problem. You know, you're proud to be part of your family. You're proud of your family. You're proud of your kids, no problem. But the pridefulness that says, "Well, I'm better than if you know, if other people think I'm obnoxious, it's their problem. It's their fault. I'm not obnoxious. They're just too sensitive." You know, or you know, I'm like, you just don't understand the way I do things, and that's diabolic pride. And the scriptures make a very big deal about diabolic pride for a reason, because it's a self-reinforcing sin, you see. Right, like the sin of wrath, like you get angry, well, your anger will cool eventually, right? Same thing with lust. You know, you're lustful, but your lust will ebb and flow, whatever, right? But pridefulness, like, you will just spiral right down, because pride interrupts the feedback loop. Chesterton said that vanity is better than pride. Vanity is better because at least vanity is social, right? Like, you want to cut a good figure in front of other people. So you're acknowledging the fact that other people's opinions matter. But if you're prideful, that's not the thing.
You're worshiping of yourself.
Pardon me?
You're worshiping yourself. Your pride feeds itself because you are the audience.
Correct.
And you are
That's
also
exactly right.
you are also the one receiving it, and you are the one who's giving it. And so that's the self. It's like government. It's the self-licking ice cream cone.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
horrible.
So, right. And so, you know, diabolic pride is what caused, like, the angel of light to become Diablo, right? To become the devil. It's like, no, I'm cut off from that feedback loop. I'm cut off from the source, right? And look, we see this among lefties, yes, but being a conservative, I'm concerned with what we see, what's in our house. And I don't like to see that in our house, you know? And again, I see that when people say, well, we don't have to worry about outreach because our outreach is perfect. The problem is those people over there. I'm like, well, that's pridefulness. Stop that. You know, and when people, you know, consume internet crime porn, and they're obsessively looking at these 45-second video clips of some, you know, young Black people, for example, in the streets doing stupid stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're consuming that, and they're like wallowing in this resentment, you know, and they're working themselves up into this frenzy. And it's a pornographic frenzy. And look, pornography is a problem, not just sex pornography, but all kinds of pornography, because a pornographic view of the world destroys your ability to deal with real things and real people, right?
It's amygdala porn.
Pardon me?
It's amygdala porn.
It's amygdala porn. And just like, you know, if a young man who is addicted to sex-based pornography, find that he doesn't know how to talk to a real woman. Because a real woman is active. A real girlfriend, a real wife is active.
Yeah, she's not paid to be some sort of, you know, whatever, flop job there.
She's gonna listen. A real girlfriend is gonna challenge you. She's gonna say, "Get a job. Stop sleeping on the couch. Get your shit together." Right? She's gonna say, you know, "Listen, I need you to take out the garbage or open this pickle jar or kill this spider." She's gonna look at you and say, "Don't bullshit me." Okay. The chick on the screen with her tits out will do none of those things. Okay, now, if you transfer the thing to crime porn, well, yeah, if that's your interface to quote unquote Black America, if all you're looking at is, you know, clips of crime porn and degenerate celebrities from the music industry or from wherever, then when it comes time to talk to someone like me, you don't know what to say. You don't know how to act, and I've seen that time and time again. You know, it's like, what's the matter with you? Like, you can't just have a conversation.
Yeah, that's just a dude over there. He's got a beard like me. You got a daughter. We got an awful lot of things in common. I learned how to do C++. I'm terrible at it, but I understand that it works.
Right?
Yeah.
So you know, I've been really concerned with this. This is the fundamental problem in captured places like New York. It's not that the Democratic Party has these superpowers where they can just brainwash people, and it's that the people who are supposed to be fighting against these things are not fighting against them. The people who are supposed to be conserving our constitutional rights are not conserving them. And again, that goes for, you know, again, I said there's such a thing as a right-wing progressive, because there is. when a lot of these conservative politicians bother to come to the cities, they seem to leave their conservative politics or their conservative beliefs, such as they are, behind them when they cross the city line. And by the time they get to me, they're talking like statists.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, what happened to limited government? What happened? You were talking about limited government when you were talking to that to my white brother in the suburbs or in the farmland. That sounded good to me. I was like, hey, yeah, right on. And then by the time you get to me, you're like, yeah, we need more police and more laws and more this. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
What happened?
Same answer. Better culture, better people doing the right things, like expanding our values. That makes more sense still. So okay, so
getting the government's boot off our necks so we can figure things out. Right.
Full agreement there. Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Is this New York specific, or do you get that feedback to Chicago, Los Angeles? Because I mean, New York is its own animal. I mean, it's
all our cities. Our cities. This is the problem. I mean, again, just think for a second. I mean, look, some background. You know, I am the son of working class immigrants from the Caribbean, right? And at a certain point, I started really identifying very strongly with my working class background. Like, you know, my path to conservative was probably not the same as, well, definitely not the same as, you know, other more prominent Black conservatives, because again, I didn't look at the Republican Party as a model for anything. I didn't look at Ronald Reagan as a model for, I can't stand Ronald Reagan. Rudolph Giuliani neither. I started looking at my background and like the people I grew up around. And then I realized, wait a second, I grew up in conservatism. Like the stuff these guys talk about, excuse me, when they bother to talk righteously, it's like, wait a minute, I grew up with that. And everyone I knew, they grew up with parents who were fanatical about education, who didn't want to hear any excuses, right? Who wanted excellence, who insisted on discipline and respect, you know, who were people of faith, right? Who believed in Black self-reliance, right? Who believed that you shouldn't be asking the government for stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but when I was a kid, I didn't know that was conservatism. It was just life. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do.
You know, I mean, I grew up going to Sunday. I went to Sunday school at St. Ormond's Congregational Church over on Merrick Boulevard. I remember around graduation time, you know, the elders in the church, strangers, people I didn't know, would come up to me and say, hey, you know, you're doing us proud, young man. You know, keep on hitting those books. Keep on, you know, I like old people, strangers were proud of me.
That's a good feeling.
It's a good feeling. But what I'm saying is that's conservatism.
Right. Community, values, the future.
And I'm telling you that as far as working Black folks are concerned, most of us grew up like that.
I think most people maybe right.
Well,
like,
yes.
Isn't that just like that's not even a Black value? I don't think. I think it's American.
I agree, but I'm just talking about the retardedness of the GOP and their inability to talk to Black folks. That's what I'm talking. I mean, I agree with you.
Well, it goes right back to that first thing that I think you at least are illuminating to me is that people are looking. It still comes down to that person is different than me for some reason. I didn't grow. I grew up, luckily enough, in California and then in Texas, in places where I didn't know that was supposed to be the case. I didn't know I was supposed to look at people who had different color skin or came from different backgrounds that were like, you know, like I was like, oh, like they're Filipino. They just have cool food. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's got a lot of sugar in it and I'm into it. Like that's what I knew growing up. We had a lot of Filipino. We had a lot of Vietnamese. You know, I had some friends that were Black that were in my little, you know, schools. I went to Catholic schools and you know, you just meet people. It's like, well, we all have the same values and we're all Catholic and we're all going to the same school. We all they're willing to pay for education.
That's right.
So that's something. So we pretty much had a lot in common other than some of us had more, you know, family members and less. And some of us had different food at lunch, which I try to trade for or whatever, you know, like
exactly. Trade. Yeah.
But at some point, the people that are running this country, many of whom are very old, grew up with some really old ideas that I didn't learn. You know, they didn't learn what I learned in the 80s and 90s. They didn't grow up learning the things that you learned. And with that awareness going like, hey, these are just American values. They've actually, they're still living segregated values,
Well,
and they're
I think
approaching
I
it
think
differently.
I think that's part of it, but I think you could look at it also in the opposite way. Is that part of the problem is that we are besieged by people with brand new ideas.
What are these new ideas?
Well, the idea that a man can become a woman without just by saying words.
Wait a minute. Are we getting bigoted right now? Okay, let's do this. I'm
Yes,
into it.
yes, and you're welcome.
Yeah. How weird a planet are we living where guys are doing that, right?
Right.
How weird a planet are we where Planet Fitness is going to side with a dude with a semi-erect penis in the women's locker room and kick women out? I mean, yeah, okay, that's a new idea. That's definitely new. I'll give you that 100%.
Right. So any new ideas are and they're part of the problem. Part of the problem is that you could say new ideas, very new ideas, very old sins. Again, pridefulness, right? Resentment. I mean, the story of one brother striking down another out of resentment is the second oldest story in the Bible, right? So these are very old sins. The problem really is that we have just recently dismantled or started to dismantle all the structures we had in place to prevent those sins from having the run of the place. Right? And that's one problem. The other problem is the people, so-called conservatives, who were supposed to be tending the garden, okay, were derelict in their duty. And now they don't want to admit it. They want to say, well, it's those lefties. Well, hang on a second. How come there was a long march through the institutions? How come it wasn't a running battle?
Right.
How come
they just surrendered left and right?
How come they just marched on through who was fighting them? Who was supposed to be fighting them? Look, all the things that are happening to our country, right? To our civilization. We feel like we're besieged from all sides. No, there are bad people and bad ideas rushing to fill a vacuum. Why is there a vacuum there? What was there before the vacuum?
What was there?
Why was it done away with? Why did we allow it to be done away? Who allowed it to be done away with? Questions, right? And people have to start taking responsibility. It's not just, it's not good enough for so-called conservatives to look at me and assume that I don't take responsibility for you people just need to, hey, you people need to take responsibility for the fact that you failed to safeguard the things that needed to be safeguarded. And you failed to make the case for yourself, okay? And you failed in your what should have been a primary act of moral imagination in saying that, something, these are my people. I'm American, these are my people. These cities are American cities. Our great cities, Chicago, Cincinnati, for God's sake, named after a Roman senator, New York, Los Angeles, San Fran, these are American cities. Who decided that they should be abandoned to progressives?
Right.
I mean, of course, the progressives wanted to take them over. They want to take everything over.
Right. That's what they do.
Right. I mean, that's what they do. Okay. So who was supposed to oppose them? And why didn't they?
Right. No, these are.
Can we get an after action report? Can someone say what happened? Can we? You know what I'm saying? So
I agree with you, and I keep saying the same thing, and this marries up with your point really nicely.
Yes, sir.
In 1946, they passed the Administrative Procedures Act, and
APA.
what you're hearing about from people on the right is like, oh, there's this deep state, and I call it the administrative state. It's much more accurate. The administrative state just knows one thing: one, we're the ones in charge. Two, we were given that power in 1946, and we've been slowly growing it through the executive branch. And three, we outlast every president, and we don't give a shit who you elect. It doesn't matter to us because we're going to be here when they're gone. So our work is more important, and it continues onward, which is why these institutions end up captured. Now, the scary thing is that they're captured by people on the left. And I don't hate the left either. I think you and I share this. I just did a long sort of meditation on balance. There's a big need for balance. Progressive ideas are not my enemy. They are the challenge to make me have better ideas. As you said about robbers and cops, better robbers, smarter leftists, smarter people on the right equals everybody comes to a better version of whatever it is they believe. They hone those arguments, iron sharpening iron. But
Trump
otherwise,
resigned.
we just get dummies that just roll over and are trying to sell us, sneakers, whatever the heck the deal was. Which is when you told me that it makes I don't understand sneaker culture to begin with. I don't understand. I actually ran a case on a guy. This is brilliant. You want to talk about brilliance? This guy had worked out a money laundering operation in a very, very expensive shopping mall, like down by the water in DC. Okay.
Yeah.
In the National Harbor. And what he did was he was a consignment dealer of super high-end sneakers, hundreds or thousands of dollars. Okay.
Wow.
And so what would happen is that he would have inventory that'd be on the shelf. It'd be like a size 10 Yeezys or whatever the heck those things are. I think I'm saying it right because I don't even know. I don't know enough about sneakers. Whatever. There's expensive ass sneakers on the wall. People would come in and then they would order or buy. They would give money in. They would get something out, and they were getting drugs because he was selling drugs out of there, or he was moving.
Wow.
He was laundering the money through a product he never had to have leave. So people came in and bought sneakers they never took home. So he had inventory on the wall. You just couldn't buy any of it because it wasn't your size. And so he was doing this, and it was brilliant. But it was like, okay, I don't even know how we're gonna get. He was flying around in like private jets and going to the Dominican Republic with suitcases full of cash. He was smart. He was a smart dude. He was abusing the sneaker culture. I just thought that was really funny because I was like, I don't understand any of what they're talking about. Like, wait a minute, there's multi-$1,000 sneakers, and people are like, oh yeah, that's a thing. And I was like, to who? If that's the thing that's gonna get Trump in front of black people, I was like, I just don't think that's going to be the winner. I was
what a
low threshold to aim at that one. That's just silliness.
Don't call it low, call it retarded.
Retarded. It is retarded.
It's a retarded threshold.
It is.
And again, these people exactly. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with you? So this is why, when you hear me talk about people like Sonny Johnson, I was so happy to meet Sonny Johnson and to get into her spaces and to start talking to people in her circle, because here was someone who actually understood. She got it. Like she gets it. She understands that conservatism is deep in our bones as black folks, because we've had to be conservative. Think about it. Chattel slavery is antithetical to the concept of the close-knit family.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to regenerate our traditions and figure a way to kind of preserve what was absolutely necessary through that hardship. And then after emancipation, we had to figure out how to start, generating value and being a real part of the economy, instead of just being a fungible pool of fiat labor, And so she describes herself, and I'm with her on this, as a Frederick Douglass / Booker T. Washington conservative, and there's a lot to that. And I think right now, what I'm seeing in the political landscape in the United States is I see a lot of these PayPal conservatives ruining it for the real conservatives.
What's a PayPal conservative? How do you define that?
Well, I mean, it's like, people whose job it is to generate eyeballs and clicks and raise money, but who don't actually conserve anything. Mm-hmm. So Charlie Kirk is one example.
Okay.
Right. PayPal conservative,
trademark. You got to trademark that. That's yours.
I can't. PayPal. I can't trademark PayPal. But
PP conservative. It's even better.
You're gonna get me in trouble. You can get me in trouble. But no. It's these fakes ruining it for the real ones, and and ruining the name of conservatism, such that in many black communities, it's like people will look at you askance if you say you're a conservative. You have to explain yourself. And again, I don't blame them. I blame conservatism, because brand management is a thing.
Yep. And when you're saying it, like once you explain it, they're like, oh, I'm all those things.
That's exactly what.
And they're like, oh, why do you call it conservative? It's like, because that's what it's called.
Because that's what it is. Look, a funny story. My mom, my parents, when I went public on social media about my case,
mm-hmm.
they started kind of taking my links and sending them to their friends and family and so on and so forth. And some people would come back and say, they'd see some talk I did, and they say, well, what does he mean he's a conservative? Ugh. Because they thought that meant that I had become one of these black people whose favorite indoor sport is shit talking black people, is insulting black people. And my mom had to be like, no. He means conservative like us. like in the old ways. Like they're like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it shouldn't be.
Listen,
It shouldn't be that. But that's the same question: is what are you conserving? If you don't know the answer to it, then maybe you are the PayPal conservative, if that's the name. But the question is this: this is the one I want to challenge you with, because I think it's whenever I look at something that seems devious or seems nefarious, I will always err on the side of giving stupidity and retardation.
Yes, that's right.
I will give it credit where due. Right? It's almost it's just as often as it's ignorance to malfeasance.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
And how many people just have no idea what the hell they're talking about? They said, Dexter, Constitution 2A, families, values, religions, or whatever. 1A. They don't know the thing that they actually think they believe. They just looked at the model of people that they're like, okay, these people have got it squared away. I like the way that they're living their life, but I never asked them what it is that they live by. I'm just going to try to say the things that they say without understanding it. Is it possible that some of these folks they just don't get it? They haven't internalized the thing that when you just said in the old way, the ways that I feel about it, then they would immediately know. Because once I lead like this poor gal that I talked to, when I let her down I said, what are you conserving? She goes, I said, are you interested in family values? She goes, yeah. I said, where do you get your values? She was like, from my faith. Okay, good. What faith is that? I'm Christian. So you have Christian values. Got it. What are the things that lead you to? Well, it leads me to believe that people are, innately of value. Okay, good. So now we have the individual self-worth. We're going to move down the chain. We have to walk them to this, though. The TX and the RX has to happen. Is it possible they just don't know? They just like there's a lot of ignorance too.
Now, when you say they, who are you referring to?
I'm talking about conservatives that are failing to give messaging to anybody. Like conservatives are failing to give messaging to young people.
I see what you mean.
They're failing all over the place because it's just they're on defense and they're not really great at it. They're not good at the offense. Yeah.
Okay. So you asked a question. The answer is no. I don't think that's what the problem is.
Okay. Why not?
Yeah, I think the problem is, again, these very old sins. I think the problem is a form of self-worship, satanic pride, and resentment. And avarice. I mean, it's like that. It's very lucrative. It can be very lucrative to be a PayPal conservative. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, just think. If you're Charlie Kirk, get on the circuit. Yeah, you're getting paid. Or if you're a Squeaky Shapiro,
What's a Squeaky Shapiro?
That's profitable. Yeah, Squeaky.
Wait, hold on.
Squeaky getting paid.
What's squeaky about Shapiro?
What's squeaky? His fucking voice. What do you mean squeaky about Shapiro?
I just wanted to make sure you were saying what I thought you said. That's fine. What you can't do though to Ben Shapiro is you can't put him at 1.5x because it's like helium at
1.5 what? Oh yeah, speed. Like up the speed.
Yeah, most people can't process that fast. I actually can hear that fast, but I don't want to.
No, well, the pitch. I mean, yeah, if you start to pitch up, you'd start to get into the ultrasonics. But
somebody told me they listen to my show and they do it in 75% speed because I speak really quickly.
Yeah.
And then they turned on Dan Bongino and they thought he was on drugs because it still sounds kind of like Dan, but it sounds like Dan like he's taking benzos. So
that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I aspire not to be squeaky. That's all I'm saying. Okay, fair enough.
Don't be squeaky.
No,
don't be squeaky. But yeah, no, I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is that there's just arisen this great kind of mechanism for raising money, and we've seen this. Look, I mean, didn't the GOP just get rid of Ronna McDaniel because she was running the whole thing like her own private fiefdom, and she was funneling money to all these weird places? Like, hey, why aren't you? Hang on a second. Why are you sending money to people who are defending safe seats? And like Lee Zeldin is getting starved out running for governor in New York State. What's the matter with you?
Man, I thought Lee Zeldin was going to pull it out too, but I also knew he wasn't.
I think that I don't think that election was fair. Yeah. I think there was some chicanery going on. I just can't see that like Kathy Hochul, who has like Kathy Hochul has negative charisma.
Who is her constituency?
She causes other people around her to be less charismatic. And she's a leftover from a disgraced administration. Yeah. I don't see how she beat Lee Zeldin fair and square. I don't get that.
I tend to agree.
But then again, right? Speaking of election chicanery, again, PayPal conservatives, right, will come up and say, well, you see something bad jumps off in a city, and they say, "Oh, well, you get what you voted for." And I'm looking at these people like, hang on a second, you were just talking about 2020. You were just complaining about election theft in 2020. You think that's the only place election theft has happened? You think Democrats in Chicago run clean elections? Stupid. What's the matter with you?
But here's the thing. You challenged me by saying that. I was listening to you before.
Yeah.
And then I went, oh, yeah. It's really important that we get unified in the things that we actually believe. If you believe something, then you should probably believe it across the spectrum. I kind of pride myself on that, but I got lazy at thinking about New York. I'm like, yeah, New York, they don't care about freedom. They hate freedom.
Right.
That's what they're
see deeply. You got to see deeply.
I just ignored it. I just went like, well, I don't live in New York. It's not my problem, but it seems like they love that. And I also have a lot of feelings for people who live upstate that are not, constituents of, like, New York City obviously captures the entirety of that state. I've driven up there and seen people that were saying, like, vote no on the SAFE Act and all that. Sure, and I was like, man, these people are getting steamrolled. But they live in New York. What are they going to do? But not everybody picks up and moves like a tumbleweed like I do. So,
well, that's one. And two, again, even in New York, the problem is you need to activate the voters who are sitting it out.
Yes.
That's the thing.
And that
no
had
one's trying to
never
activate the voters who are sitting it out.
Yeah.
And those voters are ready to hear a genuinely conservative message, especially if they're Black or Latino voters. Because they're going to tend to be more religious. They're going to tend to be more socially conservative, right? It's just that there are certain bad habits of thought that Republicans indulge all the time, and it makes them unattractive. So and by the way, circling back to what we were really talking about, my case, right? Think about it. Republicans are supposedly the pro 2A people, right? Okay.
Yep.
How many prominent Republicans have you heard talking about my case?
Dana, not much more. A little bit on Red State.
Right. I mean, right. Okay. So, and I know, for example, like I've tagged a lot of prominent people, including politicians, in the New York GOP. Like, New York GOP has nothing to lose. They have no exalted position that they might jeopardize if they
That's true.
jumped in on an issue. Okay. So why haven't I heard from Elise Stefanik? Why haven't I heard from Ed Cox? Heard back, I should say, because I reached out to them multiple times, right? Why haven't I heard from, hey, speaking of conservatives, right? What's her name? And she might be mad because I'm calling her out, but what's her face? Jesus, what's the guy who has the thing? PragerU, right? PragerU.
You were going to do the thing my wife does with me where she starts describing something very vaguely and I got to guess. Okay, so PragerU.
It's the other thing. No, the other thing with the thing.
The one who was in the movie. And you're like,
the thing, exactly. That time.
By the way, I'm like 98%. I'm 98%.
The movie with the girl in the car.
Right.
The movie with the girl.
Yeah, I'm 98% with my wife on that stuff, by the way, because we have very, very similar, patterns. But
exactly. But no, Susan Prager knows about my case.
Okay.
We DM'd back and forth. We had a very cordial, couple of DMs back and forth. Okay. Have you heard Dennis Prager talk about my case?
I haven't, but to be fair, I don't monitor a lot of Dennis Prager.
I mean, listen, I'm not.
But I assume that you're correct. I will assume that if he did, you would know and you would have told me. So yeah.
And again, a lot of these prominent conservative or so-called conservative voices, who are like fire breathing on a bunch of these issues, people said, well, maybe they just don't know about your case. When Squeaky went down to Kensington, Philadelphia, right, and to do an act of investigative journalism to inform us that people were falling out behind fentanyl in the streets of Kensington, Philadelphia, it's like, well, my question was, why didn't you go visit Maj Touré? Maj Touré is a Black conservative in Philadelphia. He's doing two-way stuff. He's doing free firearms training. He's doing civics classes, doing all this stuff. He's doing conservative content online, right?
Yep.
And I have his phone number. Yeah. I can text him when I want. So you tell me, why does someone who works for a conservative news organization not know about Maj? Well, he does know about Maj Touré. He's not interested.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No,
I do. I like Maj too.
The conservative movement is not covering itself in glory here. And that's yet another reason why people have no reason to trust them. It's like, if one, you don't care when we do conservative stuff in the cities. That's one. And two, you don't you don't bother to speak to us like human beings. And if we do happen to get a conservative politician who comes and wants to run New York City, he starts to run it like a nanny state guy. Well, then what's the point of voting for a so-called conservative?
Right.
I mean, Rudolph Giuliani did not govern like a conservative. I'm very sorry. He governed like a statist.
Heavy hand.
Where was the limited government thing with Rudolph Giuliani? Tell me.
You never see these people get into power and just like roll back all the power of the state. Wouldn't that be something?
Right.
Were you in the space the other day when we were talking about this? I was like, wouldn't it be amazing if we just gave Congress, like, we're like, look, you got 2 years. We're going to run on all your old shitty laws. We're just going to keep operating the U.S. the way it's been. And we're not excited about it, but we're going to do it.
Right.
We're going to do that. And in the next 2 years, what we'd like you to do is create an act, pass it right now that repeals all federal laws and scraps them, and then spend the next 2 years creating a decent scaffolding without having like all this rickety shit that's held together with duct tape that doesn't make any sense, that you're trying to close loopholes from the 1930s, back when everybody was trying to do transactions with like bags of grain or whatever the hell was going on. Like you can look back to 1913 before we had an income tax in this country.
Yes.
And we had roads.
Yes.
And people ate.
Had roads, right.
You know? And some people had electricity. Not everybody did. I get it. So we've done some things with that, maybe at some expense we didn't like. But we used to be able to do stuff in this country before we started taking everybody's paycheck left and right. Wouldn't it be nice if we just started from scratch and just made this thing work? I'd love to see some politicians campaign on everything is broken. It's basically idiocracy, right? It's like, look, people, I know stuff's all effed up. Like, we got this guy. He's going to straighten it out. Can we just get a couple of smart people in there to just go, this is garbage? Is there still an opportunity to come in and do the things you're talking about in the cities? Is there an opportunity?
There always is, sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, put it this way. In fact, that's where most of the opportunity is. It's in local governance, right? I've often said, that I'm not a Trump supporter, but I've said before that I think Trump, to the extent that Trump is I think that Trump, you can look at Trump as a useful president without looking at him as a necessarily wise or prudent president.
He's a populist.
That is to say, he's a table flipper. And sometimes the table needs to be flipped. But that presupposes that someone else is going to come and set the table to right and reset everything and okay, we're going to we're going to run things differently in here from now on. I've referred to him as a breacher. You know what that is, right?
Yeah, but if you open that door and no one goes in.
Fourth man on the stack is a breacher. Okay, so he's going to get up there with his battering ram or his hydraulic ram or his little shape charge on the petard or whatever it is, right? And he's going to blow that thing. And then it's like, if everyone else just stands around high-fiving and backslapping with a goofy expression on their faces, you're gonna take that to heart.
Yeah.
You're gonna feel like, hey, what are we doing here?
You're gonna literally probably take fire that way.
Correct, exactly.
Well, and in the same way we talked about that, you talked about there being who was fighting in the cities, but it's essentially, you can have someone come in and create that chaos, like make that space. But even in jiu-jitsu, even in these these martial arts, you make space. You got to fill that space by moving. You got to do something. It's like, I'm gonna do a hip up, but then I'm gonna slide. I'm gonna use that opportunity to take some momentum there.
Exactly. You can't just do one thing and then I did it.
Look how cool it was. I pushed my body.
Exactly. Look how cool that and listen, we have to be honest. Much of what the MAGA movement has been doing over the past few years has been like, look how cool. I mean, after Trump got elected, a lot of what MAGA was doing was like, hey, look how cool that was. It's like, listen, there's work to do, people. There's work to do.
Yeah, no time to watch.
Your man breached the door. Get in there and work. Start, taking over. Start applying the precinct strategy. Start going around and figuring out how to get a broad grassroots that can actually start to take back our structures, our institutions, our republic, But again, I talked about self-worship before. There is a kind of narcissism in despair. There is a kind of a narcissism in saying, yes, it's all over now because things didn't go my way.
I'm so
great. Lost one, and therefore it's all over.
I'm so great, but I wasn't appreciated. So
everything's gonna burn now. Really? Because last time I checked, other people in America kept the faith, kept the civic faith, right, under much more trying conditions. Black folks, Black Americans, working Black Americans, kept the faith when essentially ISIS was running the American South. Right? I mean, going back further, I mean, Booker T. Washington started an industrial college for Black people in Alabama, a generation or two after the end of after the Civil War was over. Right?
Wild.
So the idea that now, because they're canceling us on social media. Excuse me?
Yeah, that blows my mind too. It's like that wasn't always there. What did you do before social media? All of America, literally all of America.
They're stealing elections. They've been stealing elections for a while, bro.
Yeah. Talk about, so that just kind of illuminated that little thing. And I want to touch on something you and I talked about privately, your instinct or interest in the monks keeping the lights on when the world went dark. You want to talk about that for a little bit? Cause I think I'm going to put you full screen for a moment, just cause I really like that kind of, that image.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, when I'll talk about when I left the left. It wasn't a one-day thing. It was a kind of a transition period, and there were several kind of milestones. But one thing that happened was that I started really thinking about Christianity. I was raised Episcopal, lost my faith some years ago, and I started to get it back. I started to it was odd. I started to reason my way back into religious faith. It was weird. But one thing that I was very interested in was this idea of the monastic tradition. Like, I began to understand that the Dark Ages weren't as dark as we thought they were. And again, from a lot of reading and listening to my Christian friends and, all this, I started to realize that there was this whole tradition of people who kept the lights on, kept the light of reason on during a dark period in history. I began to realize that we know about Socrates and Aristotle and all these cats because a bunch of Christians sat, by candlelight and wrote out books by hand, while growing all their own food and brewing their own beer. That's pretty hardcore.
It's pretty based.
But it's pretty, but it's not based in a prepper kind of way, because they're like, no, we're we're preserving something. Like, this will continue. You know what I'm saying?
It's like being the outpost somewhere. You're the last outpost for now.
Yeah. Well, you're a lighthouse. That's what you are.
No, that's right.
And the thing about a lighthouse is a warning, right? Its job is to send a warning, but that warning presupposes that there is still something worth preserving, right? That ship has to turn away from the reef, right, or from the sandbar, or what have you.
Yeah, but it supposes that there's still a ship.
That there's still a ship,
and somebody still cares about not running it aground.
Correct. And that's a kind of faith, but we need that faith, right? Because building things requires faith. I mean, look, doing anything consequential requires faith. It just does. It's an act of faith, as Chesterton said to us, or maybe it was C.S. Lewis, to assume that your reason is an appropriate instrument for understanding the world in the first place. That's an act of faith, right? Okay, so again, I'm not proposing anything new. I don't claim to have invented anything. I just started going back and looking at history and looking at the history of ideas, and it's like, oh, wait a second, there's all this cool stuff in our theology, in Christian theology. There's all this cool stuff in our American tradition. There's all this cool stuff in the Western tradition, And all we have to do is kind of pick up some of these instruments and start to use them. That's all. And listen, I've never told anyone that there was any kind of guarantee or that we're going to turn things around next year. I've gotten into fights with people for saying that we're in a 100-year war. So just settle in and relax, because it's likely that our grandchildren will sit in the shade of the trees we plant. Well, is that not a noble endeavor? Is that not noble to go ahead and plant those trees? What are you saving it for? Or do you just want to keep doom scrolling and say everything is lost? And by the way, one of the reasons why young people, so many young people who become disaffected go to the left and not the right, is because the left at least has a story where they're trying to save the world.
Right.
Think about it for a second.
Think about it. The left is telling people, come on, we're going to save the planet. Come on, we're going to end race. I mean, now that's bullshit, but I'm saying that's what they're saying.
But they are doing it. Yeah, you're right.
But
No, they're offering a
it.
vision.
They're offering a vision. Okay, so as I've said time and time again, you know, if you're a young person and you have a choice between team superhero and team accountant, it's not even a question.
Nope.
Okay, now by contrast, you look at you mentioned Christianity. I talked about it briefly. You know, it's like, actually, that's a really cool story if you just tell it. It's like, yeah, you know, some of the ulterior mind tried to debug the world. So basically, he took a part of himself and developed a subroutine and injected it into the system. You know, and that subroutine turned into it was a living virus, and it infected and it rewrote the software of human civilization starting about 2,000 years ago.
And literally changed the values that people look at themselves with. This is the thing that I always tell people, and this is why I think the Socratic method is powerful. But it's a way of debugging leftism, because I don't think leftists are my enemy. I know you don't think they're your enemy.
Well, some of them are.
Some of them act like some of them act like our enemies individually. But the movement is not my enemy, it turns out, because the thing is that they actually have the same values. They're just off. You know what I think of it as? It's like having a bad zero. It's like
I see what. Yes,
it's like your sights are not aligned properly, and so up close, we kind of hit the same stuff. But if I take you out to 1,000 yards, you're going to be off the paper. You're going to be off. No impact, no idea. That's where you're at. That's how far off you're. 1 degree. 1 degree at 1,000 yards is a long ways off. But at up close, 10 degrees, 10 yards, we're still hitting the same target. And my thought is this: my assumption is that people, if I get them to tell me that the reason that they think people are valuable is because people have innate worth, because they do think that way. You have to be if you're a leftist, you have to believe in that. There is no Karl Marx without Christianity. There is no values of Karl Marx without Christianity. He just got it wrong at some point.
Well, it's corrupt. True. Although I think part of the problem is that I think that's true, but it's also that doesn't necessarily mean that modern leftists are in any way in touch with religion.
I don't think they are either. I think
they've gone in for self-worship. But
they've detached. I agree with you. I'm just saying that if I could root them back to where that comes from. The core beliefs come from that.
I would say I wouldn't take them back to Karl Marx. I mean, I would, like C.S. Lewis said, that it would be an upgrade if young people started to become pagan instead of materialist.
Ooh.
Because that would be a good, look, I've said, and it's not original on my part, that everything's downstream from theology. There is no culture without religion. Sorry, there is no culture without. There's no science without religion.
Yep.
Right now, there was a conservative, a British conservative named Sir Roger Scruton, and he was doing a panel discussion, and someone asked him how we could get young people to who were raised on Lady Gaga and stuff like that to appreciate, let's say, classical music. And what he said was, well, you can't, not directly.
Mm-hmm.
He said, first you have to get them to appreciate silence, and then in that silence, right, the appreciation of other things can blossom. So I think if we could just get, if we get, especially our young lefty brethren, if we could just get them embracing the idea of the sacred, that is the supernatural, right? Yes, we have law, whatever, but there is something the law and the state cannot be the highest value. If we can just get them to admit that there's something else to which law and the state must be subordinate. They don't have to declare for Christ. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying if they just agree to that, that would be an enormous upgrade. Because at the end of the day, what we need is more people to understand that we have to have, we have to have a hierarchy of values. That's the main thing. I think when I think about what's wrong with society, and not just society, what's wrong with business, what's wrong with American foreign policy, why we can't seem to put together corporations to make decent stuff, and why nothing seems to work well. The answer I come back to is not necessarily the death of Christianity. It's more like the abandonment of hierarchy and the embrace of self-worship. if you understand hierarchy and you're not worshiping yourself, even if you're just like a vaguely skeptical deist like many of the founding fathers were, right? That's better. But if you abandon that and you abandon the idea of a hierarchy and you go toward positive self-worship, you are in a world of trouble, and your society is going to be in a world of trouble. As you were talking, I just pulled up this quote by Chesterton, and I want to read it if you don't mind. It's really interesting. He said, it's from his book Orthodoxy. He said, "The modern world is not evil. In some ways, the modern world is far too good. It is full of wild and wasted virtues. When a religious scheme is shattered, as Christianity was shattered at the Reformation, it is not merely the vices that are let loose. The vices are indeed let loose, and they wander and do damage. But the virtues are let loose also, and the virtues wander more wildly, and the virtues do more terrible damage. The modern world is full of the old Christian virtues gone mad. The virtues have gone mad because they have been isolated from each other and are wandering alone. Thus, some scientists care for truth, and their truth is pitiless. Thus, some humanitarians only care for pity, and their pity, I am sorry to say, is often untruthful."
It's heavy. There's a lot
Chesterton's firing at you all the time.
yeah, nonstop.
Yeah.
But even that silence you brought up a minute ago, that's place to maneuver.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's the table flip.
That's right. That's right. Yes.
Right.
That's right. That's right.
It's a more achievable goal because it's incremental.
That's right. That's one.
Everybody wants to solve it in one fell step. Actually, you know what? This reminds me of something Michael Crichton wrote back in the. He wrote Rising Sun. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Rising Sun. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what was that? Am I right?
I think it's Rising Sun. Yeah, I think so.
He always had these like really interesting things that he was talking about, like cultural commentary while he was telling a story of like a murder or whatever, telling the story of like an airplane crash. But it was really more, the story there was about the value of incrementalism and why the Japanese were able to destroy, absolutely just devastate American electronics industries in the 80s because they were willing to have a slightly better VCR. They were willing to make a DVD player, or, they didn't have to jump to DVD. They would make a better VCR, then they would make one that had some anti-shock, and then they'd make one that was able to do a couple of more features, and people bought it. They incrementally would sell it. Whereas Americans were like, we need the quantum leap. We need the jump that changes the game, and we're only interested in making that. And if you're only aiming at, we're going to revolutionize the industry, you don't get incrementally better batteries.
That's right. That's exactly right.
You don't get incrementally better politics. You don't get incrementally better policy and incrementally body. We're always trying to say, we're going to flip it on its head. We're going to put in this guy and everything's going to be righteous. It's
right.
Like, that's not how the world works.
Right. And there's a kind of narcissism in that too.
I think so. Yeah. It's cult of personality. You have to believe that, right? You have to.
Well, there's that. And there's also the thing of humbling yourself. Look, in my career as a software guy, right? Sometimes you're lucky enough to go into a place. Now that I'm senior, I kind of have the luxury of being able to go and say, I want to work for startup companies where I'm like the first or second or third engineer, and stuff like that. And I've been lucky enough to do that from time to time. But very often as a software guy, you go in and there's already a bunch of software that's been written, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's just the way it is. Okay, now you may find that one or more of the systems in that place are not kind of optimal. You know what I'm saying? There's something in there that's not quite right. Okay, well, the first thing you have to do is humble yourself and not go in there pissing everyone off by saying, oh, all this is stupid and you're doing everything wrong.
Yes.
You have to learn to lead with the question. Okay, oh, I see you're doing that. Okay, why are we doing this like that? What am I missing? It's very important because first of all, you need to get people on your side, people who are willing to talk to you so they can tell you the arcane lore that you're going to have to learn to function effectively in the company. And also, if you want to make an improvement, you're just not going to be able to throw everything away and start. You can't. It's not on the table, right?
This is the
So you
same
have
in
to
every team environment and every culture
Correct.
you've ever walked in that exists before you, which,
That
by
is
the
it.
way, we've all been born into a culture that existed before us. So
That's what a culture is, right? If you're born into it, it was
already
there.
exists.
Correct.
So you don't get to throw it all out, and that's why my pipe dream of Congress is going to repeal all the laws. They're not going to do that, although they would be better if they did that. They would immediately be better if they scrapped all this garbage because they've done a bad job on it. But that assumes that like you said, humility. You walk in, and this is my problem with young people that are in their early 20s, because I had a couple of people saying, like, we're trying to get more young people to politics. Why? What do you know? You have energy. I'm into that.
Right.
And I told this kid, I said, I'm going to give you some feedback. You didn't ask for it, but it's free, so it's worth whatever you got it for. And I said, here's the feedback. Let me share it with you. There is a balance in life between being the young guy who's got tons of energy, you got all the piss and vinegar, you're willing to run down the bad guy, you're going to run for a mile and a half and finally catch your man. And then there's also the old guy who knows exactly where that guy was running, so he drove the car there, and when he comes around the last corner, he falls over the top of the hood. It's a joke in every police movie.
Yes.
Right? Going back to the cops and robbers metaphors. But there's a balance between being knowledgeable enough, wise enough, that you know a lot of the tricks and turns and you understand the wiliness of having some experience, but also having the energy to push into the space and to make some room to move. And there's a balance there. And that balance, I think, happens somewhere between like mid 30s and mid 40s, like early 50s kind of thing. At some point, you don't have that anymore. And then you're Chuck Grassley.
Well, I would say it differently. I would say that's why good organization. Remember, we've defined deviancy down for decades now. Effective organizations for most of human history were cross-generational organizations, right?
Yeah,
I mean, effective teams for most of our history as a species were cross-generational teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. There was a council of elders, right? There may have been a younger, more powerful guy who was going to implement it, but he went to the brain trust.
But he went to the brain trust and he said, "Listen, what am I missing?"
Yeah, and they said, "Oh, well, we've already tried that shit. We did that when I was younger, and everybody died, and I'm the only guy standing."
But you see again how
there's humble. You have to be humble.
You have to humble yourself, and you have to reacquaint yourself with and get good with the concept of hierarchy. This is why I find my Catholic friends so interesting, because right away they're like, "Nope, there's a hierarchy."
Yeah, we get that. We get that thing.
You get that, and that's very, very, very important. You can't get anything useful done without that hierarchy.
Yep.
So.
And it takes humility to come in at the bottom of a hierarchy. You have to know where you fit in there. I mean, look, every team I've ever been on, if you want to immediately not be effective on that team, go in there and tell people how to do things right away without ever learning what they do. It's like you don't know their culture. You don't know why they do those things. As you said, you come in, you lead with questions. Help me understand what we're doing here. What are the values?
Right.
Why?
And then again, a thing that I really one of the many things I stole from the U.S. military. You lead with service.
That's right.
So I used to one of my jobs in the past. I worked for a company called Take Two. It's like a gaming company. They're the parent of like Rockstar Games and 2K and all that. So I was a senior data engineer over there, and I was responsible for building this kind of a new way, a new system for building a specific category of software. So it wasn't just a piece of software, it was like an entire, So a lot of the junior and mid-level engineers working around me, like they didn't report to me. Like I had to convince them, I had to get them on board, but they didn't have to listen to me. So, I would talk to them. The first thing I'll talk to them respectfully. And the second thing I do is I would talk to them as if I was trying to help them, because I was trying to help them. And so I'd be like, hey, when you get a chance, come do a ride along with me. Jump on a screen share. I'm working on a data pipeline for so-and-so. Come check out this tooling I've got. Maybe you'll think it's horseshit. Maybe you think it's useful, but check it out because I'm writing data pipelines really fast. And I was able to get them on board because I wasn't browbeating them. I wasn't insulting them. I was like, hey, you know something? I think you will generate more value for the company if you get to sit around and think for longer. Like you shouldn't have to type so much. Like your value as an engineer is between your ears, not at the end of your arms. So if you use this tooling, if you use this system I'm designing, you'll be able to sit and think more, and that's good. And they were down with that because that's what software engineers like to do. They signed up to sit and think about problems and then, write a little bit of code, So, this is it goes back to the whole thing. And by the way, that idea, the idea of leading by service, yeah, that's also a very Christian idea.
Yes. Yeah, model the way you want people to see it.
Correct.
What do they say? The best Christian preachers, right? They're always preaching, and some are speaking, some of the time.
Yeah, that's right.
If you want people to, and this is the story. This is the oldest story. It's like you want to model the behavior you want people to see. When people go like, man, that guy seems like he's really got his shit squared away. What is he doing? What is he all about? Like, why does he do it that way? And then they start asking. That's called getting permission to give people information. And we used to always, I used to do sales, right? So I used to do that. And everybody's always selling. If you don't know, you're in a sales job. We're all in a sales job every day, all the time. Even when I was an FBI agent, when I was a paramedic, it was a sales job. The sales job is I have a thing that I'm doing and I want you to be on board with it. And so I got to get your permission to sell it to you. And then you're going to buy in, and your buy-in is a permission for me to actually do the thing that I do.
That's right.
So we're constantly doing that. We're doing that through preaching. Preaching is permission based. You're knocking on a door. You're asking, "Hey, can I talk to you about this message I have?" And people go, "No, it's dinner time. It's a bad time." And you go, "Okay, sorry to have bothered you. What would be a good time to come back?" Because then you're always doing the follow up, right? But in the same way, if you're working with those software, the younger minds, you're saying, "Hey, I got this thing. Would you come take a look at it? Would you be interested? Would you accept my would you accept what I'm doing and take some time with me?"
Yes.
Is there value in that? And they go, "Okay, sure. Yeah, I'd like to come think about that with you." And then
you ask,
you're getting permission. And then you go, "Would this be of value to you later?" And they go, "Yeah." And you go, "Can I show you a little more?" And they go, "Yeah, you can."
Right.
So now you've got buy-in, and we're constantly doing that. So we need to be doing this buy-in, I think, again, with the political process as well.
Yes, sir.
The door's open. We've got rooms. It sounds like we have a massive audience of non-turning out voters that we need to get excited about it, which I think is very interesting. And you've turned me to that, which I hadn't thought about previously.
That's right.
And that means that states that are generally thought of to not be in play, that all the great minds think can't be turned.
That's right.
They probably are. I don't think those people are great mathematicians. They may understand how elections have worked based on the structure that exists, but not based on upsetting that structure, which is what you're talking about.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And so, and I think that's right. And look, I think at the end of the day, so you mentioned elections. That's one part of it. That's one half of the picture. The other half of the picture is re-enchanting the world. It is that we have to also it's not just about talking to people about elections. It's about inviting people to reach for a different instrument. That's the phrase I always use. It's about inviting people to reach for an instrument other than government to solve problems,
which is theoretically what Christians and conservatives keep saying. It's like, hey, you know what a better thing is than giving a bunch of money through some garbage government program that's not well run? How about a bunch of people that volunteer to do it with their own time and their own money? How about we have values and we hold people up and we want to lift them up and we want to do it for the right reason, not because we have our money taken at the point of a gun, which is how taxes work.
Correct. But I will also say that, one thing that conservatives have to fix if they're going to be effective is to get off this libertarian bandwagon, because that's just as bad.
Yeah, explain that, because I think that'll hit people in the eyes.
Well, so look, and I have libertarian friends. I'm not mad at them. I love my libertarian peoples, but libertarianism is a stance. It's not a complete doctrine. Why not? Because if you're going to tell me that man should be free, then my next question is, well, what is man? Is man just a species of talking meat? Is man just an accident? Because if man is an accident, or if he's talking meat, or if he's just a collection of atoms, there's no particular reason why man should be free. There's no particular reason why you should respect man. I mean, I have lots of collections of atoms here in my studio, right? And I can do what I want with them.
Mm-hmm.
I can throw them away. I can throw them in the fire. Okay. So my Christian friends who are libertarian, they have a complete doctrine, because they started with an operating system, right, that prescribes the proper relationship between man and other things in the world and above it, so to speak.
And then
See
they
what
run
I'm
a
saying?
program of libertarianism on top of it.
And then you can now you can run that libertarianism routine on that Christian operating system.
Yeah.
Correct, because the operating system is telling you what goes where and how to put first things first and so on and so forth. But you just can't say, well, I don't, man's an accident, we're all just animals, but you should be free.
Yeah, it lacks
Why?
it lacks that one word. You just said it. Why? You said it three or four times, so I was going to hone in on that.
Yeah,
but that's
yeah,
what it lacks. It's like,
and to zone in specifically, right? Some of these things, some of the things the problems we have to solve are not amenable to sound bites. I'm very sorry. In some cases we need less government. In some cases, the problem is we didn't have enough government. I'll give you an example. We had a financial crisis, a housing crisis. Remember? And the problem, our so-called conservative brethren said at the time that the problem with the 2008 housing crash was dumb Black people getting subprime mortgages. Now, that wasn't the problem at all, but that's how they get down. The problem is that we allowed people to do crazy stuff with derivatives. We invited them to play with financial nitroglycerin, as Warren Buffett called it, and to sprinkle that all over everyone's portfolio in the form of these CDOs, these derivatives, basically.
Yep.
And derivatives are very dangerous. I mean, they're a very useful technology, but if you have no controls, you can get very bad results very quickly. I'll never forget one of the oldest and most kind of like revered trading firms in Britain, a firm called Barings PLC, was taken out in the course of a weekend by one guy trading derivatives on a desk in Singapore. So these things are not to be messed with. Okay, now, so we had a law, a regulation in place that said that retail banks are not allowed to make high risk investments, not allowed to play with derivatives in that way, right? It was called Glass-Steagall. It's a firewall between high risk finance and retail banking, because retail banking bank accounts, right, have a federal backstop. They're insured by the FDIC. Okay. So someone dismantled that firewall. And as a result, retail banks were able to play with financial nitroglycerin. Yeah. And as a result, the effects of that crash when it happened were much worse than they had to be. Now, was that a case of too few regulations or too many regulations? Well, in that case, it was like we dismantled a regulation we should have kept.
Right.
You see, we keep missing, because we don't have the correct logos, we keep missing the point about scale that people like Chesterton and Belloc got very well. And for that matter, a lot of older generation conservatives from a century ago kind of understood, which is that scale matters, which is that capitalism works best when there's lots of small capitalists. But that requires a state that is at the very least going to clamp down on economic rent seeking.
What do you think about the whole situation when the whole too big to fail arguments were made? And my whole thought was, it's supposed to fail, and then a bunch of small investors are supposed to come in and buy up the means of capital and start new experiments that are more nimble. That's the whole point.
Well, sure, but not if it's bigger than a certain amount. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, yes, you're right, but here's the problem. You can't let a company get so big that its failure would be a systemic threat to the economy, because when it gets to that point, it doesn't matter how libertarian that politician is.